Yes, you saw that right. 7 hours of pure, unadulterated Fallout Iceberg goodness. We've compiled 7 of our own Fallout Iceberg original content for those that enjoy massive videos. I've spread out the content so you don't have like 4 hours of New Vegas and then 4 hours of Fallout 3 and etc. But if you do want to watch something specific, there are timestamps in the description. This took us months of work and more hours than I'd like to admit, but we're proud of this one. If you could leave us a like, we'd super appreciate it. Also, consider subbing, because we have hours of Fallout and RPG content for you to watch right now and a hell of a lot more to come. Thank you guys, we love you, and enjoy.
At the tip of this iceberg, most things are pretty well known, but I'm sure there's something here that might surprise you. If not, then I wouldn't be surprised. This game has been around for almost 10 years at this point.
Sign up now and prepare for the future.
Technically, the Vault-Tec phone number goes back to Fallout 3, where the number first made its debut years ago in the E3 2008 trailer. Back then, you could call it and the number worked, but even after the release of Fallout 4, Bethesda kept this Easter egg rolling. You can find the number during the opening sequence of Fallout 4, right after you complete your character. You can find a Vault-Tec poster in your house. At the time of release, if you called 188-4-VAULT-TECH, which yes, the number is longer than most phone numbers, this is what you would have heard.
Thank you for calling Vault, your first choice in post-nuclear survival. We're sorry, but due to unexpectedly high call volume, all representatives are currently busy. Please stay on the line, and someone will be with you as soon as possible. There are 181 callers in front of you. Estimated wait time 16 hours. 643 hours. Thank you. Calling Vault. Have a wonderful day.
Like most of the theories on this list that comes from the fans of the games, this theory specifically didn't start in Fallout 4 per se. It started when the first 3D Fallout games started to arrive. I'm sure you've seen the teddy bears scattered across the wasteland in funny positions, like reading a newspaper on a toilet or things of that nature. Well, people started noticing that some bears were placed in situations that reminded them of children, playing with toys or building blocks, things of that nature. And then they started connecting the dots. We know that in past Fallout games or even Elder Scrolls games before Skyrim that Bethesda never added children to their games. Mostly this was done out of fear of violence from the players and how the ratings boards might respond to that. This eventually faded away as we see multiple children in Skyrim and Fallout 4. Why this connects to the teddy bears is that people started assuming that Bethesda developers were placing them in the games to represent children. Well, dead children, literally. I tried to find where this had originally originated, and the furthest back I could find is this post on GameFAQs 9 years ago. It says, quote, "Something I've been musing about for a while now. You see skeletons everywhere, but all adults. Where are the skeletons of children? Well, think about the various sizes of teddy bears you find all over the place. My theory is that Bethesda thought including children's skeletons might make people uncomfortable, so they represent them with bears instead, like the distress signal leading to the train car, a woman's body next to a teddy bear, her son Tommy. I like to think that little Tommy got away, grew up, became a ghoul, and took over the combat zone. But more than likely, he, like his mother, became feral Chow. So every time now you find a bear, think of what it really represents. It's a cool theory for sure, but there are definitely a few holes. For one, there are in fact children's skeletons in Fallout 4 and in New Vegas and Fallout 3. They are hard to find, but they do exist. Most people assume they are still adults because the models of the skeletons are just shrunk down. Another hole is that there are a lot of teddy bears placed in positions that would not be appropriate for children. Some argue that there are just teddy bears and then there are the children teddy bears. Not all are the same. Lastly, we have an interview with the devs from a video made by Steve Lee here on YouTube. During this, the devs mentioned that the skeletons, gnomes, and of course teddy bears were used as a way of keeping themselves entertained during work. After they had done dungeon after dungeon, it started to feel a bit repetitive. That's not to say that they didn't also include a backstory while doing so. This is the teddy bear theory.
This is the experimental plant that is found in Fallout 4. You might have seen it, you might not have. It's found on the Brotherhood airship clear at the back of the ship or the front, I'm not too sure. The experiment started when a Brotherhood field scribe found a strange root near the mouth of a river. It had some unusual chemical properties, so the scribe grafted it onto a tougher plant to test and crossbreed it. The result was a leafy plant with thick roots. After confirming it was safe, they brewed it into an oddly good tea. Not long after, some samples of the plant even started glowing. The scribe believed that the leaves had healing powers, because drinking the tea made them feel great. However, the other scribes disagreed, warning that the plant was addictive and suggesting that they stop brewing it altogether. These claims all come from the botany terminal on the Pridwin, in case you were curious. Now, besides the obvious look of the plant, I'm guessing you know where we're going with this, especially if you're a fan of the Elder Scrolls games. And you'd be correct. The theory or claim is that this plant is in fact Nirnroot, which is found in the Elder Scrolls games. Besides its looks, it grows near water and it even glows. It's pretty much Nirnroot, all but in name. Now, of course, this could just be an Easter egg, but the bigger theory is that somehow Fallout and the Elder Scrolls worlds are one and the same. Some people suggest that ES is the future of Fallout's world. Some say they're two separate planets in the same universe, including Starfield. There's some more evidence based on this specific theory, but we won't get into all of that. I didn't really want to include this one because I truly believe at this point everyone and their dog knows that this ghoul is found at the Hotel Rexford, and it's the same Vault-Tec rep that comes to your door at the beginning of the game. I think on this channel alone we've literally covered this guy twice. Anyways, there you have it. He does give some cool backstory on what happened to him, but with some very minor details. So this used to be a pretty cool glitch that you could do in Fallout 4. It worked all the way up until recently in 2024, when Bethesda decided to patch it out. Some say it still works in the right conditions though, so you guys will have to let us know if you can still get it to work on a fully updated version of the game. Basically, what the glitch used to be is that you would take Dogmeat back to Vault 101 after finding him at the Red Rocket. You'd then go to the room with the unique weapon called the Cryolator. Now normally to get this weapon, you need the highest lockpicking skills. But with Dogmeat, you can actually ask him to fetch the weapon and he'll collect it from the glass case and give it to you, giving you one of the most powerful weapons in the game in the first 20 minutes, which was pretty awesome. Vault Boy has always been the cheerful, cartoonish face of the Fallout franchise. From instruction manuals to perk cards and loading screens, his smile and iconic thumbs up are instantly recognizable. But fans have long wondered, what does the thumbs up really even mean? At first glance, you would think it's just a carefree gesture from a character who's always unnervingly optimistic. But for years, a fan theory has circulated that the Vault Boy thumbs up is actually rooted in nuclear safety protocol. Take a closer look, and you'll notice that the Vault Boy is squinting with one eye closed and staring down his thumb with the other. According to the theory, this poses a radiation survival technique. If you hold your thumb up and a mushroom cloud from a nuclear blast is larger than your thumb, you're too close. If the cloud is hidden behind your thumb, you're supposedly outside the deadly blast radius. This method, known as the rule of thumb, isn't actually used for nuclear safety. While it does exist in some hazmat and emergency responder training, it's typically applied to small-scale explosions, not atomic bombs. Fallout creator Brian Fargo himself once addressed the idea on Twitter by saying, "The Vault Boy simply just has a positive attitude." Still, the theory got a major boost recently when the Amazon Fallout TV series dropped its first episode. So is the Vault Boy shielding himself from radiation, or is he just being his usual cheerful self in a world gone to hell? Maybe it's both.
This one is a classic, and I'm surprised so many Icebergs had it on their lists. It seems like a pretty common thing to run into these days. Once you hit level 20 in Fallout 4, there's a random event you might experience while exploring the Commonwealth. You'll suddenly hear a strange sound overhead. Look up quickly and you'll see a UFO zooming past before crashing somewhere off in the distance. It leaves a clear trail of smoke behind, making it easy to spot. No matter what, it always crashes in the exact same spot, and you can even hear the explosion from pretty far away. Another way to get this to activate is by turning on Relay Tower 1DL109. When you do, you'll pick up a signal called the Garbled Radio Beacon. If you tune your Pip-Boy radio to this frequency and follow it east, the signal will become clearer until you finally find the crashed UFO. The crash site itself is pretty massive. You'll see a half-buried alien ship stuck in the side of a hill, surrounded by a path of destruction with flattened ground, shattered trees, and flames everywhere. Some trees nearby are permanently burning, which makes it easier to notice from a distance. You can't actually go inside the ship or loot anything directly from the wreck, but if you look closely, you'll notice a trail of glowing green alien blood nearby. Follow this trail northward down into a small ravine and it'll lead you straight into a hidden, unmarked cave. Inside, you'll come face to face with an injured alien who's armed with an alien blaster pistol and some ammo. If you use VATS, you'll notice the alien's right leg is already crippled. This alien isn't friendly and will attack as soon as it spots you. Near the alien, there's also a human skeleton and a ham radio, which turns out to be the source of the garbled radio beacon. Turning the radio off will stop the signal completely. Aliens are a common occurrence in the Fallout games, especially with Fallout 3 and Fallout 76, as they both had major add-ons dealing with the Zedans. We have a video on our channel breaking down all the lore surrounding them, so if you're curious, you could also check that out. The Sanctuary Basement, or the Root Cellar, is a hidden little basement that you can find in Sanctuary. It's found behind a house 2 houses east from the sole survivor's home. A lot of people tend to miss this place, and it kind of became a little go-to fact when people would talk to each other about Fallout 4. It reminds me of times back in the day when secrets and hidden things weren't super prominent on the internet and your friend would tell you about it at school. It was almost always a lie, but sometimes there actually was some cool secret. Anyways, this is similar to that. Once you go in, you'll find a mattress, a safe, and a bunch of pre-war food scattered across the floor and shelves. Turns out this place was built by a guy named Jahani before the bombs dropped. There are 3 valuable gold bars hidden around the room, one on the ground, one underneath a shelf, and one sitting right on top of the safe. Plus, there's a decent stash of military-grade ammo inside. The reason people like this place a lot is because you can safely use the cellar for storage since the containers don't reset or respawn items. Also, your settlers in Sanctuary can't reach this place, so anything you stash here will stay safe. The game files name this location Sanctuary Basement Jahani, confirming Jahani built and lived here. Interestingly enough, the cellar isn't there if you look during the pre-war intro, which means either Jahani only built the shelter right before the bombs fell, or the devs forgot to include it in the intro.
We're proceeding further down into the iceberg into level 1. On this level, things start to get a little more obscure, but nothing too crazy. If you're an avid fan, you probably know most of this stuff already. Okay, at the surface level of this one, most of you probably know about your neighbors from Sanctuary before the bombs fell can actually be found after the bombs fall. As ghouls. That's right, good old Mr. Donahue, Mrs. Donahue, Mr. Sumner, Mrs. Sumner, Mr. Parker, Mrs. Parker, and Miss Rosa, all turn into rabid monsters and are placed into the game as random encounters. That in itself is cool, but fans theorize that this was a bit too odd. There's a few big holes in the idea. First, what's the chance your entire neighborhood survived radiation and then stayed together for over 200 years, and then conveniently showed up in Boston? Pretty slim. Second, even if they did, how would you recognize them? After 2 centuries, their faces and clothes would be completely unrecognizable. And also, this event happens more than once in multiple locations, which makes the whole scenario even more unlikely. So what's really going on? Well, think about what the sole survivor has been through. They've lost everything, their spouse, their child, their home, all in what feels like one terrible day. Wandering Boston isn't just about exploring ruins, it's navigating the decaying remains of their old life. Every ghoul they encounter might have been someone they knew or interacted with, like the cashier at their favorite store, or a stranger who sat next to them on the subway. When the sole survivor fights ferals, they're not just battling zombies. They're facing the traumatic echoes of their past life. The sole survivor might just be dealing with insane PTSD and survivor's guilt, which would be nice to see in some of these games. I get that Fallout is a little goofy and wacky, but the dark side could be explored a bit more. The sole survivor should be racked with despair and depression, and we should see that. Anyways, I'm done with my little tangent. Some people believe that this isn't just a theory, but a literal fact. But I couldn't find any evidence suggesting that it is real, so for now, it's just a theory. A Fallout theory. There is a painting of Napoleon Bonaparte found in Fallout 4, except that's not Napoleon. It's of course God Howard himself. If you zoom in close, you'll notice a little Easter egg in the painting, Todd Howard's face, and that's pretty much it. But did you know that this painting also made it into the Fallout TV show? You can see it in the background right here. I thought that was a cool little detail that they added. This one is interesting because it began as a theory and then it started to evolve into that theory actually being true. But then it eventually led to an unfortunate ending. It all started when this Redditor Lavonicus decided to explore all of the oceans and water bits in Fallout 4. I'll break down what he thought. Basically, he believes that the mysterious ghoul whale, which is mentioned by NPCs, isn't just a myth or a reference to the submarine or dolphins we see on shore, but an actual hidden creature in the game. And yes, you can find NPCs mentioning a ghoul whale called Peg in the game.
So one day, my grandpappy was egging. It was a foul day. Fog so thick you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. He was stumbling along and then he heard a tremendous clamoring. From the ocean. Like nothing he'd ever heard before or since. He stood still for a long time. The fog cleared for a brief moment, and that's when he saw the outline of the great behemoth. Massive. Bigger than anything you or I will ever see. Old Peg. A giant blue ghoul whale.
Anyways, his main reasoning comes from the unusual clues scattered throughout the Commonwealth, particularly the large number of buoys, some of which even have dead fish pointing towards each other, leading to a buoy placed just beyond the game's boundaries. He also noticed that the buoys have bells that could be rung by shooting them, possibly activating some hidden event, similar to something like zombies from Call of Duty. He connected this discovery to Fallout 3's DLC Point Lookout, where similar buoys pointed to secret loot. Another clue he highlighted is how the game's currents strangely pull the player toward intersecting locations, hinting that something is hidden beneath the water or out of bounds. He suspected that these buoys and bells were intended to activate or summon the ghoul whale, creating one of Fallout 4's biggest Easter eggs. He then went on to ask for modders' help and so on and so forth. Basically, his theory actually held a lot of weight and he wasn't entirely wrong. Turns out that old Peg, who was mentioned by the guards, is exactly that. A mentioned only being and cut content. Also, the guards could be referencing the Yank submarine, but it's never made clear. The whale never made it into the game, and I guess the devs forgot to cut some dialogue about the creature. Or maybe it was never intended to be a thing in the first place, and they thought that the rumor would be a cool Easter egg or something. There are even more rumors that Bethesda was planning an underwater DLC with a harpoon gun, and that's where we were going to see old Peg, but that never happened. Cool story anyways.
In the hills northeast of Relay Tower 0BB915 lies a hidden gem known as the Rocket Shed. It's a small unmarked shack that doesn't appear on your map. From the outside, it looks like just another abandoned building perched on a cliffside. But step inside and you'll discover that someone, presumably a very bored, creative nomad, turned the shed into a makeshift rocket artillery station. Inside, you'll find propane canisters carefully balanced on improvised launch ramps, all pointed toward the open valley below. And yes, you can fire them. One by one, these canisters launch into the sky like post-apocalyptic fireworks, bursting in midair in a glorious display of chaos and combustion. Sadly, they're not weaponized, so you won't be taking out deathclaws with this thing. The only downside is the number of canisters is limited, so enjoy the show while it lasts. This tends to be one a lot of people miss. If you're in Sanctuary, just head right across the river until you find this thing. This is a water filtration system. But not just any water filtration system. You need to get the thing running again, so head down to the river and find the circuit breaker and flip it. Then a filtration unit will open up and contains a cool little cap stash found inside. It's a pretty unique thing found in Fallout 4. I don't know who or why someone spent so much time creating it, but it really is awesome. The Nostromo flux sensor is one of those Easter eggs that's always fun to mention when talking about Fallout 4. The flux sensor is a specialized piece of technical hardware that resembles the sensor module but features a unique back design. It's primarily associated with the Brotherhood of Steel's Quartermastery quest, where Scribe Halen tasks the player with retrieving specific items from various locations. Upon successful retrieval, these items, like the haptic drive or the reflex capacitor, can be returned to her in exchange for bottle caps. Interestingly, the flux sensor bears an inscription on its back stating the following. This is a reference to the movie Alien, specifically the US CSS Nostromo's model CM88B and registration number. Coincidence or intentional? It's cool to see Fallout also pay more respects to the Alien franchise in 76 as well, but we'll save that for another video.
The developer room is one of the game's better kept and lesser utilized secrets. An off-the-grid location packed with every item, weapon, and piece of gear in the entire game. It's not accessible through normal gameplay, but PC players can reach it with a simple console command. You can see that right here. Hit enter and you'll be instantly teleported to a mysterious testing area that looks like a rundown town square. Inside this place, you'll find chests and containers neatly organized with every item in the game. There's consumables, scraps, holotapes, ammo, crafting materials, and more. Every weapon and armor set, including unique, legendary, and even quest-specific gear that would otherwise take hours or entire playthroughs to collect, and rows of power armor stations. It's essentially a developer testing sandbox, created to streamline item testing during development. But now it's a treasure trove for us PC players. When you're ready to leave, just bring up the console again and type this. This will send you right back to the Commonwealth and specifically to Sanctuary Hills. Todd Howard's infamous terminal secret. If you're not familiar, shortly after Fallout 4 launched, Todd Howard hinted in an interview that there was a huge secret hidden in a terminal that nobody had found yet. This kicked off a huge treasure hunt, with players diving deep into every terminal entry, especially once the creation kit came out and it made it easier to search. But the years passed and nothing solid came up. Even Pete Hines from Bethesda later admitted nobody had discovered it yet, but he also downplayed the terminal's importance. Then, Juicehead posted an interesting video claiming he'd finally solved it. Juicehead's theory revolves around a terminal in the Institute's synth production area. The entry describes Gen 3 synths having a built-in ability similar to VATS, showing percentages to hit body parts and even slowing down their perception of time. Strangely, before you even get your Pip-Boy in Vault 111, you can actually use VATS once you pick up the 10mm pistol. This small detail suggests that the possibility that your character, the sole survivor, could actually be a synth. There is some pushback to this idea, like the Brotherhood of Steel having a list of synths that doesn't include you. But considering Sean, her father, runs the Institute, it makes sense he might have hidden your true identity. Juice's theory takes it a step further. He suggests that the original sole survivor died in cryosleep when the vault failed, and Sean, desperate to save his parent, created a synth clone with implanted memories. Fallout 4 might even tease this possibility in Far Harbor, where Dima suggests that your memories might not be fully genuine, hinting you might unknowingly be a synth yourself. So Juicehead's conclusion is basically that the big terminal secret might be confirming the sole survivor is a secret synth, or at least proving that Gen 3 synths have a hidden connection to VATS. Of course, it could just be a glitch or something Bethesda never patched, and some players argue that there still might be other secrets related to the word terminal, like the airport terminal at Boston Airport or even terminal illnesses of certain characters. There's even a fan theory that Sean traveled to the Capital Wasteland and became James, the father of Fallout 3's Lone Wanderer, but that's a whole other rabbit hole. Juicehead's 2020 video explains patch 1.5 was released in April and May of 2016, a few months after Todd's secret terminal interview. The patch enabled access to a terminal entry located in the Institute, the one we spoke about earlier. The entry was always there from launch, but you just couldn't click on it to read it. I think Juicehead has a good theory, but it's still not perfect. And neither Todd nor anybody else has ever confirmed if this has even been solved yet. Some people think that maybe the content that Todd was talking about got cut in the dev process and he never knew. Or that maybe he said it just to boost interest in the game again. I also wanted to bring this up after doing some thorough, and I mean thorough, research. Someone had actually theorized all of this in 2016. A Steam user by the name of Douglas Grave, and I think he deserves some credit. Here's a conversation that took place on the Fallout 4 Steam discussions of Douglas bringing up the sole survivor synth theory using the VATS terminal entry on December 20th, 2016. Pretty interesting stuff, and I'm surprised this terminal entry didn't catch on till way later. But Douglas Grave was locked in and he deserves some flowers. This guy's a madman when it comes to Fallout 4 with thousands of posts. It's awesome.
The Plumber's Secret is an unmarked location in the game that appears to be a pre-war plumbing supply store situated southeast of mass gravel and sand in Cambridge. It has 4 entrances and is largely abandoned save for 2 rad roaches in the storeroom and a few armed bottle cap mines scattered around. The real highlight of this location, the so-called Plumber's Secret, is hidden above. If you follow the unusual trail of plungers stuck to the walls and ceiling, you'll spot several items precariously perched out of reach. Fortunately, these items can be knocked down by shooting the boards they rest on, causing them to fall to the floor. Found at the end of the plunger trail on the ceiling, alongside a stash of caps, is the short Syringer rifle. Then of course the Vault Tech lunchbox is behind the front counter near the cash register. And if you're indeed a plumber, maybe you'll want to stash all 23 plungers, which of course are affixed in absurd places throughout the store, forming a bizarre climb the walls path that guides your eyes to the ceiling. This isn't the first time Bethesda added plungers to the lore, since a similar plunger path can be found in Fallout 3 at another unmarked shelter, where plungers are arranged along walls and ceilings. However, in that case, the trail leads nowhere. There's no hidden stash waiting at the end. Are you familiar with the Prost Bar tucked away in the Back Bay neighborhood of Boston? Or maybe familiar with it being in Beacon Hill based on in-game cell data? Well, even though the bar's exit calls it Back Bay, this spot is located just southwest of the Massachusetts State House and directly west of the Boston Common Gazebo. This small, easily overlooked building hides a secret. The interior consists of a main bar area with 2 smaller side rooms, an office and a pool table room connected to a bathroom, but it's the atmosphere and references that make this place memorable and a secret in plain sight. Fans of classic television will quickly recognize what this location is truly meant to be. A loving tribute to Cheers, the sitcom set in a Boston bar that aired from 1982 to 1993. The layout of Prost Bar is nearly identical to the one seen on the show, and the hints of the characters on the big screen are scattered throughout. Behind the bar, 2 skeletons lie side by side holding hands, which is a clear reference to Sam Malone and Diane Chambers, whose turbulent relationship was central to the series. In the northwest corner, a skeleton dressed in a tattered formal shirt and pants represent Fraser Crane, the refined psychiatrist who later starred in his own spin-off. In the southwest corner, another pair of skeletons sits in familiar fashion. One wears a postman's outfit, undoubtedly Cliff, and next to him is his bar buddy representing the ever-present Norm Peterson. The bar is also adorned with vintage baseball posters, which, if you recall Sam Malone's character, he was a former relief pitcher for the Boston Red Sox. And of course, the name Prost isn't just a random label, it's the German word for cheers. Bethesda really went all in on this one.
The FMS Northern Star is this ship right here. You guys have probably cleared this thing out 1,000 times, and it seems to be one of the bigger highlight locations in Fallout 4. What's cool about this ship is that it's actually Norwegian, and a lot of people don't know that until they're told or they know the language. When you arrive at the ship, the crew won't actually fire on you, unless you step into the ship, but they do shout things at you in a different language.
Du vill dö för detta. Du vill angre på oss.
Well, when you translate these words from Norwegian to English, they say things like go away and leave us alone. And when you kill them, the others will shout a phrase meaning you killed him.
Oh, nej!
While dying, they might even say, which means I'm coming home, which must be a reference to going back to Norway. Honestly, it seems sad to mess with these guys knowing all of this. This one is quick, but basically when you chug a few beers or some alcohol, your character will actually start to talk to people in a drunk voice, and it's pretty hilarious.
Hello. You. Hello. Thank. Yep. Not interested. Glad. Concur. You tried to punch out the bartender.
I thought it would
Sing it.
and I'm supposed to just pretend.
Mm-hmm. Sing it, brother. Minutemen. Jesus.
What's the matter, handsome? Don't tell me.
Ugh. A lounge singer.
Yeah. On.
Nice accent, me. Nice costume.
So long as you
freak.
remember.
Not now.
Disappoint.
Nice guns.
I see you again. You manage.
Giant green idiot.
Carhenge is an unmarked location featuring a circle of rusted cars arranged to resemble the iconic Stonehenge monument, except we can assume aliens didn't create this site. Or did they? But likely it was super mutants who had nothing better to do. Or maybe the Zaydens are the true artists. We may never know. This monument is found south of Walden Pond if you're interested in exploring the area. But keep your eyes peeled since a super mutant behemoth often appears nearby and he doesn't take kindly to strangers. Also, there is a Carhenge found in Fallout 76, so there does appear to be an epidemic of these strangely situated cars popping up all over the wasteland. I couldn't find any prominent theories about why this is occurring or who's doing this. There's basically no evidence. Most just believe it was either mutants or aliens, which we stated earlier. Why they would do this is anyone's guess. In the game, if you look at your Pip-Boy, you'll notice that you can see the time and the date. This is important for what we're trying to achieve here. If you don't have console commands, then you're going to have to wait or sleep out your time until October 31st or December 25th. When you do, head to Diamond City and you'll find a nice little surprise. On October 31st, Diamond City will be decorated with Halloween decorations, as they apparently still celebrate Halloween. And then on December 25th, you guessed it, it's Christmas time with Christmas decorations. I'm actually still surprised by how many people still don't know about this, but I also don't blame them. Going to Diamond City on these exact dates while you're playing is probably a very slim chance.
This level is where theories and secrets start to get a little more speculative. Still compelling, of course, with some substantial evidence, and others are just mostly for fun. But these should surprise a lot of you guys. You know how the old saying goes, birds aren't real. They're governmental flying cameras keeping watch over us all. I'm not here to debunk that claim, nor am I here to call it a truth. But what is very real is the fact that there are synths in the Commonwealth, and these synths expand beyond simply synthetic humans. The birds in Fallout, at least some of them, are actual spying cameras for none other than the Institute themselves. You can find a number of different TV displays showing random locations throughout the Commonwealth, each sharing one thing in common. The cameras are birds. The SRB, or Synth Retention Bureau, is the organization tasked with keeping eyes on and capturing escaped synths. So it makes sense why they're so keen on playing Big Brother in the Wasteland with their watcher crows. If you were to go slay a cow today, would you expect any type of mechanical components to fall out of it? Even if the cow had grown an extra head through severe radiation devastation, I still wouldn't expect a cow to dispose of mechanical components upon its death. Yet some settlement Brahmin drop a synth component upon death. Brahmin are known for their 2 heads, 8 stomachs, and rumors have it that the bulls themselves have 4 testicles. But dropping a synth component upon death seems too far-fetched to be an oversight, which is why some Brahmin are allegedly synths. It's crazy to think about, but maybe the Institute needed another set of eyes on escaped synths aside from their crows. Speaking about animals in the Wasteland, you've probably seen all of these cute cat paintings before. Have you ever wondered where they all came from and why they are all in such relatively decent condition, and the fact that you can put the paintings in your settlements as if you were purchasing them? That's because they are still being made to this day. Santiago Avita is a painter and RoboBrain from Vault 118 in the Far Harbor DLC. And if you check out his art gallery, you will see none other than all of the paintings you can place in your settlements, even the cat ones. He doesn't really like to paint those, and he thinks he's better than that, but he does it all the same. The theory is that these are then taken to the surface and sold by Pearl. The only evidence we have of this is the fact that Pearl can be found outside of Vault 118 when she's looking for help for the murder quest in Vault 118, and because she runs a shop down there. But this isn't the only theory on cats.
It kindles within me the fire to create as much art as I can.
If birds are simply mobile surveillance units serving the purpose of an ever-present Big Brother, would it be far-fetched to think that cats are synths? We have messed up humans that became ghouls, but cats, they seem perfectly fine. Maybe radiated cats were overlooked in the creation of the game. But to add to this theory, we can look at the guardian of Vault 81, Ashes the cat. Let's rewind for a second. One of the first residents you encounter in Vault 81 isn't a person, it's a cat. Ashes bolts out of the vault and runs headfirst into the Commonwealth wasteland. Later, when you track him down, he's just chilling, calm and composed, and when you tell him to go home, he obeys instantly, navigating the wasteland and returning to Vault 81 flawlessly. No hesitation, no fear, just precision. Now that might seem cute or innocent, but if you've been paying attention to how the Institute operates, this should raise some red flags. If you walk past Ash's owner, Erin, after he returns, she says,
"I'm so excited Ashes is back. But he acts like nothing happened. Is that just a throwaway line? Maybe. Or a hint. Maybe Ashes isn't acting like himself because he's not himself anymore. Vault 81 is extremely cautious. They don't let outsiders in easily, and no known synths have made it inside. So how would the Institute monitor one of the few secure, self-sufficient communities they can't infiltrate? A cat. A simple, adorable, unassuming creature that no one would suspect. It could have been swapped during its time outside of the vault, or the Institute could have intentionally placed it there. Maybe a trader sold it to Erin's parents. After all, vault dwellers don't tend to have pets, and if the player never recovers Ashes during the Hole in the Wall quest, the cat doesn't just disappear, it reappears later, inside the Institute's reactor room during the nuclear option. The cat somehow ends up in one of the most secure facilities in the game. Well, kinda, we don't know if it's the actual cat, but all the cats look the same in the game, which could be another theory, you get my point. Could that be a glitch? Sure. But could that also mean that the Institute had Ashes the entire time? If we push this theory deeper, Vault 81 is hiding a secret, the mole rat virus, a biological anomaly the Institute would absolutely want to study. A synth cat would be the perfect delivery mechanism for gathering a sample, small, agile, and unnoticed. And what about the Vault's crop research lab? Dr. Pensky is doing advanced agricultural research, the kind that shows up again at Warwick Homestead. a location known to be under Institute observation. Could Ashes be ferrying information between the two? Maybe the real question isn't whether Ashes is a synth. Maybe it's how many other pets in the Commonwealth are watching us. This level of the iceberg seems to be the Institute conspiracy level, and it's no different for the humans walking around on the surface. Because wouldn't you know it, Trashcan Carla is a spy for the Institute. And not just her, but multiple people, all knowing of the Institute and the synths and aiding them in their dirty deeds. In the Institute, and more specifically the Synth Retention Bureau, you can find a terminal entry on the Bureau's current operations. One terminal has an entire list of informants located in the Commonwealth. We have Cricket, Tommy Longan, Trashcan Carla, Doc Weathers, AJ, Morawski, Locust Miller, and even Henry Cook. The terminal states, the following individuals have proven useful in our reclamation operations. In exchange for caps, these persons have in the past provided information on escaped synth sightings and suspected railroad activity. If you make a new contact, add the individual to the database. These sick bastards have been working with the Institute right under your nose this whole time. It's pretty mind-blowing to hear it for the first time, and honestly, it's shocking how many there are.
Deacon is secretly following you around long before you officially meet him. When you first enter Diamond City, you'll see Piper and the mayor having their famous argument. But if you look closely in the corner near Officer Sullivan, you'll spot a familiar bald guy in sunglasses. That's actually Deacon disguised as a Diamond City guard. Talk to him and you'll notice his dialogue is different from every other guard. But Diamond City isn't his only disguise. Head to Bunker Hill and after talking to Kessler, glance over to your left. Guess who you'll see? Yup, that same familiar bald guy wearing sunglasses again, this time pretending to be a caravan worker. And just like before, his dialogue is unique. Still skeptical? Well, if you attack either of these disguised versions of Deacon, he won't die. He'll simply drop to the ground because he's marked as essential. And if that's still not enough proof, listen closely.
My job's mainly intel, so the more places I go, the better I'm doing it.
The voice actor for these characters is identical to Deacon's, and visually, the resemblance is spot on. This is clearly Deacon. He'll even state that he's been watching you for a long time when you first meet the railroad and that he knows your character. And when you go west of Vault 111, you will find a chair and some other stuff set up to watch the vault entrance with a railroad sign on it. Deacon has been waiting. Why or how would Deacon know when you were going to emerge from the vault? How did he even know the sole survivor was in there? There's crazy theories that he's a time traveler or the mysterious stranger, stuff like that. There's a more obvious theory that he's a synth and maybe he had background knowledge on the sole survivor and that makes him essentially immortal and he tried waiting for them for a long time. And yes, he will even tell you he's a synth, but he isn't though. Through charisma checks, you can convince him to tell you he's lying, and the note he gives you as his shutdown code is something along the lines of, "Don't trust everything people tell you." But is he also just lying about that? Dude is a walking bag of cats. Vault 101 is of course not located in the Commonwealth, and we know this because it's in Fallout 3's Capital Wasteland. Yet, Vault 101's jumpsuit can be found in Fallout 4. Well, sort of. The Vault 101 jumpsuit can only be obtained through console commands. It's most likely just a leftover piece of content from the creation process of the game. Some people theorize that the suit would have had some importance in the game and then was cut, like maybe a reference to the Lone Wanderer or something. It's still fun to see and use. Makes you think of the good old days.
You can find a unique variant of the mole rat in Fallout 4 in only 2 places of the game, Kendall Parking Garage and USAF Satellite Station Olivia. And these aren't your typical mole rats. Someone decided to strap 2 fragmentation mines onto them using a makeshift bomb vest. And yeah, it's as messed up as it sounds. Because of this explosive setup, fighting these mole rats up close is definitely not recommended. If you hit them with melee attacks, you'll quickly regret it. In the parking garage, there's a strange drifter hanging out on the first level of the area. She's clearly lost a few marbles, talking to the mole rats around her and affectionately calling them ratties. She genuinely sees them as her buddies. She's not aggressive at first, but if she catches you fighting her beloved ratties, she'll immediately jump in to defend them. Also, if she loves them so much, why is she strapping them up with bombs? Jet is one hell of a drug. You ever met a guy named Mac and his little makeshift bar in the wasteland? When you first find him, he's usually talking to himself, and you can spot him in various strange places like near Vault 111, Diamond City, Great Garden, Milton General Hospital, or even by the Deathclaw Nest on the quest The Devil's Due. If you ask Mac why his bar is set up in such odd locations, he'll tell you it's because real estate prices inside settlements are way too high. Sounds eerily familiar. Owning a bar has always been his childhood dream, a place where folks can just relax, have a drink, and share their troubles. Mac also mentions that he once thought about hiring a busty waitress to attract customers, but then he quickly corrects himself, noting that people aren't really into that anymore. Clearly, Mac's doing his best to adapt to the post-apocalyptic market trends. As I'm writing this script, I want to mention that these random encounter characters are so rare or so bugged that sometimes it's almost impossible to find them, even after hours of searching or waiting. So if all we have is pictures, then please forgive us. This shit is grueling for real. So on that note, let's talk about Kat and Gus. This is another random encounter character, a little girl named Kat and her massive sentry bot named Gus who protects her. She is a merchant, and she can sell you things. If you're an evil bastard and you kill Gus for whatever psychopathic reason, she'll say, "You killed my only friend," and then never talk to you again. And that's just really sad.
The freefall legs introduce some wild lore into Fallout, especially because they are just 2 pieces of combat leg armor. Yet the implications of these things are far more unique than some of the most insane items we've seen in Fallout. Back in September 2077, a young intern named Jack Rockford started working at Boston's Mass Fusion building. He quickly noticed a big problem. The elevators constantly malfunctioned and there weren't any emergency stairs. Inspired by the shock-absorbing hydraulics in power armor, Jack created a smaller version using military combat armor. He called his invention the freefall legs, designed to safely absorb the impact of long falls. Jack planned to impress his coworkers by showing off the freefall legs at the company's Christmas party on the rooftop, so he locked them safely away in his office safe. But unfortunately for Jack, on October 23rd, the bombs fell. He ended up trapped in his office, and worst of all, he'd already lost the key to his safe, leaving his invention locked away and unusable. Trapped without food or water, Jack eventually passed away, leaving the freefall legs hidden and untouched for over 200 years. You can find these in the Mass Fusion building, a pair of combat armor leg pieces both carrying the Acrobat legendary effect, which grants them an individual 50% reduction to limb damage. When worn together, fall damage is negated completely, similar to wearing a suit of power armor. This isn't just like a random legendary effect you find in most weapons. They created a canon story as to why these exist, making the technology a possibility in Fallout from here on out. It's pretty wild when you take it into consideration. Remember how we said Deacon is a bag of cats? Well, he's back with an even more insane theory. So some fans believe Deacon is actually the Lone Wanderer from Fallout 3. Sounds wild. It comes from Cool Dr. Money on Reddit, fan theories, and here's his thought process. First, the name Deacon isn't his real name, it's a code name, but there is meaning behind it. A deacon is a religious figure, usually ranked just below a priest. It also means to prepare or doctor something. That lines up nicely with all the biblical symbolism in Fallout 3, like Revelation 21:6 and the Lone Wanderer's father being a literal doctor trying to purify the DC water supply. It's possible that Deacon chose the name as a nod to those events. Timeline-wise, the Lone Wanderer leaves Vault 101 in 2277. Fallout 4 starts in 2287, meaning there's just a 10-year gap. The Lone Wanderer was 19 in Fallout 3, so they'd be around 29 during Fallout 4. That also lines up pretty well with Deacon's assumed age. Deacon also acts very chill during fights. He often cracks sarcastic one-liners and doesn't seem too fazed by danger, which might be the mindset of someone who's seen it all. Or someone who knows death isn't permanent because, hey, reloads exist. One of his suggested team names is Code Violet, which just happens to be part of Harkness's synth recall code from Fallout 3. Coincidence? Maybe. But Harkness was a synth, and Deacon is all in on helping synths. If he is the Lone Wanderer, it would make sense that helping synths is personal for him after what he went through in the Capital Wasteland. Deacon's also known for constantly changing outfits depending on where you take him, something a lot of Fallout 3 players did with their individual character. And the theory goes deeper. If Deacon used to be the Lone Wonder, he'd understand the power and potential of a Vault Dweller. That explains why he was watching Vault 111, why he spies on you early on, and why he vouches for you so hard when you meet the Railroad. Finally, the theory argues that his comfort with combat and surgery just comes from experience. I mean, if you've watched Liberty Prime destroy the Enclave firsthand, a bit of facial reconstruction probably seems like no big deal. It's definitely just a lot of circumstantial evidence, but there seems to be a little something here. I would personally need to see some more meat on the bones, more hard proof type of evidence, but it is an interesting theory.
The Lucky Rabbit's Foot is just a cut weapon that never made it into the game. It takes the space of a grenade and it gives you an extra 10% XP and 3 more to your luck. If you're using console commands, you can check it out for yourself. Dogmeat being a synth is probably a theory a lot of people hold canon in their heads. There's no actual evidence suggesting so, but there's a lot of circumstantial stuff that seems odd. First off, Dogmeat can't die. He's marked as essential in the game, which means no matter what kind of chaos he's caught in, he just gets knocked out and then gets back up later. Now sure, that could just be a gameplay decision so you don't lose your dog, but it's worth pointing out that many important synth characters also can't be killed. So maybe it's more than just a coincidence. Then there's the way he shows up. You first find Dogmeat just hanging around the Red Rocket truck stop conveniently close to Vault 111. He's not wearing a collar, there's no backstory, and no one ever claims him. It's like he was just placed there. Some fans believe the Institute might have put him there on purpose, to keep an eye on you, guide you, or even protect you. Plus, Dogmeat is way too smart. He can sniff out enemies, detect traps, fetch specific items, open doors, you name it. That is not your average dog behavior. That's enhanced intelligence, almost like built-in sensors or programming. And it's not just gameplay. Nick Valentine, who's literally a synth detective, immediately trusts Dogmeat and says things like, "You're not just any mutt, are you?" That line does hit different if you think Dogmeat's hiding something. There's even in-game evidence that the Institute has been experimenting with cybernetic animals, as we know. In the Institute, there's a terminal that talks about something called Project CAMS, which stands for Cybernetic Animal Modification System. It's all about enhancing animals for surveillance or combat. Sound familiar? And speaking of synths, Dogmeat can track them just as easily as he tracks humans. Maybe that's just good dog instincts, but maybe it's some kind of internal tech helping him out. And weirdly enough, he doesn't trigger any synth detection devices or scanners. That would make sense if he were a next-gen prototype. Maybe a Gen 4 synth that doesn't even look human. Even Mama Murphy calls him a Wasteland legend, suggesting he's some immortal being that's traveled the Wasteland with other main characters. Weird. I'm sure we could go on and on about the weird things with Dogmeat, but it is some pretty compelling stuff. This is where things start to get really weird or unknown. The lore is deep here and the theories are even more ridiculous. Alright, let's talk about one of Fallout's biggest lore debates, Jet. So if you've played Fallout 2, you probably remember that Jet was supposedly invented by Myron around 2240. He was this smug teen genius who created the chem using Brahmin dung and slaves as test subjects. Not exactly a stand-up guy. But then you get to Fallout 4 and suddenly Jet is inside Vault 95. Not only that, but if you dig around Vault Tech HQ, you'll find terminals that reference Jet by name in pre-war shipments. So how does that even make sense? Did Jet exist before the war? Wasn't it created way after? That's where the confusion starts. Either Bethesda forgot their own lore, or they're retconning it, or maybe there's a deeper explanation. Honestly, it's not crazy to think that they might have just missed it. There was over a decade between Fallout 2 and 3, and then another 7 years before Fallout 4. Plus, Myron was killed off after Fallout 2, and even in the game's lore, no one liked him. He was a misogynistic, power-hungry kid who enslaved people, abused them for his experiments, and treated women like trash. He even owned prostitutes, doing all of this while being 16. So yeah, not exactly the kind of character people wanted to keep around in the lore. This all gets even more interesting when 76 comes out and they leave Jet out of the game, confirming that this was indeed invented after the bombs fell. So now they're retconning their own retcon. The most likely scenario is that Vault 95 was just a writing error on someone's part, which happens. I don't blame anyone for forgetting that little bastard. Some people online have even said that this is a confirmed statement, that it truly was a writing error, but I couldn't personally find anything official, so if you guys know, then leave it below. Also, if we Occam's razor this, then another answer would be that Myron was just lying. He probably found the recipe and said he created it. It's not like he's some morally upright character that would never lie.
Myron died less than a year after the defeat of the Enclave, stabbed by a Jet addict while drinking in the den. His discovery of Jet was quickly forgotten, and now there is no one who remembers his name.
I'll just make this one quick because the theory could literally go on for days. But basically it states that Fallout 4 is a fabrication of the sole survivor's mind while they are in the cryogenic chamber. Whether to cope with the insane sense of time or trauma, maybe they installed a similar program like Tranquility Lane where you live out your fantasies or are stuck in a personal hell. These theories to me are the most basic because you could truly go on for days connecting random dots that suggest it's a possibility. Because playing video games are obviously going to have those inconsistencies, but you could connect a million other dots suggesting this isn't possible. The Brotherhood of Steel, for example. How would the sole survivor even know that they existed or that a man leading them named Maxon also existed? Mason and I have done countless videos on unmarked locations throughout the Fallout saga, but I have to admit, I think we missed one. RJ Engler Test. It's an unused cell in the game's files of Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC. If you save your game while visiting the test cell, it will save out as Clareland. On the surface, this location reminds me of the nuclear testing sites of the mid-1900s, where fake towns were built in the middle of Nevada so that scientists could review and behold the blast's devastation. Clareland also has empty houses, shacks, stores, and more, all waiting to be experimented with. Interestingly enough, there are unique objects here such as the brooms with screwdrivers attached to them referencing the Disney classic Fantasia, where those iconic marching brooms fill a creepy cavern with water. We also have a children's book reference from The Mouse and the Motorcycle where a mole rat is found on top of a motorcycle. Then there's sheer debauchery such as the Brahmin skull with its eye sockets stuffed with pool balls, or the fish wearing a gas mask referencing the Zodiac book. The list of random, cool, and unique findings go on here. Oh, and if you're looking to exit the cell, type in Cock Sanctuary EXT to teleport out. And yes, that's Cock spelled without the K. Check this big guy out. If you've ever wandered over to the Pinecrest Cavern, which you can get to via heading underneath the Trapper Outpost, you probably noticed it's dark, moist, and dingy. What you may have not noticed is the gigantic skeleton entombed in the wall, notably holding a smaller skeleton's skull and vertebrae. The smaller skeleton isn't a child's body, and the skeleton holding it isn't a normal-sized human. So what does this mean? Giants confirmed. At least at some point in the world's history of Fallout, this big behemoth was apparently ripping humans to shreds long before the Great War ever started. This one is simple. Basically, the devs had created more magazine issues for the game, but for some reason they were never used. You have the issue number 3, Jackie Oh My, issue number 4, and then if you had collected them both, which you can still do using console commands, you would receive the last unused issue, Anchorage the Buzzed Cult Classic, which looks like it was inspired by the military pre-bomb.
Stash is a chem dealer you can run into while out walking around. Her name, yeah, it's exactly what it sounds like. Turns out her parents were deep into chems when they named her, but Stash thinks the name fits her lifestyle just fine. She roams around the wasteland selling chems, usually flanked by her 2 bodyguards, Alexa and Simon, who are also siblings. You'll meet her through a series of random encounters across the map. The first time you bump into her is during one of those choke point random events. She introduces herself and you get a feel for the dynamic between the trio. Simon's not just her bodyguard, he's also one of her customers. He's hooked on chems and that really ticks off Lexa. If everyone survives the first encounter and you keep things friendly, you'll get another chance to meet the crew later on. This time Stash is happy to see you're still alive and kicking. She's still dealing, but now she's talking about how Lexa's getting more and more frustrated with Simon's addiction. Stash even mentions she wants to help Simon kick the habit. Unfortunately, the story takes a dark turn. In a final campsite encounter, you'll find Stash dead. No sign of her chem stash, and her bodyguards are nowhere around. Later on, you might run into Simon again, but things have changed. He's running with a group of raiders now, and he's hostile on sight. No dialogue, no catching up, just violence. Simon apparently never kicked his habit, and he took out Stash and took her stash with him. Then he became a raider. It's probably one of the most complex random encounter scenarios you can find in the game. Meeting them not once, not twice, but literally 4 more times all in random encounters is highly unlikely. And by the time you did, you'd probably have forgotten who Simon even was. This might be the most talked about theory in all of Fallout 4. Debates are still raging on to this day as to why Nate and Nora are a synth. It was a common theory that people entertained when the game first came out, but with the arrival of Far Harbor, people really started to look at it more seriously. In Far Harbor, there's a synth there named Dima, a seemingly self-proclaimed philosopher and aide to all synths in the wasteland. When you meet him, you'll get some special dialogue. One of the things he asks you is, what is your first memory? All of your responses are about the bombs dropping. It doesn't seem like being frozen would affect your memories though, so why would the bombs falling be the very first memory that you remember? Shouldn't you remember your childhood friends or when you met your spouse? Some claim that this isn't the case and that the opening cutscene in Fallout is the sole survivor's memories, or the fact that they remember what Diamond City used to look like before the war, or baseball and how to play it, or even your spouse in the park a year ago. The counter argument to this would be that the Institute implanted memories into you, which we've seen done before with synths like Nick Valentine. But why then does Vault-Tec Ghoul remember you before the bombs fell? Or the robots at the USS Constitution knowing about your military past? Dima goes on to goad the sole survivor into admitting that they're a synth potentially. Well, it's one of the conclusions you can infer about yourself in the dialogue options. There are other points that people bring up suggesting that the theory is valid. Some fans point to the fact that the sole survivor wakes up after 200 years in perfect health. While cryosleep is explained in universe, the fact that no muscle atrophy or severe psychological effects occur has raised eyebrows. The intro is a bit stylized, and some theorists suggest that the sole survivor's pre-war memories could have been implanted. Like we said before with other synths similar to Nick Valentine's memory conflict. The Institute also has advanced synth technology and is capable of memory implantation and creating synths indistinguishable from humans, even to themselves. It's not far-fetched that they'd create a version of the sole survivor to monitor the Commonwealth or fulfill a deeper role. Also, why would the Institute allow you to access Sean so easily once you find him? Some say it's because you're part of the plan, a synth experiment in loyalty, morality, or emotional development. Sean even offers you a leadership role without much resistance, which seems odd unless you were meant to be there. And the sole survivor quickly becomes incredibly skilled in weapons, survival, hacking, medicine, and etc. Abilities that feel almost too good for someone who was a lawyer or a soldier 200 years ago. Some theorize these are built-in programs or enhancements rather than natural talent, similar to the augments found in New Vegas DLC Old World Blues and the experiments that occur there. Also, Bethesda loves open-ended mystery. There's never a definitive statement that confirms you're not a synth. The game ends without revealing much about your physical nature. The lack of DNA or test results, unlike for Sean or others, is suspicious to some. I'm sure I could find a lot more examples of suggested evidence. Then there's the arguing side, and in my opinion, the evidence is stronger on this side. Take for example the foremost Dr. Amari. With her memory pods, she's able to scan a person's brain, meaning she can tell if someone's a synth. As demonstrated during the Railroad questline, she can even rewrite a synth's memories if they opt into the procedure, something particularly useful for those struggling with PTSD. In Emergent Behavior, it's revealed that this ability stems from the synth's cybernetic nature, specifically the presence of a synth component. It shows that Amari can detect this synth component. She can identify a synth when she sees one, even someone like the sole survivor. If the sole survivor were a synth, Amari would have said so, bound by the Hippocratic Oath and just being a generally good person. She would have brought it up. This is someone who risks everything to help the Railroad after all. But instead of dropping a bombshell about our memories being fake, she supports our wild mission to destroy the Institute. She doesn't say our memories are fabricated, and she certainly never mentions a synth component in our head, because apparently there is no synth component. I don't want to dredge on too long because I think we all get the point of this one, and I'm not here to solve the case. No one can at this point in time. But it is a fun theory, and I think people take it a little too seriously.
This is a very unknown Easter egg found in one of Fallout 4's DLCs called Nuka World. Head to the Disciples layer and then climb all the way to the top of the structure, literally onto the roof of it. There you will find a little plaque or whatever, which appears to be Han Solo when he was frozen in carbonite in Star Wars. This thing is a one-of-a-kind creation. Usually Bethesda creates Easter eggs using their in-game assets, but this one was created for the sole purpose of being an Easter egg. Pretty cool. The first place the sole survivor can hear whispers about the legendary grenade guy is Hardware Town, located just southwest of Diamond City. The area is crawling with raiders, and if the player approaches the front entrance, a raider posing as a distressed settler will call for help before darting inside. Classic trap.
Hey! I told
you to bring them into the basement. Shut up! They're headed this way now. Be ready.
Once the ambush is handled and the building cleared, you can exit through the back door, where more raiders are waiting. But if you sneak out unnoticed, you'll catch two of them chatting. One of the raiders recounts a bizarre encounter.
Becca pulled him into the front of the store and everything seemed fine, right? He must have got spooked or something, because he suddenly starts throwing grenades everywhere.
They tried to lure in some poor sap with the same fake settler routine, but this guy didn't react like normal. When he realized it was a setup, he started hurling grenades, except they were just rocks. Even weirder, the guy was making all the explosion sounds himself. Then, without missing a beat, he began making machine gun noises, slowly backing toward the entrance. The raiders were so stunned they didn't react. The man escaped, and outside, he pretended to hop on a motorcycle, complete with ignition, revving, and gear shifting sound effects, as he rode off into the wasteland. By the way, how do these raiders even know what a motorcycle sounds like? That's a theory in itself. Anyways, that's not the last time you'll hear about him. Another group of raiders hiding out in an old parking lot near Trinity Plaza has their own story. If you sneak close without being spotted, you'll overhear more chatter about this strange character. One raider on watch duty recalls seeing a man sprinting down the road, heading straight toward the super mutants at Trinity Tower. The guy doesn't stop. The mutants don't even react. Everyone, raiders and mutants alike, is frozen in disbelief as the man zooms by, once again making motorcycle noises with his mouth. Not exactly a common occurrence in the Boston ruins. As he nears the tower, the man digs into his bag, pulls out another grenade, pretends to yank the pin with his teeth, and tosses it into the lobby. Then, revving up his imaginary bike, he makes a loud boom sound and peels off into the distance, leaving everyone too confused to do anything but stare. And thus ends the strange, unforgettable tale of Grenade Guy. Unfortunately, we never get to meet him or hear more about him, but he will always stay a legend in our hearts.
Fucking nuts. You guys take him out? No, we just stood there. We couldn't believe what we were seeing.
In the Beacon Hill neighborhood of Boston, the Vault-Tec Region HQ was of course the headquarters for Vault-Tec's Commonwealth region, prior to the area being known as the Commonwealth. Let's start here. A few weeks before the war began, the facility was having tremors of troubles. Martin Reed, an employee at the HQ, noticed that his employers were a bit unhinged. Matt found mass shipments of drugs, and addictive ones at that, going directly to Vault 95 and calling foul play to the residents, which of course his boss denied any wrongdoing. Matt was then tipped off that a shipment for Vault 111 was in the basement of the HQ and to not open the shipment, but of course he opened it and found liquid nitrogen. Circumstances like this, or the fact we get insight that his boss once broke a pool cue over another employee's head because the employee stood too close to the table when the boss was making his shot, yeah, that happened. The boss, known as Frank Davidson, also noted in his personal log on October 13th that if an employee by the name of Sharon accidentally spilled coffee on his new t-shirt, he would come unglued and stab her in the throat with his pen. By October 17th, he fulfilled his personal oath. And thus we see a pen stab skeleton in Vault-Tec's HQ. Sharon definitely had it coming though. Kidding. But it was probably the most merciful death considering everyone got obliterated by radiation anyway. By October 19th, Frank had the same desire to discipline Matt for addressing his theories on the company's evil plans to their respective vault dwellers. It's safe to say Frank Davidson was a horrible boss. Welcome to the bottom. It is dark and strange here. Everything needs to be taken with a healthy dose of skepticism, but it will make you think. Do you remember Vault 118's purpose? Let me refresh your memory. Vault 118, located beneath the Cliff's Edge Hotel, was designed as an exclusive vault for the ultra-rich, disguised as a luxury hotel. The plan involved a social experiment where 10 wealthy residents would live in comfort with robot staff, while up to 300 working-class individuals would be confined to a cramped inferior wing. The elite would have full legal control over the lower class, enforced by the robots. However, this plan was never completed. Construction of the second wing was halted when lead investor Ezra Parker stopped funding it. Instead, only the elite moved in, eventually transferring their brains into robo-brains to survive the looming war. After the vault was sealed during the Great War, the Overseer remained the only human, surrounded by unstable robo-brains. Years later, a murder inside the vault led the robotic residents to call for an outsider detective's help. The outside detective, of course, being you. Now, if you're asking yourself what Autumn Leaves is, I got you covered. Autumn Leaves is a highly praised Fallout New Vegas mod known for its polished, mystery-driven questline, excellent writing, and strong voice acting. The claim is that a quest in Fallout 4's Far Harbor DLC is strikingly similar to Autumn Leaves in both plot and vault design, almost too similar.
Years before the nuclear catastrophe, a handful of wealthy men and women grew increasingly worried by the political unrest across their countries.
It's worth noting that the mod, at least based on user comments, features deeper dialogue, more branching paths, and richer characters compared to the more streamlined mass market feel of the DLC quest. To be honest, I never tried the Autumn Leaves mod, so I can't make a judgment call myself. If you have and you've played Vault 118 as well, what are your thoughts? Is 118 plagiarized? Or is this simply a coincidence?
The library would not die with him. He spent his time reprogramming his robots.
Let's hear what Pam has to say.
Preliminary adjustments to statistical models complete. Commencing introduction. I was, am, and will most likely be Pam. Predictive Analytic Machine.
The Predictive Analytic Machine, or PAM, is a highly complex AI associated with an altered version of an Assaultron unit based out of Railroad HQ. She, or it, was developed in 2067 as part of a joint project between the Defense Intelligence Agency and the military. Designed to predict the future using data input by humans, its true purpose was to prevent nuclear war. Eventually, PAM was installed in a modified Assaultron body for mobility and easier relocating during potential enemy attacks. The theory behind this Assaultron starting the war came from a line the robot mentioned stating, "I don't like too many unknown variables." An odd thing to say considering her entire life is based out of computing and estimating the future based on nothing but unknown variables. Yet I think we can all resonate with Pam to a degree. Sometimes we go to work and have to figure out a complex situation. That's what people are paid to do, but it doesn't mean we like the complexity of issues at times. Just like Pam doesn't like predicting the future on guesswork. This brings us to the second point that Pam will actually complain about humanity causing her predictions to be skewed, which has led some fans to speculate that since humans are an inconsistent variable, why not rid the world of them? Ultimately, Pam is a predictive modeling machine. And like any predictive model, just because you have one doesn't mean the model is going to make the choice for you. It's ultimately up to humanity to seal its fate, and really that's the theme of Fallout, humanity living with its consequences. It's just unfortunate that humans, ghouls, or robots for that matter have to live with the consequences even if they didn't necessarily want to be a part of it to begin with.
If you're afraid of things like dolls or mannequins, this one might not be your cup of tea. The theory suggests that the mannequins found in the Commonwealth are in fact alive. I know it sounds crazy, but there's actually some substance here which kind of blew my mind while researching it. First off, let's talk about the surface level stuff. Basically, you'll find mannequins all over the wasteland, not just in Fallout 4. And that's fine, because stores and places like that would have them put on display. But then why do we always find them in the most remote or odd places? Could it be raiders or mutants moving them? Yeah, sure. But all of them? Just seems like an odd coincidence. But what's even worse is that you'll find them positioned in strange ways, like holding machetes or weapons over dead bodies. Now let's get into the real meaty stuff. When you go to Far Harbor and you're exploring the underwater depths at your leisure, you might run across this vessel. Inside are hordes of mannequins, all carrying weapons or just staring. They'll even spook you as you loot the shipping containers nearby. But the creepiest part about all of this is the note that the captain left that you can find. It says, "I can't wait to drop these damn mannequins off." The crew is starting to claim that they're hearing weird noises from the cargo. Maybe they're just playing pranks on me. Whatever, we're almost there. Okay, so far nothing concrete, but it is a little weird, right? What gets even crazier is that in Fallout 76, there was a quest that got cut where mannequins in a shopping center were to come alive and take the identities of dead workers. Yes, Bethesda was going to literally make a quest where the mannequins actually come alive and try to murder you. I have my own two theories on how this is possible. One, the mannequins in 76 would be a reference to the long-running joke that all mannequins are alive. Bethesda would have made them machines most likely, robots that were meant to protect the store or maybe just move around to display items better. Or the more fun theory, mannequins in the series are possessed by ghosts. I know that might sound crazy, but ghosts in Fallout are confirmed. We made a whole video on that explaining all the ghost sightings and even conversations you can have with the dead. It's probably some of the strangest lore in Fallout. but it could explain why the mannequins are so murderous and alive. It's the spirits of millions of people attaching to objects after being unfairly torn away from their world thanks to the bombs. Regardless, it's all a little disturbing. Similar to the mannequins, we have the gnomes. If you've had a chance to play Far Harbor, then you may have noticed the gnomes can be found everywhere, in unsettling positions. We see gnomes constantly surrounding skeletons as if they had something to do with the deceased folks of Maine. Perhaps there's a secret coalition of murderous gnomes roaming the island, wreaking havoc on its citizens. I mean, we have gnomes with knives popping a brewski, or the little fella underneath the dock trying to take a picture of the recent kill from above, or even this guy caught in the act decapitating numerous corpses. The thing is, gnomes aren't the only inanimate objects finding themselves in interesting circumstances. As we know, you have the mannequins and the teddy bears that can all be found in coffins or on top of cannons, as if they deliberately placed themselves there when nobody was watching. Or we could take this iceberg a step further and assume a lone wanderer is posing these objects up around the island in weird positions, since apparently he or she has nothing better to do. The true answer though, it's a fun ruse to add context and humor to the world, and they're considered a set dressing. If you ever took a first glance at the globes in the game, they might look right on par with what you'd expect. We have Australia, the fragmented islands of Southeast Asia, North America, and you get the picture. But if you ever map it out, like quite literally extend the map horizontally, you'd find that Europe looks overly full, as if the seas and the bodies of water are missing. Even the Great Lakes of North America look filled in. So the theory of course springs up. Did the Great War have a significant impact on Earth's geography? Or did the artists not do a good enough job on accurately depicting the world map? Of course, the Great War impacted the world's geography at a more minute level, at least that we're aware of. But overall, the globes in the game are incorrect. I'd like to give a shout out to a user named P. Dobrev who took the time and diligence to look into the matter. He goes on to describe that a Nukipedia entry in a brief summary states, on the globes and the maps of the world in Fallout 4, it appears that the Mediterranean Sea has either dried up or was purposefully drained due to it being colored the same as large land masses. If the Mediterranean was purposefully drained during or before the Resource War by the European Commonwealth, this may be a reference to Project Atlantopa, in which Europe drained the Mediterranean Sea for easier access to natural resource. But as I mentioned earlier, the Great Lakes are also colored in, which aren't in Europe. He also found that the Black Sea, Caspian Sea, and the Red Sea were all missing too. It appears that a map taken from Wikimedia Commons was used to draw inspiration on the globes in the game. And when you try to Photoshop the map with Quick Selection tool, it initially doesn't recognize those lakes or seas, and it colors it all in one color. So, to sum it up, the globes were a poor Photoshop job. But considering the rest of the game looks absolutely beautiful, and considering it became a conspiracy theory amongst fans of the game, it's cool to see an oversight like this get added to the lore of Fallout.
I'm here today to tell you that because of your family service to our country, you have been pre-selected for entrance into the local vault. Vault 111.
Vault 111 seems pretty straightforward at first glance. It's described as a cryogenic facility designed to test the long-term effects of freezing humans for future space travel or post-war survival. One of the rare control vaults, right? A vault where things actually went according to plan for once. But there's a theory floating around that flips all of that on its head. It suggests that the real test subjects weren't the people inside the cryopods, but the scientists running the vault. It makes a weird kind of sense, especially when you look at how Vault Tech operated across the series. They never really ran normal experiments. Vault 11 forced people to vote someone to die every year. Vault 19 stirred up paranoia by dividing people based on color. Vault 112 let a single man trap people in horrific virtual reality scenarios for his own entertainment. Vault Tech loved stress testing human morality and behavior, so why would Vault 111 be any different? Think about it. The residents inside the cryopods didn't do anything. They weren't making choices, they weren't being monitored for complex behavior, they were frozen solid within minutes. Very passive, completely out of the picture. But the scientists? They were trapped underground, with no contact from the outside world, forced to maintain life support systems for people they couldn't interact with. They had to follow orders they likely didn't fully understand, all while slowly running out of food and losing hope that anyone would ever come let them out. You can actually read some of this in the Overseer's terminal. The logs start off professional and clinical, but then you see them shift. morale starts to drop, and food supplies dwindle while tensions rise. Eventually there's talk of revolt, staff refusing to obey orders, fear of being overthrown. The final entries are basically chaos. Everything breaks down. The experiment collapses. If the purpose was just to test cryosleep, why put the staff through that much psychological pressure? It honestly feels more like Vault-Tec wanted to see how long these people could stay loyal, and what they'd do when pushed too far. Also, let's not forget, Vault 111 is labeled as a control vault. But Vault-Tec's idea of control always comes with a catch. Nearly every so-called control vault we've ever heard about still had some hidden variable. What if the lie wasn't about the vault's purpose, but who was actually being tested? Now here's where it gets even more interesting. The sole survivor, you weren't supposed to wake up. The only reason you escaped was because of Kellogg and the Institute, and even then, it wasn't part of the original plan. Once the system failed and you emerged into the Commonwealth, it's possible that even then, someone was still watching. Maybe your journey wasn't entirely free of Vault-Tec's influence. After all, Vault-Tec had no problem playing the long game. At the end of the day, maybe the frozen residents were just variables, part of a bigger setup designed to test the people who were still conscious, the scientists, the ones who had to watch it all go wrong in slow motion, the ones who thought they were in charge only to realize too late that they were the rats in the maze.
Most players brush off Mama Murphy as just another quirky wasteland character, a jet-addicted old lady sitting in a chair spouting cryptic nonsense. But there's a theory that she's more than that. Some people believe Mama Murphy is actually a psyker, someone with legitimate psychic abilities, not just high on chem's insight, but real supernatural powers. This idea doesn't come out of nowhere. First, it's worth noting that psyker isn't just a fan-made term. It's something that's rooted in Fallout lore. Back in Fallout 2, there were a few rare individuals who displayed psychic phenomena. The most notable example was the psyker enemies found in the Sierra Army Depot. They had dangerous mental abilities, including telepathy and pyrokinesis. So, psychic powers do exist in the Fallout universe. They're extremely rare, but they're not out of the question. Now, back to Mama Murphy. Throughout Fallout 4, she makes predictions about people, events, and places that she shouldn't realistically know anything about. She talks about Sean being alive even before the sole survivor knows for sure. She knows where Kellogg is. She mentions a shrouded man, which is a pretty spot-on description of the Courser, and hints at key plot points involving the Institute long before the player gets close to discovering them. Sure, these could be written off as lucky guesses, but the consistency and accuracy of her visions are hard to ignore. The game leans into the idea that her visions are drug-induced. She specifically says the chems help her see the sight. But some fans argue that the drugs aren't the source of her powers, they're just a way for her to tap into them. Think of it like a radio tuning into a frequency. The chems, especially Jet and Psycho, might be allowing her to temporarily break through into some deeper perception of time and space. In other words, the drugs don't create the sight, they unlock it. Another interesting detail, the way the other characters treat her. Some of the other settlers around Sanctuary refer to her with a strange mix of respect and caution. Even Preston, who's a pretty grounded guy, doesn't outright dismiss her ramblings. It's as if people know there's something off about her, and not just the chems. So is Mama Murphy a full-blown psyker? Maybe. At the very least, she fits the mold. Strange knowledge, unexplained visions, drug-induced trances, and eerie accuracy about the world around her. Whether it's supernatural ability, latent psychic power, or a freak mutation from the wasteland, it's hard to just call her a crazy old lady. There's definitely something more going on under that tattered cloak and cloudy stare.
Here's something a lot of Fallout fans have wondered. Why can't you keep playing after the Battle of Hoover Dam? Well, originally Obsidian did consider post-game content, but it was scrapped for a surprising reason. According to the devs, per Eurogamer, we put a lot of effort into the ending slides. We know those slides are really popular with people, so we want to make sure there's a huge amount of variety and reactivity with that stuff. Initially, we talked about trying to support post-gameplay, but because the changes that can happen at the end of the game are pretty major, this is what it basically came down to. Either have the changes feel really major in the end slides and then have them not be very major after the end of the game, or make them really minor and not that impactful. Senior producer Jason Bergman added to Destructoid, quote, "We tell the full story of every one of your companions through the end of their lives. And it's weird to do all that and then jump back and say, okay, now you can keep going again," quote. The devs wanted the ending to actually mean something and have the story continue. It'd be kind of like finishing a novel and then trying to reopen it and write a few more chapters. The story's over and your impact has been sealed.
The legate is crowned as the new Caesar. He entered the Strip as though it was a military target, destroying anyone who resisted him.
In addition, a package courier found shot in the head near Good Springs has reportedly regained consciousness and made a full recovery. Now that's a delivery service you can count on.
Mr. New Vegas is an AI. This one's really easy to miss if you're just tuning in for the tunes, but it's officially confirmed. Mr. New Vegas, the smooth talking DJ you hear across the Mojave, isn't a real person at all. He's actually an artificial intelligence created by Mr. House himself before the bombs fell. Designed to be the voice of New Vegas, he's been broadcasting non-stop ever since. Calm, polite, and always weirdly upbeat no matter how bad things get out there. What makes this interesting is that the game never tells you this outright. There's no moment where the courier finds a robot or terminal that spills the beans. But a pre-release Bethesda blog casually drops the detail, calling him, quote, literally just a voice, quote. And a USA Today interview with Wayne Newton, who voices Mr. New Vegas, backs it up too. Wayne stated that Mr. New Vegas is interesting because he's just a voice on the radio. He has no body. He was created by Mr. House, so he's literally just a voice. He tells what's going on in the world and he's always upbeat, and he has some very bizarre lines. So if you didn't know, the rumors are confirmed. New Vegas is purely AI.
This one's not confirmed in-game, but it's one of those fan theories that just feels plausible enough to make you wonder. You'll find the lonesome drifter sitting alone by a billboard, guitar in hand, looking like a young, wandering Johnny Cash. When you talk to him, he mentions he's out looking for his father. A mysterious fella, he says. A stranger, even. And if you recruit him for the talent pool quest and pass a barter check, he gives you the Mysterious Magnum, a revolver that literally plays the mysterious stranger's theme music when drawn. That's not exactly subtle. Dig a little deeper and it gets even more interesting. In an old developer interview, Josh Sawyer mentioned that if he had more development time, they wanted to script an event where if you attacked the lonesome drifter, the mysterious stranger himself would show up and defend him. It never made it in, but the idea definitely adds fuel to the theory. Whether it's just a clever Easter egg type of scenario or a scrap story thread, the clues are all there. Maybe the drifter's just a guy with a guitar. Or maybe he's got a little VATS-powered family legacy behind him. What do you think? Back when Fallout New Vegas launched, pre-ordering from different retailers actually scored you different gear packs. And while none of them were game-breaking, they definitely gave you a leg up in the Mojave. There were 4 in total, and let me just say that this was a peak video game buying experience. I kind of miss the days of having to choose where I'm having to drive in order to buy the game and feeling like I could go talk about it with friends at school. Back when lines around GameStop formed for highly anticipated games. But back to the story. GameStop gave you a classic pack with a patched up Vault 13 suit, a weathered 10mm pistol, and the iconic Vault 13 canteen to keep hydration in check. Amazon had the Tribal pack, complete with Raider armor, a broad machete, and throwing spears. Steam and Walmart players got the Caravan pack featuring lightweight leather armor, binoculars, and a sturdy shotgun built for the road. And finally, Best Buy gave you the Mercenary pack with sleek metal armor and fast reloading grenade rifle and enough medical supplies to keep your limbs intact after an encounter with a super mutant. Each pack had its own vibe, and while none were essential, they made those early hours in the wasteland just feel a bit more personalized. We felt this one was worth mentioning since the video game buying experience has evolved over time, and many newer Fallout fans never got to experience buying New Vegas in the OG days. Two Bears High-Fiving is a tribal living in the Zion Canyon in the Honest Hearts DLC. If you've got the Wild Wasteland trait right before you meet Joshua Graham, this guy walks out of Angel Cave, pumps his fist in the air like he made some type of accomplishment, and then he casually just walks back inside. That's it. No epic speech, no quest, just his tribal fist-pumping glory. He spouts the usual dead horse one-liners, but what's the real story here? The character is a reference to a mod that changes one of the available options to Two Bears High-Fiving for the last Inkblot test during Ain't That a Kick in the Head. According to Josh Sawyer, this little moment was a team-wide decision. And honestly, it's a solid blink and you'll miss it Easter egg.
Beneath the glitz and neon of New Vegas, there's something a little more hidden, and a little more real. The Mojave Wasteland is laced with an extensive underground sewer system, accessible from manholes scattered around the map. These tunnels connect various parts of the city and serve as a sort of shadowy underbelly of New Vegas. You'll find feral ghouls, old maintenance rooms, and even scavengers down there. Ultimately, there's not a ton down here in terms of in-game assets, but what's wild is how closely this mirrors real-life Las Vegas. Underneath the actual strip, there's a massive network of storm drainage tunnels originally built to prevent flash floods in the desert, which occur quite often in monsoon season. Over time, these tunnels became known as the homeless tunnels, a hidden community where hundreds of people live off-grid, shielded from the brutal summer sun and the tourist surface world above. There's basically an entire economy in the city's underbelly, but we won't dive into that in this video. The point is this. In New Vegas, these underground routes reflect the duality, the city of lights built on top of a forgotten space filled with danger, survival, and people trying to carve out a life in the shadows. It's a subtle detail, but it shows just how deeply New Vegas was rooted in the real world it's loosely based on.
Finding it though, that's not the hard part. It's letting go.
Most players finish Dead Money by defying Father Elijah and escaping the Sierra Madre with their life, and maybe a few gold bars if they're clever. But there's a far more sinister and lesser known path hidden in the DLC. You can actually side with Father Elijah and help him unleash the Cloud and his hologram army across the Mojave. This ending is tucked away in the game's files and narration that was fully voiced and written by the devs. If you go along with Elijah's plan, the Mojave descends into a kind of apocalyptic second end of the world scenario.
In the years that followed, the legend of the Sierra Madre faded, and there were no new visitors to the city. Years later, when a mysterious blood-red cloud began to roll across the Mojave, then west toward the Republic, no one knew where it had come from. Only that it brought death in its wake. Attempts to find the source of the toxic cloud failed. The Mojave was cut off. Through the cloud, lights were seen from Helios 1. There were stories of ghosts immune to gunfire who struck down anyone they saw with rays of light. The last chapter of the Mojave came when a modified Repcon rocket struck Hoover Dam, releasing a blood-red cloud, killing all stationed there. All attempts to penetrate the cloud and retake the dam failed, and both the NCR and Legion finally turned away from it, citing the place as cursed. In the years that followed, the legend of the Sierra Madre faded, and there were no new visitors to the city. Only 2 remained alive in the depths of the cloud at the Sierra Madre, waiting for their new world to begin again.
The epilogue describes a blood-red cloud slowly rolling west from the Sierra Madre, swallowing everything in its path. The NCR patrols vanish. Helios 1 lights up with deadly beams, and rumors spread of a ghost immune to gunfire. The holograms now roaming the Mojave. Eventually, a modified Repcon rocket hits Hoover Dam, unleashing the cloud and wiping out all who remain. The NCR and Legion abandon the region, declaring it cursed. In the end, only 2 people survive, you and Father Elijah, sealed away in the toxic heart of the Sierra Madre, waiting for your new world to begin. It's one of the darkest possible futures in the Fallout universe, and it shows just how far the writing in Dead Money was willing to go, if you were willing to follow it into madness. You didn't think we'd only give one of the alternate endings to Dead Money, did you? If you get too greedy, if you give in to the siren song of the Sierra Madre's vault and fail to escape, you unlock one of the darkest and most philosophical endings in the entire series. In this rarely seen outcome, the courier becomes trapped inside the Sierra Madre vault, sealed forever behind layers of pre-war security, gold, and desperation. Over time, they die alone, entombed beneath the casino. But that's not where this story ends. The Sierra Madre doesn't forget them. In a final twist, the casino's systems create a new hologram, a flickering specter known in your own image. Originally intended for someone else, it now becomes a walking, glowing echo of the person who came seeking treasure and never left. The line hits really hard, quote, "a means of allowing even the dead to begin again," end quote. Some fans interpret this ending as the courier being immortalized by the Sierra Madre, not remembered but repurposed. Others see it as a metaphor for greed, obsession, or the danger of chasing legacy in a world that has no room for it anymore. Either way, it means that you become a ghost, a pre-programmed puppet trapped in a gilded tomb, doomed to patrol the halls of a place that feeds on hope and memory. You don't get credits, no parade, no resolution, just flickering blue light and an eternity of silence.
The courier, lured by the promise of the Sierra Madre, could not escape. Once inside the vault, the casino did not let go. When the courier finally passed away, the casino created a new hologram to walk with the other ghosts that filled its casino. It was a pre-programmed homage intended for another. It assumed a new meaning in the likeness of the courier, a means of allowing even the dead to begin again.
Ever wonder what lies past the invisible walls of the Mojave? Well, if you break free of the map's borders, you'll find something strange. 15 to 20 minutes worth of fully rendered terrain, complete with hills, dried riverbeds, winding paths, and even a few scattered ruins. What's odd is that none of this land is used in the main game or any of the DLCs. There's no quests, no enemies, no markers, just an eerily quiet, detailed geography that serves no immediate purpose. It's as if the developers were planning something out there and then abandoned it. Or maybe it was meant to sell the illusion of an open world you can't fully reach. Some fans believe it was intended for cut content, maybe an early NCR outpost or a planned DLC that was never realized. Others think that it was just there to make the Mojave feel bigger and more real. The most likely reason I could tell you from research is that the game was simply supposed to be bigger and was designed to be more scaled, but we never got that bigger version. Whatever the reason is, it adds a surreal, liminal feel when you explore it, like walking into the backstage of the game's reality. If you've ever wandered into the Vicky and Vance casino early in New Vegas and wondered why nothing seems to happen, like no gambling, no working cashier, no action, you're not alone. A lot of players assume it's just an unfinished or broken area, but it's actually working exactly as intended. It just takes a lot of patience. The casino, named after the Bonnie and Clyde inspired duo Vicky and Vance, was once Prim's big draw, Las Vegas on a budget. But after the Powder Gangers overran the town and killed the sheriff, the residents locked themselves inside the casino for safety, and then all the gambling operations shut down. So here's the cool part. After completing the quest My Kind of Town and installing a new sheriff, the casino doesn't just magically reopen. You have to wait in-game for at least 1 to 2 days. Then a scripted event triggers. A group of bumbling NCR deserters try to take over the casino, and then you'll have to deal with them. After that, wait 3 more in-game days, and finally the casino floor comes back to life. The slot machines will activate, the cashier opens up, and you can finally gamble your caps away under the neon lights. It's one of those mechanics that flies under the radar for most players, especially because there's no quest marker or formal objective pointing you to wait. But if you give it time, the Vicky and Vance does reopen, and it becomes one of the earliest functioning casinos you can access in the game.
If you've ever been tuned into Radio New Vegas and heard Mr. New Vegas casually mention reports of a large object or creature spotted in the waters of Lake Mead, you might have thought you were hearing things, but no, you weren't. There's a real in-game broadcast describing grainy, underexposed photos of something massive lurking beneath the lake's surface, New Vegas's own Mojave Nessie. After completing the quest Valere, where the courier helps the boomers raise a pre-war bomber from the bottom of Lake Mead, Mr. New Vegas returns with yet another broadcast. This time, he reports sightings of a strange creature within the lake, but chalks it up to Wastelanders misidentifying the recently surfaced plane. Still, that hasn't stopped fans and in-game myth hunters from taking the story seriously. The idea of something ancient, mutated, or unnatural living beneath the calm waters of Lake Mead taps right into the post-apocalyptic folklore of the wasteland. Whether it's a clever narrative red herring or the start of something deeper Obsidian never followed up on, the Lake Mead monster remains one of New Vegas's most subtle and strangely believable urban legends. Tucked away in the far north of the Mojave, just south of Nellis Air Force Base, there's a strange, half-finished location that never quite made it into the final version of New Vegas. Known only as Underpass, it was originally planned to be a small settlement with its own mayor, quest lines, citizens, and a malfunctioning water purifier. In the final game, it's little more than a quiet, barren area filled with mad Brahmin. But the leftover data tells a much deeper story. Game files reveal that Underpass had a full faction, 6 named citizens, and a mayor named Meg Reynolds, complete with early voice dialogue and AI packages for sleeping and wandering. One notable resident was Carlisle St. Clair III, a character who doesn't quite fit in and is even mentioned in the Beyond the Beef quest flowchart in the game's official guide. You were originally supposed to track him down in Underpass as part of the quest. There's also a quest stub called V Freeform Underpass, which involved fixing the town's water purifier. Scripted message boxes like the Underpass water repaired message still exist, even though the purifier itself is missing. There's also a strange ranch house nearby, stocked with maize and moonshine stills, all of it marked as property of the now defunct Underpass faction. If you try to enter it with the original NPCs still enabled, they'd actually turn hostile on you. By the time New Vegas shipped, most of Underpass had been stripped down, and the area was seemingly repurposed by simply dropping in some mad Brahmin to fill the empty space. But the ghost of a full town, complete with politics, problems, and side quests, is still there in the game's DNA. One thing is for certain, we'd all die for Doc Mitchell. What you may have not considered before is that depending on your player's stats that you boost, Doc Mitchell will elicit a different phrase. I won't try and do voice work for what he says because nobody can deliver it quite like Doc. So sit back and enjoy.
Surprised anybody'd want to tangle with you. Heck, you could go Deathclaw hunting with a switch. Nothing gets by you, huh? Could've used you when I lost my keys last month. I guess that explains how you're still alive. You're built solid as an oak. Good to see them bullets didn't affect your charm none. Look at that. Maybe them bullets done your brain some good. Most patients don't get out of bed after being shot and then move like they was in perfect control. You're unusual, I'll say that. With luck like yours, I'm surprised them bullets didn't just turn right around and climb back into the gun.
The fort might be already one of the more unsettling places in New Vegas due to its slaves and crucifixions, but what's really weird is how much content was planned for the Legion and was quietly cut. For starters, there was a scrap quest involving poisoned meat tied to a character named Siri, a slave girl who would have been found near a Brahmin pen. The player could investigate a diseased Brahmin, convince Siri to give them the meat, and then you could use it to poison the Legion's stew. Messages like these still exist in the files, and there's even dialogue from a Nightkin reacting to the aftermath, saying head voices wonder why bulldoggies die, hinting at a slow infectious spread. Sadly, there's no finished script to actually carry out the poisoning. It was all left half-built, with items like infected Brahmin meat even being shuffled over to the Ultralux later. Even the fort itself was meant to be larger. There's clear nav meshing and pathing that suggests the player could once explore the outer tent camp, not just the gated area. Slaves were supposed to carry supplies between the two, walking physical paths rather than just teleporting in and out of existence. And then there's Benny. Originally, once captured by Caesar, he was going to be locked in a literal cage. There are scripts and cut dialogue that support this, including an unused encounter where if he was freed, he would sneak up on you using a stealth boy. He'd then confront you and he'd open fire. No talking him down, just a final showdown. That entire sequence was scrapped, probably to keep Benny's fate more open-ended, but the leftovers are still there. Down to the mismatch between the voice lines and subtitles where he was supposed to say, "Thanks for getting me out of that cage." Then you have this file called Fort Shells Created, which suggests at one point you could forge phosphorus shells, possibly for the howitzer, maybe as part of a Legion artillery upgrade that never materialized. All in all, the fort was meant to be more than just a static hub. It was supposed to feel alive, dirty, and dangerous, but what was left out might have made it truly unforgettable. Did you know that there are legendary versions of creatures in New Vegas that you can hunt down? The legendary bloatfly in Old World Blues is a shockingly powerful enemy, dealing 300 damage per shot, equal to an alpha Deathclaw, and it boasts twice the health of a legendary one. It hovers just out of melee range, fires plasma-like projectiles, and then it explodes on death, leaving only goo. Easily one of the deadliest and most absurd enemies in the series. The legendary fire gecko is found in the Fire Root Cavern, and it's about twice the size of a regular fire gecko. It's extremely fast and it hits hard. making it a serious threat in close combat, even though it does look pretty goofy. And then you have the legendary Deathclaw, which is the deadliest creature in the Mojave, found deep within Deadwind Cavern. It deals double the damage of a normal Deathclaw, and it's flanked by 2 more when encountered. You'll find a fallen Brotherhood of Steel soldier near him, clutching the unique grade launcher Mercy, which shows just how lethal this beast is. Unlike the others in the cave, he doesn't respawn, so once you kill him, he'll stay dead. There are 2 other creatures, Shandy, a Night Stalker, and Specimen 73, that are kind of considered legendary with their stats, but they don't have the moniker, so I figured I'd just give them a little shout out. So prospectors are basically the Wasteland's version of treasure hunters. Not gold or gems though. They're after old world tech, weapons, caps, and anything they can find in pre-war ruins. These folks are usually just regular people, not trained soldiers. Most of them are just NCR citizens or settlers or drifters, who figured scavenging was a better option than farming or signing up for a faction. You'll run into a few of them in the game. There's the prospector in Novak hanging around with a drink and some regrets. Another one shows up in Prim near the Vicky and Vance casino. There's a few more that appear out in the wild. Some are alive and some are not so lucky. You'll often find their bodies in places like vaults or Deathclaw nests, places no sane person would go unless they were desperate or had a death wish. And don't let me forget everyone's favorite, Easy Pete and Good Springs. They're not part of any big group or faction, they're just individuals trying to get by. Sometimes you can talk to them, and then other times you find what's left of them and pick through their loot. It's a tough life, but in places like the Mojave, a lot of people figure it's worth the risk.
There's a handful of greasers down in the sewers causing trouble. They ain't packing too much iron, but I'd like them dealt with all the same.
The Greasers are a small-time gang you can run into, hanging out in the North Sewers beneath North Vegas Square. They're led by a guy named Greasy Johnny, and while they're not a huge threat like the Fiends or Powder Gangers, they've been causing enough trouble for the locals that someone wants them gone. There's basically this guy who acts like a neighborhood watch for the area and gives you the quest, "Someone to watch over me," to deal with the problem. When it comes to dealing with the Greasers, you've got a few options. You can go in guns blazing, of course, and just wipe them out. Or, if you're more diplomatic, you can talk Johnny into leaving peacefully with a decent speech check of 65.
Oh yeah? Fuck off, asshole.
There's also a barter route where you can bribe him with 100 caps, or 50 if your barter skill is high enough. It's super easy to miss these guys, so that's why I think a lot of Icebergs have them on their list. If you decide to kill Mr. House, you'll receive a note titled, "A Tragedy Has Befallen All Mankind." This note serves as an obituary, detailing House's life and accomplishments. It highlights his role as the founder of Robco Industries, his foresight in preparing Las Vegas for nuclear war, and his efforts to rebuild the city post-war. The note shows the belief that House was humanity's best hope for survival and progress. Also, it seems like it was written in a tone that suggests House himself authored it, possibly as a preemptive eulogy, given phrases like, "We'll revise and finish this up later." You guys can pause if you want to read the whole thing. It's where we get a lot of background information on House. But I will say that it feels like a biased piece because he probably did write it, saying things like he was cheated out of his fortune, and was that really the case, or are there more nuances to that story? Pretty interesting though. All Roads is a graphic novel that serves as a prologue to Fallout New Vegas, offering deeper insights into key characters and events leading up to the game's opening. Released with the game's collector's edition and later digitally by Dark Horse Comics, it was written by Chris Avalon, a senior designer for New Vegas, with cover art by Mr. Darrow. The story takes place a week before the main game's events, focusing on Benny. He is orchestrating a plan to seize control of New Vegas from Mr. House. To achieve this, he collaborates with a group of great cons, including characters like Jessup, McMurphy, and Chance. Their mission? Intercept you carrying the mysterious platinum chip. Then you have Chance, a great con that was deeply scarred by the Bitter Springs massacre. He's portrayed as a troubled soul battling severe PTSD and substance abuse. His internal struggles and tragic are explored, shedding light on the complexities of the great con's experiences and motivations. It dives into the internal dynamics of the chairman. The singer, a former tribe member turned lounge performer at the Tops Casino, becomes a focal point. His nostalgia for the tribe's nomadic past and influence over other members pose a threat to Benny's vision, leading to a calculated and fatal intervention. It's an awesome piece of New Vegas lore that is pretty much overlooked by anyone especially playing these days. If you love Fallout or New Vegas, then I would highly recommend that you try and give this a read at least once. There's even locations in the game that are direct aftermaths of what happened within the story.
There's a hidden challenge perk called Meat of the Champions that offers a unique but kind of disgusting way to boost your stats. To unlock the perk, you first need to have the Cannibal perk, which allows you to consume human corpses. Then you have to go a step further and feast on the bodies of 4 key figures: Caesar, Mr. House, the King, and President Kimball. Once you've done the culinary tour of the Mojave's most influential leaders, the Meat of Champions perk grants you a temporary boost of +1 luck, intelligence, charisma, and even strength for 60 seconds after consuming any human corpse. It's a dark path to power, but in the Wasteland, sometimes you have to eat your way to the top. In Honest Hearts, the Ghost of She is a unique Yao Guai, residing in Zion Canyon's ghost den. According to the Sorrows tribe lore, a curious young girl ventured into a cave inhabited by a Yao Guai and was killed. The tribe believes that since she died before receiving a name, her spirit merged with the beast, leading to the legend of the Ghost of She. During the Rite of Passage quest, the Sorrow shaman Whitebird tasks you with consuming a sacred datura root concoction, inducing hallucinogenic effects, and then hunting the Ghost of She to retrieve its paw. You then experience visual distortions due to the tea, and upon confronting the Ghost of She, the beast appears engulfed in flames and can create multiple copies of itself during battle. After defeating it and returning the paw to Whitebird, you're rewarded with She's Embrace, a unique Yao Guai gauntlet. I guess the deeper theory here is, what really is this thing? Why is it on fire and can separate into clone things? Maybe it is the ghost of the little girl fused with the bear. Or more likely, you're just having a full-blown trip thanks to the goof juice. Who knows? So Ulysses. A lot of people don't know that he was originally supposed to be something very different. Your companion. Yes, Ulysses was originally written as a recruitable character in the base game. He would have joined you like Boone, Veronica, or Arcade Gannon, and acted as kind of a living lens into Caesar's Legion. Unlike most companions who either hated the Legion or were largely neutral, Ulysses would have given you insight into what the Legion stood for, its goals, and why people might choose to follow Caesar. He wasn't just a mouthpiece though. He had his own past, his own disillusionments, and a unique worldview that made him stand out among the rest of the cast. Unfortunately, according to Josh Sawyer, Ulysses had so much dialogue and depth that he simply couldn't fit on the disc. Literally. He had to be cut late into development, and it's something the dev team reportedly regretted. His character was just too ambitious for the game's technical limits at the time. But instead of scrapping him entirely, the developers saved Ulysses for Lonesome Road. There he reappears not as a friend, but a philosophical foil to the courier. He blames you for the destruction of the Divide, challenges your choices throughout the game, and acts as a final reckoning for everything your character has done. In a way, even though he wasn't your companion in the base game, Lonesome Road turns him into something more, an ideological equal and one of the courier's few true peers in the Wasteland. So while we never got to have Ulysses as a companion walking at our side, we still got to hear his voice just from the other end of the road. If you didn't already love Fantastic, then this might change your mind. When you hand over Helios 1 to Caesar, you'll come back and find Fantastic. Well, it's probably best if I just show you.
Hey man, when in Rome.
After completing the heist at the Sierra Madre, you can return to the abandoned Brotherhood of Steel Bunker. There, in Father Elijah's quarters, you'll find a terminal with a locked holo message labeled "For Veronica." This message is of course intended for Veronica, your companion and Elijah's former apprentice. The holo message is secured with a sensor that ensures only Veronica can access it. If you bring Veronica to the terminal and allow her to read the message, she gains the Elijah's Last Words perk, enhancing her melee attack by 150% and giving her melee attacks a 25% chance to knock down enemies. Alternatively, if you choose to access the message yourself, you receive the Elijah's Ramblings perk, which increases your melee critical hit damage by 150%. We don't actually know exactly what the message says, but it does give Veronica some interesting dialogue about her past with Elijah. When near certain graveyards like Good Spring Cemetery and Camp Forlorn Hope, you'll hear these ghostly whispering sounds, especially during nighttime. At Good Spring Cemetery, you can find ghostly voices and unsettling noises. Some speculate that these sounds are more than just environmental effects, suggesting that they may be linked to the graves or even your actions, like digging up graves with a shovel. Similarly, at Camp Forlorn Hope's graveyard, there are ghost whispers which seem to serve as reminders of the lives lost in the ongoing conflict. Now, on this channel, we've talked about ghosts being confirmed in the Fallout franchise. Like, it's pretty much a no thing now, guys. So this probably really is the whispering of ghosts, or just a little Easter egg for the graveyards. The weapon binding ritual in Honest Hearts is one of those weird tribal concoctions that seems like superstition at first glance. Yet, somehow, it works. On paper, it's a combat enhancer, giving you a solid boost to melee and unarmed damage while also healing your limbs, which is super handy in hardcore mode. It even kind of mimics Psycho, except it's not addictive and has this very ritualistic ceremonial vibe. Now, if you look at the ingredients, knife, leather belt, wonder glue, healing powder, it definitely seems weird. The knife and leather belts, they don't exactly scream medicine. But that's kind of the point. The ritual isn't just about chemistry, but maybe it's about belief, placebo, and the power of preparing for battle in a way that mentally primes you to fight like a beast. The knife seems to be purely symbolic. It's used to make a small cut, nothing fatal, just enough to get the blood pumping. The leather belt probably acts like a makeshift tourniquet tightening around the arm to restrict blood flow temporarily. Then, the wound gets packed with healing powder and wonder glue, which sounds ridiculous, but in a wasteland filled with mutated plants and post-war chemistry, it just might create a numbing stimulant-like reaction. Once the belt comes off and blood flows again, it likely pushes the mixture through the system fast, giving you a head rush, dulling pain, and boosting adrenaline. And yeah, there's definitely a ritualistic placebo effect at play here. Tribes doing this together, hyping each other up with chants or shared belief, would only amplify the results. Group psychology is a powerful thing, especially when you're walking into a fight feeling like you're invincible. The part that doesn't quite add up is the limb healing. It's not just pain relief, it actually repairs damage. That's where things get a little more supernatural, or maybe there's just something in Zion's healing powder that we don't fully understand. Either way, it's another example of Fallout's mix of strange science and wasteland mysticism working together in weird, surprisingly effective ways. Basically, we have no idea how it works, but as Todd always says,
all of this just works.
They're here. Don't let them get the antidote. Oh, it's just you. You can't have it either.
This is an age-old theory at this point. Nobark Noonan is one of those unforgettable side characters in New Vegas. The local kook of Novak, spouting off wild conspiracies about lizard men, invisible ghouls, and brain-stealing machines. Most players just chalk him up as some comic relief, the crazy old guy in a tinfoil hat. But there is a running theory that he's not just some random eccentric. Some fans believe that Nobark is actually the Chosen One, the protagonist of Fallout 2 decades after their adventure. It does sound ridiculous at first, until you start looking at the little details. First off, the timeline fits. Fallout 2 takes place in 2241 and New Vegas is set in 2281. That's a 40-year gap. If the Chosen One was in their late teens or early 20s during Fallout 2, they'd be in their 60s or early 70s by the time of New Vegas, which seems about the age Nobark appears to be. It's in the right ballpark at least. Then there's his knowledge on weird specific things. A lot of Nobark's ramblings sound like nonsense, until you realize some of them line up eerily well with events from past games. He talks about government experiments, secret conspiracies, creatures from pre-war labs, all stuff the Chosen One actually encountered. He even seems unusually well versed in Enclave tech and behavior, despite supposedly being just another random drifter in Novak. Another big point is that Nobark has survived all sorts of chaos, including living in a town crawling with feral ghouls, rad scorpions, and random mercs. For someone who seems so unhinged, he's surprisingly resourceful. That tracks with someone who canonically helped take down the Enclave and basically save the post-apocalyptic West Coast. Some fans speculate that Nobark's madness might actually be PTSD, or intentional rambling to keep people at a distance. Like maybe he wants people to think he's harmless. But the biggest pieces of evidence are the wrecked Highwayman, which is a car that looks exactly like the car you drive in Fallout 2 and is found near Novak. And then there's a gun that you can find in the dino shop called That Gun, which looks almost exactly like the same gun the Chosen One carries in Fallout 2. How did all of these things end up in Novak? It's pretty weird. Of course, there's no direct confirmation. Obsidian hasn't said anything official, and it could all just be fans reading too deep into an amusing NPC. But the theory has stuck around for years because it's just plausible enough. Nobark could very well be a war hero lost to time.
hiding behind rambling stories to keep the horrors of the past buried, and to keep anyone from asking too many questions. So next time you're in Novak, maybe listen a little closer to what Nobark is saying. It might not be all crazy after all. Gabin is a frumentarius, a spy and operative for Caesar's Legion. He steps into the spotlight under specific circumstances. If Vulpes Inculta, the Legion officer responsible for the massacre in Nipton, dies before the courier arrives there, or before the quest Render under Caesar begins, Gabin instead takes his place. When you first enter Nipton under these conditions, Gabin approaches to explain the grim lesson that the Legion imparted on the town. His dialogue is the same as Vulpes, detailing the reason behind the town's destruction and the Legion's motives. Interestingly though, Gabin provides additional insights into the Legion, including information about Legate Lanius, the notorious monster of the East. It's pretty rare to even run into Gabin, and that's why a lot of people don't even know about him. So there's a few things here that point to the fact that Rex may have been Caesar's dog. The first is that if you bring Rex with you to the Legion camp and you talk to Antony, he'll say this:
"The mechanical dog you have with you, where did you get it?" "Oh? Such things are common in Denver, but I didn't know that other cities had them as well. I ask because Caesar once had a similar pet, but it was lost during a battle."
Then there's a dialogue option with Rex where you can inspect his body, and it says something about the faded red bowl on the side. Also, if you complete Ain't Nothing But a Hound Dog by transplanting Lupus's brain, the ending will say something about his new Legion memories molding well with his old Legion memories. These all seem pretty convincing that at the very least, Rex came from Denver, by the way of the Legion. Now, whether he's Caesar's personal dog is up for debate, but there's still more. If you take him with you to talk to Caesar, Caesar actually recognizes him. He says something like, "This dog is familiar. I had a dog like this once." It's one of those blink and you'll miss it lines, but it suggests there's a history between Caesar and Rex potentially. That's pretty wild considering Caesar rarely shows sentiment for anything, especially not an NCR style police dog. And if you ask him to help you fix Rex's brain, he'll basically never turn you down. Maybe it's because he's also dealing with his own brain stuff and he correlates it, but maybe he feels some sentiment, like I said before, about Rex. There is essentially a different way to get to Nellis Air Force Base without the classic bomb run. It was sort of scrapped in the development, but they kept it in and made it relatively hard to enter. There's an unmarked train tunnel, and this tunnel is located east of Raoul's shack and west of the Brotherhood of Steel safe house. Both entrances are secured with a very hard lock, requiring a lockpick skill of 100 to access. Inside, the tunnel is infested with feral ghouls, including some glowing ones, and it's lined with frag mines and bear traps. Making it through the tunnel allows you to approach Nellis Air Force Base from a less exposed position, potentially reducing exposure to the boomers' artillery bombardments. I've played this game for years and only recently learned about this place. It's insane just how much is going on in these games that you can miss.
Out in the Mojave north of Griffinware's sacked caravan, there's a strange little spot called Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch. It's quiet, dusty, and full of, you guessed it, tumbleweeds. But if you wander up to the cattle pen on the north side of the ranch, things get weird really fast. A cloaked nightkin will suddenly uncloak himself and try to sell you a wind Brahmin. What's a wind Brahmin, you ask? According to this nightkin, it's one of those rolling tumbleweeds. Yes, he thinks the tumbleweeds are, quote, doggies, quote, and wants to sell you one for the low price of all of your caps. If you turn him down or make fun of the idea that the tumbleweeds aren't real animals, he'll get hostile and attack. You can try to play along, but the whole situation is designed to be pretty much against you. Originally, before a certain patch, if you agreed to buy a wind Brahmin without asking how much, the Nightkin would actually give you a free stealth boy. A pretty good deal, all things considered. But after patch 1.4, they changed that. Now, if you agree to buy one without questioning the price, he'll just take all your caps. No stealth boy, no refund, just a broke courier and a satisfied Nightkin rancher. The good news is, if you do end up finding and killing him, you can loot your caps back and snag his stealth boy while you're at it. Deep inside the old H&H Tools factory, you might come across a terminal with a strange option. Lucky 38 Executive Override. It sounds pretty important, like something that might unlock House's secrets or bring down his entire surveillance network. But if you try to trace what it actually does, you'll find absolutely nothing. No gameplay changes, no dialogue, and no follow-up. That's because this override, along with 2 others located at New Vegas Steel and House Resort near Camp Golf, was part of a cut version of the quest, The Moon Comes Over the Tower. Originally, the followers of the Apocalypse, through Emily, wanted you to do more than just slap a bug on a terminal inside Lucky 38. The plan was for you to access multiple override terminals, scattered across the Mojave first, and then weakening House's network so the bug could actually do something. These terminals still exist in the game world, but activating them doesn't advance the quest. And there's a ton of strange leftover data, like a VIP pass at the top of the H&H building and a locked flooded stairwell with high radiation leading up to a mysterious terminal room, seemingly built for more than just atmosphere. Even the VIP lounge terminal at the Lucky 38 has leftover scripting hints that it was meant to respond differently if the other overrides were activated. The final version of the quest? Way simpler. Emily appears after you leave the tops, asks for your help, and you walk into Lucky 38, hit a button on a terminal, and boom, 600 XP. The bug barely survives, and Emily thanks you, end of story. The originally planned multi-terminal quest line with deeper infiltration mechanics and potentially serious consequences for House's hold on the Strip was never finished. Why was it scrapped? Maybe time, maybe complexity, maybe the devs thought it would mess up with the pacing. But the Lucky 38 executive override terminals remain in game, quiet, unused, and loaded with what-ifs. Most players have never heard of him, and you'll never see him in a normal playthrough. But tucked deep in the developer guts of New Vegas' final DLC, Lonesome Road, is a hidden NPC named Bill the Tax Collector, better known in the game files as the narrator for the DLC's ending slides. Bill isn't just some empty shell either. He's a fully defined NPC with his own stats, including hilariously a perfect 10 charisma, making him quite literally the most charming tax collector the Mojave never knew. He fills the same behind the scenes role as Ron the narrator, who delivers the main game's iconic ending narration. The difference is that while Ron has somewhat canon identity as a legendary Ron Perlman, Bill exists entirely in the background, never intended to be seen, just heard. Using console commands or glitching, you can summon him into the game world, and yep, he's just standing there, silently holding the weight of Lonesome Road's post-apocalyptic poetry. No voice lines, no interaction, just Bill. Why a tax collector? Nobody knows. Maybe it's a joke by the devs, a dig at bureaucracy, or maybe it's just a placeholder name they forgot to change. But in the end, Bill the Tax Collector is the unsung voice behind some of the Fallout universe's most emotionally heavy closing moments.
And this road has reached its end.
Near the irradiated pools of the Mesquite Mountains crater lies a place few players have ever stumbled into. A 2-story structure known only as Hell's Motel. From the outside, it already lives up to its name. Constant radiation, roving feral ghouls, and bubbling toxic water. But inside, things get weirder. On the upper floor of this ruined building lies the body of Dr. Rotson, a non-feral ghoul. Nearby, you'll find an operating table and a crazed Mr. Handy. It paints a strange picture. One of a ghoul doctor working in total isolation, surrounded by ferals, and practically bathing in radiation. So what's the implication? Rotson was possibly running a makeshift medical clinic, but who was he treating? Definitely not humans. One theory is that Dr. Rotson was offering services specifically to other ghouls. The ferals outside may have once been patients or protectors before they lost their minds. The radiation-filled pools could have served as a kind of spa or recovery zone, since ghouls actually heal from radiation. Others think he was experimenting, maybe even trying to reverse feralism, and he either failed or he was betrayed by his own creations. The Mr. Handy gone rogue only adds to the sense that something went horribly wrong. The game offers no quests, no logs, no definitive answers. Just a doctor, a crater, and a motel soaked in death and decay. Hell's Motel is one of those quiet locations in New Vegas that feels like it used to have a story, but now only this remains. On the surface, the Coyotes is just another NCR side quest. Help the refugees, clean up some corruption, and then you move on. But dig a little deeper and what you find is one of the most unsettling storylines in Fallout New Vegas. And when viewed through a modern lens, it kind of mirrors elements of Epstein Island's scandal. You start at the Aerotech office park, where NCR officer Captain Parker is worried about missing refugees. One family, including a little girl with a teddy bear, has vanished without a trace. The trail leads to 2 shady scavengers, Dermot and St. James. And what you uncover about them isn't just your garden variety exploitation. It suggests something far more sinister. You'll find a ledger with unsettling notes about refugee trafficking. And the most disturbing detail comes from the prostitute Sweetie, who says Dermot props a teddy bear on the bed during his visits. If that doesn't raise red flags, then nothing will. In St. James's room, you'll find the exact teddy bear, suggesting a connection to the missing girl, and confirming that something horrific may have been happening behind closed doors. Players have speculated that this entire quest is a subtle commentary on human trafficking networks, their abuse of power, and the way predators operate under the radar of large institutions. The tone of the quest is intentionally dark. The dialogue is vague but suggestive, and there's no rescue and no closure for the victims. Just a system that failed and two predators who can be executed or arrested depending on your choice. Even more chilling is the fact that nothing else in the game really follows up on this. No named victims, no larger network, just a brief brush with darkness and then total silence. Whether it was intentional or not, the Coyote Stand is a top contender for the most disturbing side quests, and some fans argue it's the game's quiet talk about real-world exploitation buried under NCR red tape.
We warned you at Syracuse, and you persisted. You took advantage of us at New Canaan to drive us out, and like the dogs of Caesar you are, you followed us to Zion. And now you stand on holy ground, a temple to God's glory on earth. The only use for an animal in our temple is sacrifice. Kale wachene conserva o. You understand me, don't you? Don't you?
During the final confrontation in Honest Hearts, Joshua Graham, the legendary Burned Man, shouts this cold line to Salt Upon Wounds. It sounds intense, ancient, and almost biblical, and it's never translated in-game. For years, fans have been trying to decipher its meaning, and while there's no official answers, the theories run deep. The context is clear. Graham is confronting the man who led the Whitelegs against the New Canaanites, his own people. His voice is firm and righteous. But what does the phrase actually mean? Forum users like Alpha Drop have taken a linguistic dive, and here's one of the leading interpretations. The phrase is likely a mashup of several languages, possibly Navajo, Shoshone, Spanish, German, and Old English, reflecting that tribal patchwork of Zion. Kale could be a corruption of Karl, an old Germanic word meaning free man or king. Wacha may derive from watch or witness. Nay is similar to no or not in multiple languages. Conserva resembles conserve or spare in languages like Spanish and Italian. O is likely an exclamation or intensifier. Putting together, the phrase could roughly translate to, as king and witness, none of you will be spared. Or more poetically, as God is my witness, none of you will be saved. Considering Graham's character, a former legate of Caesar, and a devout follower of the Old Testament God, it's a fitting battle cry. It fuses his past and present identities, Roman commander, Christian missionary, and tribal war leader. It's also a beautiful example of New Vegas' depth, how a single shouted line that's never explained can carry layers of lore, culture, and meaning.
I hope they never have to find out. Ready, Harry?
Yeah. No, wait!
Vault 11 is widely considered one of the darkest and most unforgettable locations in New Vegas. The Vault's experiment forced residents to sacrifice one of their own every year to avoid certain destruction. Eventually, the cycle broke, a civil war erupted, and only 5 people remained. When they finally refused to play along and expected death, the Vault congratulated them. It was all a test of moral resolve. And that's when things got worse. The final audio log in Vault 11 ends with 4 gunshots, and then a pause. You hear a gun fall to the floor, a deep sigh, and footsteps walking away. Only one person survived. Most players never question what happened to them. The logs simply end. The vault is silent. But deep in the game's files, there's evidence of someone cut from the final build, a fully defined NPC known only as the Vault 11 survivor. He was likely intended to appear after the final log, possibly wandering the wasteland or hiding from it. When spawned through console commands, he appears with the same model as Roy, one of the Vault residents, but no new dialogue or behavior is assigned. His existence raises a lot of questions. Was he meant to be found later in the game? Could he have tied into another quest? Or was he simply meant to be a living embodiment of guilt, wandering the Mojave, carrying the weight of what happened underground? Thematically, he represents something even darker than the Vault's twisted morality experiment. Survivor's guilt in its purest form. The man who didn't pull the trigger, but still lived. He was cut from the final game, but his footsteps echo through that final audio log, and his presence lingers in the files. A ghost in the code, carrying a story that still haunts the silence of Vault 11. Deep in the pages of the Fallout New Vegas Collector's Edition strategy guide, buried in a section most players never even read, there's a strange entry under character archetypes. A name that feels more like a glitch in the Vault Tech database than a real person. Gary 666, the Incandescent Death. He isn't found in the game. He's not referenced by any NPC, and yet there he is, a potential identity for Courier 6. Described as a relentless energy weapons trooper who melts minds into piles of ash and goo. The guide recommends implants for endurance, armor, and regeneration. It also suggests recruiting Raul, Arcade, and Veronica, a companion lineup that covers tech, Brotherhood muscle, and old world intellect. But the name Gary 666 raises more than just eyebrows. It gives memories of Vault 108 from Fallout 3, where the insane, cloning-obsessed Garys ran wild, echoing their name over and over and over. Some fans believe Gary 666 is a reference to the ultimate Gary, the final clone in the Vault-Tec project, a mindless weapon of destruction who somehow escaped the East Coast and found his way back west. It's never confirmed. The entry is very tongue-in-cheek, sure, but in a world like Fallout where clones, cybernetics, and messed up government experiments are commonplace, the idea of a Gary Prime going rogue and turning into a scorched earth courier doesn't seem that far-fetched. Is Gary 666 just a joke for players who love energy weapons and chaos? Or is it a secret Fallout recurring joke? The idea that one Gary lived and he's the one you've been playing all along.
Haha, Gary!
Rad roaches in the Mojave are a rare breed, literally. However, on the road to Prim, you can find one killed by a gecko, deliberately. What's interesting is if you have lived in Vegas like I have, roaches are actually quite common. More common than geckos anyway. See, rad roaches were the classic starter enemy in Fallout 3, the first thing most players ever fought in Vault 101. They were everywhere, weak, creepy, iconic, but in New Vegas, rad roaches are rare, almost extinct in the Mojave. Instead, geckos fill that same role. Early game threats, common in the wild, and tied to that desert setting. This has led to a fascinating theory, that this scripted encounter with a gecko killing a rad roach is a symbolic passing of the torch. A sort of environmental storytelling moment, the gecko is the new rad roach. But it gets deeper. Some players point out that this scene happens right around the spot on the map where you'd find the town of Roach, Nevada in real life. Roach is a tiny near-forgotten desert settlement just off I-15. Just like this lonely bug in the Mojave. Could this be an obscure reference to Roach, Nevada? A digital ghost town marked only by the death of its namesake creature? Maybe. Or maybe it's just a rad roach getting unlucky.
Strategic Nuclear Moose. This is hidden west of Sunset Sarsaparilla HQ and tucked away in a forgotten shack at the foot of a cliff. It's one of New Vegas' stranger and most obscure unmarked quests. It starts innocently enough. You stumble across Brewer's Beer bootlegging shack, which looks like any other rundown wasteland home. But inside, there's a locked cellar door. You can find the key to it in the room. Down in the cellar, things get weird. There's a chemistry set, a big book of science, and another key hidden underneath it. The key unlocks a hard-locked gun cabinet, which sits behind a door with a cryptic message. Strategic Nuclear Moose. And God said, let them have beer. A fictional beverage that's a nod to the very real Tactical Nuclear Penguin. A super high ABV beer brewed by Scotland's Brewdog. At the time New Vegas was in development, Tactical Nuclear Penguin was officially the strongest beer in the world, at 32% ABV, pushing the limits of what beer could even be. So what's the real theory here? Most likely it was just a dev Easter egg celebrating the world-breaking alcohol. Some players have wondered if the quest was supposed to lead to a more unique crafting recipe, a hidden brewer NPC, or even a drunken side effect like Fallout 3 Nuka Grenade. But in the final game, it's just there. No quest markers, no fanfare, just a beer, a joke, and a locked cabinet. In the burning ruins of Nipton, in a booby-trapped house just east of the general store, there's a strange little note left behind by a man named Harry Collins. It's titled Declaration of Vital Essence, and it might be one of the most weird and cryptic documents in the entire Mojave. The letter is a paranoid rant where Harry claims that everyone in town, Mayor Stein, new settlers, and curious neighbors are all after his vital essence. He talks about locking it away, defending it, and refusing to let anyone else touch it. The house is filled with traps and explosives, as if Harry truly believed people were coming to take whatever his essence was. Of course, vital essence is never clearly defined in the game. There's no item called that, there's no quest, there's no lore attached to it. It's just a crazy note, a deadly house, and one man's obsession. But here's where the theory comes in. The phrase vital essence is a direct reference to General Jack D. Ripper, a character from Stanley Kubrick's Dr. Strangelove. In the film, Ripper becomes obsessed with the idea that fluoridation is a communist plot to sap Americans' precious bodily fluids. He uses the term purity of essence to justify nuclear war. So is Harry Collins a wasteland version of Ripper, a deranged prepper who holed up in Nipton, wiring his house with traps to protect something that only ever existed in his own mind? Maybe. Or maybe vital essence is a code for something darker, information, tech, or something biological that Harry was really hiding. Players have theorized that Collins' note and behavior hint at early pre-war paranoia, maybe Vault-Tec experimentation, or the psychological decay caused by isolation. The game gives you just enough to wonder and then leaves the rest to your imagination. In the end, all that's clear is this: nobody's getting their hands on Harry's vital essence. Not even you. Hidden within the files of New Vegas is an entire unused floor of Gomorrah, the sleaziest casino on the strip. This extra level is often referred to as the Gomorrah Backrooms. It's fully mapped with rooms clearly meant for customers, complete with beds, loot containers, and access through the in-game elevator system. But in the final game, you can't reach it. That's because the elevator script includes code to access the area, but the variable that would allow you to go there is deliberately set to an impossible value. Almost as if the devs wanted it to be there, but didn't want anyone to reach it. Was it cut for time? Or maybe it just felt a little too dark, even for Gomorrah. Even stranger is the presence of a super mutant named Angel in the game files. He's tied to the Omerta faction, and based on his configuration, he was likely meant to be stationed in this area. What was a super mutant doing in a mob-run casino backroom? There's no other mutant in Gomorrah and no reference to Angel in the final game. His existence remains completely unexplained. There's also a placeholder map labeled Gomorrah Top Floor, which is visually and structurally unlike any other parts of the casino. It's sparse, sterile, almost unfinished, and some believe it may have been part of a cut quest or even a dark narrative arc involving human trafficking or something even more twisted. Even Joanna, the dancer tied to the only real emotional story in Gomorrah, has early debugged dialogue and rewritten quest paths that may have once led deeper into this area. To top it off, Gomorrah is consistently misspelled as Gomorrah in the game's internal files. Maybe it's just a typo, or maybe just another sign that the whole place was thrown together, changed, and censored as the game neared completion. So what was the point of the Gomorrah backrooms? Were they just flavor, or was something more sinister meant to happen behind those locked elevator doors?
Just outside the Ultra Lux near the Las Vegas Boulevard station, you'll find a strange note. At first glance, it reads like a review from some pre-war food critic. It praises the Ultra Lux as a last bastion of real fine dining in a crazed hellscape with glowing descriptions of gourmet food, luxury, and exclusivity. But if you know anything about the Ultra Lux, you know what's really on the menu. See, the White Glove Society who run the Ultra Lux are heavily implied and eventually confirmed to be secretive cannibals, struggling to suppress their more uncivilized appetites. And that's where this theory kicks in. This note isn't a restaurant review, it's a recruitment pitch for new members, or a baited trap for their next unlucky guest. Think about it. The note smells of elitism, mocking poor farmers and Gomorrah sex workers as beneath the reader. It lures the right kind of ego, someone who sees themselves as above the filth of the wasteland. It even ends with a call to urgency. A dally knot, a sumptuous feast awaits. Sounds fancy, right? Or maybe it's just a clever way to lure someone right into the kitchen as the main course. Some players believe this note is tied to the internal recruitment process of the White Glove Society. Others think it's the equivalent of an apocalyptic honeypot. A honey dick, if you will, designed to flatter the vain and then quietly carve them up out back. Outside the New Vegas Medical Clinic, there's a strange little symbol most players never notice. It doesn't look like graffiti or a faction tag, and that's because it's not. It's a piece of something much older and more cryptic: hobo code. Back during the Great Depression, migrant workers, often referred to as hobos, used a secret visual language to survive. They'd mark fences, doorways, trees, or rail posts with simple chalk symbols to warn others about dangers or to signal things like "a kind woman lives here" or "you can get medical help inside." And incredibly, Fallout New Vegas includes these symbols, though most of them were never used in the game. The symbol outside the medical clinic, for instance, is a traditional hobo code marking for Doctor Here. And if you use console commands, specifically placeatme 000FD2D7, you can actually spawn that symbol on any wall you want. Even deeper in the files are more unused hobo code assets, quietly tucked away, never placed in the Mojave by default. This discovery led to fan creations like the mod Hobo Code of the Mojave, which restores and scatters these symbols across the game, turning the wasteland into a giant cryptic guide for those who know what to look for. So what was the original plan? Was the player supposed to learn to read these symbols, perhaps to track safe houses, hidden loot, or story hints? Or were they just environmental flavor that got left behind? Either way, it fits the world of New Vegas perfectly. A harsh post-collapse society where people once again rely on coded signs etched in dust and ruin to survive. The hollowed out rock. This thing looks like just another random rock sitting near Megaton, easy to walk right past without thinking twice. But if you take a closer look, you'll realize it's actually hollow, and inside is a hidden stash of loot that's really helpful early in the game. The rock is located behind Megaton, and when you get close, you'll probably have to deal with a few mole rats or vicious dogs. On the map, it's west and just a bit south of the city's marker, about 3/4 of the way down the grid square. If you're struggling to find it, look for a rock surrounded by 3 smaller trees. They stand out because they're much shorter than the ones around them. Once you get in, you'll find some pretty nice gear: a sniper rifle with ammo, a stealth boy, and a note labeled as requested. Even if you decide to blow up Megaton, the hollowed out rock will still be there, though the trees will be gone. And the game is full of reused rock models, but this particular one is unique. You won't be able to find it anywhere else. I notice a lot of people are still surprised to actually learn about the rock to this day, but once you know, then this is usually the first stop. You guys definitely know the sniper that's holed up in the minefield. You'll usually see him during the Wasteland Survival Guide quests. What a lot of people don't know is that Arkansas has a whole backstory. As a kid, Arkansas lived in Ridgefield, which was home to a group of military survivors. That all changed when slavers from Paradise Falls raided the town and captured almost everyone. Arkansas survived, and over the years, he swore revenge. He came up with a plan: spread rumors that Ridgefield has been resettled, hoping to lure the slavers back. When they showed up, he was ready, using sniper fire and landmines to wipe them out. After that, no more slaver raids came, and Ridgefield earned its new name, Minefield. You can meet Arkansas while exploring Minefield, and he plays a role in a couple of quests. The interesting part is that the slavers haven't forgotten about him. Eulogy Jones from Paradise Falls has Arkansas marked as a VIP target because they want payback. There is a way to also make him non-hostile towards you. All you have to do is enslave him with the Mesmetron. Then with a high enough explosive skill, you can take off the collar and he will be friendly to you from that point onward, even thanking you for freeing him. This is the only way to get him to not be hostile. Seems like an ass-backwards way of making a friendship, especially considering his background with the slavers.
Most radio towers you come across are inactive when you first find them, but nearby you'll usually spot a small utility shed or a switch box you can activate. Once you power them up, the towers start broadcasting a signal, which you can then pick up using your Pip-Boy's radio. The crazy part is that a lot of these signals lead you to nearby locations, like crashed vertibirds, abandoned camps, or distress beacons, usually tied to some kind of loot stash or story. A lot of people miss these entirely because there's no quest marker pointing you toward them. Sometimes the signals are just creepy noises or vague distress calls, but a lot of the time they can actually be pretty useful. Just walk in a direction until the signal becomes more and more clear. Then you know you're heading in the right direction. Have you ever been to the Gold Ribbon grocery store found near the Jury Metro station?
I'm sure a lot of people tend to miss it because it's just a random building kind of in the middle of nowhere. It looks like any other building with no interior, but when you do find it, there's a Rube Goldberg machine built within it. If you don't know what a Rube Goldberg machine, it's an overly complicated contraption designed to perform a simple task through a long chain of reactions. It usually involves things like balls rolling, levers tipping, or objects falling, all set off in a sequence to just do something basic like turning on a light or dropping an item. I'm sure you've seen them online. Inside the store, there's a pressure plate on the floor marked with arrows pointing right at it. When you step on it, you kick off a chain reaction. A log will swing down and knock over a row of boxes, which fall like dominoes. The last box lands on another pressure plate, triggering a pitching machine that launches baseballs, knocking over a pot, a bucket, and eventually a fire extinguisher. That extinguisher falls onto a bear trap, setting off an explosion that drops a bouquet of frag grenades into a gas leak. Once the gas ignites, the ceiling blows open and a skeleton comes crashing down, along with some loot. It's actually pretty cool to see. It is terrifying the first time you run into it because you don't know what the hell's going on, but now you know, so you should go check it out. The Chinese remnants are a faction in the game. These guys are the last surviving members of a secret Chinese military operation that was set up in Washington, D.C. before the bombs fell. Their cover was a food factory called Mama Dolce's, which they used as a front for espionage and covert operations. Originally, the operatives worked under Captain Huang, blending into American society with fake names like Robert Whitman and Michael Smith. Behind the scenes, they were funneling resources and intelligence back to China while running the factory as a way to stay financially independent. But as the war dragged on, things started falling apart. Shipping costs went up, the operation became less sustainable, and the bombs dropped, ending everything. By the time you encounter them in the game, most of these operatives have either died or turned into ghouls, but a few still remain at Mama Dolce's and also Broadcast Tower KT8. They're still wearing their Chinese uniforms, and they're stubbornly loyal to communism even 200 years after the Great War. They're hostile, organized, and still fighting a war that's long since ended. Captain Huang that we talked about earlier is still alive and well. You'll also find him in the factory. It makes you wonder what they've been up to this whole time. Are they trying to find a way back to China, or just trying to survive? Either way, it's pretty wild though.
LOB or Lob Enterprises seems like just another abandoned office building, but it's hiding a really shady history. LOB Enterprises wasn't just some corporate robotics company. It was actually a pre-war weapons manufacturer that secretly worked with the People's Republic of China before the bombs fell. The company's big project was developing an incendiary sidearm for the Chinese military, known as Project Zhurong. Their work led to the creation of the V418 Chinese pistol, a high-tech flame pistol designed for warfare. But as rumors about their dealings with China started to spread, the US government took notice. It turned out the enterprise was importing Chinese products through a company called Happy Liberty Imports, which was really just a front for Chinese operations. Of course, this raised a lot of red flags. Because of all the suspicion, the enterprise ended up under serious federal scrutiny. Their employees were even required to carry low-grade military weapons around the office every day and got basic combat training in case the government raided them or a nuclear war broke out. To make things even weirder, the company had policies covering everything from sexual harassment guidelines to capitalization rules in emails, and employees were sworn into the so-called sovereign LOB Republic, almost like they thought they were their own mini-nation. Not long before the bombs dropped, federal agents finally moved in and raided the headquarters. But the assault robots defending the building were never shut down. Now, if you explore the ruins in the game, those bots are still inside, programmed to guard the place even though the company has been gone for 200 years. The actual building isn't marked on the map, which is probably why a lot of people don't know about it. Most of the information for this one comes from the terminals inside if you guys want to check it out. It has me wondering just how many corporations were playing both sides during the war, or even switching entirely. The Hilltop Farm Ruins is actually an unmarked location. You've probably run across it a dozen times and didn't think much of it. Well, it tells a hidden story. On the surface, it's just an abandoned house sitting on a hill, surrounded by ruined farmland and a few wandering Brahmin. But if you go inside, you'll find a terminal, and that's where the real story unfolds. The terminal logs reveal that shortly after the bombs fell, a small group of survivors set up a farming colony here. People like Doc Johnson, Edgar, Jim, Rochelle, Tyrone, Tyler, and others worked together to build an irrigation system, raise livestock, and try to make life work in the post-apocalypse. Leaders of the group even rotated every month to keep things fair. The last entry on the terminal is kind of disturbing though. It talks about their scout, Miguel, spotting travelers down in the valley. The group decided to stay hidden and avoid contact, but when you look around, it's clear something went wrong. You'll find skeletal remains near the terminal, hinting that at least one of them didn't make it. We get another piece of evidence of what might have happened here down by the lake near the farm. You'll usually find the corpse of a raider, so I guess this all begs the question as to what happened to the people here. In my opinion, they most likely become slaves. If it was just raiders raiding, then they wouldn't have just killed everybody and we would have seen all their skeletons, not just one. Either that one guy was an example made by the raiders to keep the others in line, or that person tried to fight back and it didn't end well. Dark stuff though for such a random location.
Shacktown is another unmarked spot that tells a little story. Shacktown is north of Jalbert Brothers waste disposal. It looks like a rough cluster of rusted shacks and broken down vehicles scattered across a hill. But then you go in and you realize something's off. Originally, Shacktown might have been a small settlement or a makeshift camp, maybe even a fallout shelter for survivors after the bombs fell. Over time though, it fell into ruin, and the people who lived there didn't survive unscathed. Thanks to the heavy radiation in the area, the villagers slowly turned into ghouls, and now they'll attack anyone who stumbles into their territory. There are 4 main shacks here. They're arranged loosely in a diamond shape with a couple of dead trees and collapsed structures between them. The ghouls have turned the place into their own little village, but inside the shacks are a bunch of horror scenes. One shack has piles of human skeletons stacked behind barricades of old tables, and another has a skeleton lying in a bathtub with the toaster between their legs. What makes Shacktown interesting is how it tells a quiet environmental story. There's no quest or dialogue, just subtle clues about what happened here. We don't even get any journals or terminal entries. So the theories about this place run pretty wild. Are the ghouls the ones who killed these people here? Or were the ghouls actually part of the group of people that did live here and the rest died of radiation? Why were they hiding behind barricades then? It's kind of a creepy ass place. What's even more wild though is the official game guide names this place the Wasteland Gypsy Village, which kind of tells me that maybe these people were nomadic maybe in some sense. But the survival guide is kind of wonky for this game, so take everything it says with a massive grain of salt. This has got to be one of the weirdest little mechanics in Fallout 3 and New Vegas. Tipping Brahmin. If you crouch down next to a Brahmin while unarmed and press the interact button, you can actually push the Brahmin over, which knocks it flat on its side. It'll flop around for a few seconds before it awkwardly gets back up like nothing happened. There's no repercussions for doing this. You won't lose karma, nobody gets mad, and no one will attack you. And if you keep doing it over and over, the Brahmin can actually die from the repeated tipping. Even then though, nobody cares. There's no hostility and you don't even lose any karma. And once it's dead, you can just loot it for Brahmin steak. In New Vegas, tipping Brahmin even ties into a hidden challenge called Knocked Up. Each time you tip one, it counts towards completing the challenge. In Fallout 3 though, you can only tip a regular Brahmin. Pack Brahmin, like the ones loaded with supplies, can't be tipped over. But in New Vegas, they let you tip over any Brahmin you want. I didn't know that this was in the game until making this video. I don't know if it's actually useful information, but it's something you won't forget once you learn it.
This one is a quick one, but I found it to be pretty interesting. You've seen all the mailboxes around, right? You might have looted 1 or 2 in your playthroughs, but you probably realized pretty quickly that they aren't really worth looting. So after that, you just stopped doing so. Well, there are some that actually have letters in them from Vault Tech to certain residents. There are 2 versions of the letter you can find. The first is an accepted letter addressed to a family named Mr. and Mrs. Gomez, congratulating them on being selected for entry into Vault 101. It lays out the rules and explains how they'll be contacted in an emergency and even mentions a free Vault Boy bobblehead they can claim. You'll find this version in a mailbox in Springvale, not far from Vault 101 itself. But the more common letter, and the more tragic one, is the rejected letter. This version tells the recipient that their family wasn't chosen for a vault, though Vault Tech was kind enough to keep their deposit and put them on a waiting list. A waiting list that would never matter once the bomb started falling. It casually suggests that they might want to relocate to places like Oklahoma or newly annexed Canada where spots are still available. You'll find a lot of these letters throughout the rest of the mailboxes within the game. It's a small thing that just gives the world a little bump of immersion, and I personally love stuff like this. Ruzka is a Yaogoi, basically a mutated radioactive bear, and she's the only Yaogoi you'll find in the entire Point Lookout DLC. You'll find her in a hidden little alcove in the far northwest corner of the map. But what makes Ruska interesting isn't just where she is, it's who she used to be. Before the bombs fell, she was actually a circus bear, famous in Point Lookout for her ability to dance on a big red rubber ball. After the Great War, she somehow survived in the radiation-soaked marshes. Despite everything, she never let go of that part of her past. When you find her in the game, she's still playing with that same giant red ball from her old circus days. But this is definitely a if friend-shaped then why not friend situation. She will absolutely murder you if you go wandering into her den, apparently to everyone in the area for that matter. What's funny though is that Herbert Dashwood, the famous Wasteland adventurer, jokes that you're not going to find one of these babies balancing on a big rubber ball. Oh sweet summer child Herbert, how little do you know.
This is another quick one. The Wasteland Recluse can be found at the Greener Pastures disposal site, which is a heavily irradiated old waste dump northeast of the minefield. He's inside a small shack near the center of the site, and dead of course. Well, maybe, but we'll get to that. There's no quest tied to him, there's no dialogue or a direct explanation. For some reason, he chose this dangerously radioactive site as his home, possibly because it was abandoned and no one else would bother him. It looks like he died from radiation poisoning after removing his radiation suit inside the shack. Maybe he thought it was safe, or maybe he just gave up. Either way, his decision sealed his fate. Except that maybe it didn't. It's the way that things are supposed to go, but sometimes you'll come across him alive, and not friendly. It's a bug in the game where his body is set to respawn, so there's always a chance you'll come here and the dude will be alive and well again, unless you kill him. Did you know that there are two groups of hunters in Fallout 3? I'm sure you've run into them from time to time. You've probably assumed that these are the Wasteland creature hunters, and for the most part you'd be right. But there is another group, the cannibal hunters. Officially they're just called hunters in the game, but their actions make it pretty clear what they really are. A roaming group of people who hunt humans, kill them, and then sell their meat as strange meat. Yeah, it's that bad. You'll usually find them in groups of 3, kind of like a hunting party. There's typically a sniper or shooter armed with a hunting rifle, and the other two act as scavengers, gathering up meat and hauling it back. They're dressed in leather armor and are about as tough as your average raider, but it's their behavior that sets them apart. When you first approach them, they might actually be friendly, especially if they're standing around a fresh human corpse, sipping Nuka-Cola and celebrating their recent kill. But don't get too comfortable. Once they finish drinking and start moving again, they'll quickly turn hostile toward you. While they're friendly though, you can even buy food from them. Ask if they've got anything to sell and they'll offer you strange meat, reassuring you with a laugh that it's the best kind around. They'll even toss in a free sample. Sometimes you'll even notice them chasing down fleeing Wastelanders, yelling stuff like, "Save me a drumstick."
Save me a drumstick!
Killing these hunters earns you good karma, and if you've got the Lawbringer perk, you might even find fingers in their inventory, further confirming just how twisted these people are. These guys are a pretty rare random encounter, and sometimes you miss the whole chasing the Wastelander thing, and then they just start shooting at you. So you might assume that they're raiders or something else. It is insane though.
In Point Lookout, you can actually find a black box recording of an aircraft. You'll find it at the jet crash site, and when you play it, it's a recording of the pilot during the exact moment the Great War broke out. You hear him trying to contact air traffic control, getting nothing but silence as the bombs start falling, and ultimately crashing deep in the backwoods of Point Lookout. Throughout the recording, the pilot uses a lot of aviation lingo. For example, when he says prepping to pull the loud handle, he's talking about getting ready to use the ejection seat. When he reports low on state, he's letting us know the jet's running low on fuel. And when he says state 1 plus 10 to splash, that means he's only got 1 hour and 10 minutes of fuel left before he's forced to crash land. As the situation worsens, you'll hear him call out 8 cherubs, 5 cherubs, meaning he's descending from 800 feet down to 500 feet. When he says 3 green, that's confirming the landing gear is properly deployed. And 4 lights mean he's still got all the glide path lights in view, showing the correct color for landing. In the final moments, he activates an INS pinger, which is a beacon broadcasting the plane's inertial navigation system coordinates so rescuers could, theoretically, find the crash site. Though, of course, in the chaos of the Great War, no rescue ever comes.
Aircom, we have multiple flashpoints on horizon. Come back. Air Command, USN 350 requesting landing vector. Have 0 ceiling visibility and low on state. Somebody get me a landing clearance. State 1 plus 10 to splash. Have 0 read on outer marker. This is USN 350. I'm blind out here. Attempting emergency landing over water. INS pinger active on distress band. Flaps up, descent to 8 cherubs. 3 green over. 5 cherubs, tree line up. Throttle easy on 4 lights. Prepping to pull the loud handle.
I am Comrade Cheng, beloved leader of the people, shining servant of the community.
Irving Cheng lives in Tenpenny Tower, and the first thing you'll notice about Cheng is that he calls everyone comrade. Even though he's surrounded by rich, snobby capitalists inside Tenpenny Tower, one of the most elitist places in the capital wasteland. His wife Tiffany clearly finds this habit embarrassing and uncomfortable, but Irving sticks with it, fully leaning into this communist persona. This whole comrade thing isn't random. It's a direct nod to George Orwell's 1984, the famous dystopian novel where all party members refer to each other as comrade, as a way of enforcing political equality, or at least the illusion of it, while Big Brother watches their every move. Cheng, in his own weird way, seems to be recreating that mindset inside Tenpenny Tower. And it doesn't stop with this dialogue. If you hack or access his terminal in his suite at the top of the tower, you'll find a file labeled Daily Affirmation. One of the affirmations inside reads, "Comrade Cheng is watching you." That line's a clear parody of Big Brother is watching you, the iconic phrase from 1984. It's like Cheng sees himself as the overseer or ideological leader of the tower, trying to install himself as a kind of communist version of Big Brother, even though no one else is playing along. Digging deeper into his background, Cheng actually claims he's the direct descendant of Chairman Cheng, the pre-war leader of the People's Republic of China. He's so proud of this supposed connection that he's embarrassed by his first name Irving because it doesn't fit his imagined lineage. He even writes in his terminal that his father was a high-ranking officer in the Chinese army and he dreams of founding a Tenpenny commune, a communist utopia right inside Tenpenny Tower. So whenever you head to the tower for your next quest, always remember that Cheng will be watching you.
Are you mocking me, comrade?
Sydney can be found during the quest Stealing Independence, and most of you watching this probably already know about her. When you talk to her to get to know more about her past and you ask her about her father, she'll tell you this.
I thought he was the best. My mom was long gone, so all we had was each other. He used to call me his little moonbeam. How sappy is that? But when I was 14, he vanished and left me all alone. Never even said goodbye. I cried for a week. Do I have to tell you what it's like for a young woman alone in the wasteland at that age? I don't know where he went, and I don't care. I just hope he got what he deserved, the son of a bitch.
Thing is, she actually wasn't abandoned, and you can find her father in the game. He was a gunsmith and ammunition maker, and you can find his skeleton in the Statesman Hotel. Before his death, Sydney's father recorded a final message for her. A note calling her by her childhood nickname, Little Moonbeam.
My dearest little moonbeam, I know you've been waiting to hear what happened to me. I'm sorry I left you like I did. An important deal came up. One that might have let us get away from the shack we were living in. I came to the Statesman Hotel to meet the buyer and the deal went bad. We shot each other. And now I think I'm dying. I won't make it out of this place. The ruins are crawling with super mutants. All I can do is record this and then hide up in one of the rooms. You're a strong girl, and I know you can use everything I taught you to survive alone. Please forgive me, sweetie. I only wanted to make the best for us. Daddy loves you very much. Goodbye.
The truth is, he died in a deal gone wrong at the Statesman Hotel, and he never meant to leave her. What's interesting is that you can actually bring this holotape back to Sydney after she's told you her story about her father. She'll give you a unique SMG for doing so.
What? Oh my God. That's his voice. It's really him. I can't believe you brought this to me. Oh, I don't know what to say, but thank you. Wait, here. Take my 10mm Ultra SMG. It's never let me down. Besides, I won't really need it anymore.
Yes, the Cryolator was a thing before Fallout 4. Well, at least the idea of it was. The Cryolator was a weapon that was cut from Fallout 3 before release. Even though you can't find it in the game, the files for it still exist buried inside Fallout 3's data. It was designed as a homemade energy weapon, visually similar to the other scrap-built weapons in the game. It looks like it was cobbled together from random junk, with a crutch forming the stock and other scrap pieces making up its body. It would have used the energy weapon's skill to operate. There were also a few related items cut alongside it, a coolant component and a liquid nitrogen canister, which were probably supposed to act as crafting parts or maybe even ammo for the cryolator. None of these items are actually usable or accessible in the game or even in the GECK editor, but their meshes and textures still exist in the Fallout 3's PSA files. Basically, the cryolator was fully modeled but never implemented. It wouldn't officially appear as a usable weapon until Fallout 4, where it finally made its debut in a much more polished form. It's cool that Bethesda was thinking about this thing all the way back in Fallout 3 and managed to include it in 4. If you kill Colin Moriarty, the sleazy manipulative owner of Moriarty's Saloon in Megaton, you can actually get negative karma. On the surface, that doesn't make a lot of sense. I mean, he's a pretty awful guy. He extorts people, he runs a shady business, and he exploits the people of Megaton. So why would the game punish you for killing him? It turns out that this is a result of how Fallout 3's karma system is coded. Karma loss or gain is often tied to faction reputation, civilian status, or character flags, rather than purely moral behavior. Even though Moriarty is morally questionable, the game still flags him as a civilian good NPC, meaning he's considered part of a neutral or lawful population of Megaton. In the game's logic, murdering him counts as killing an innocent townsfolk, even if he's far from innocent in terms of personality or actions. The karma system doesn't evaluate the morality of what someone's done. It simply assigns values based on predefined roles. So from the game's perspective, you just murdered a Megaton resident who wasn't actively hostile, and that automatically costs you karma. It's been something that Fallout 3 fans have been kind of arguing about for years, because yes, even though he's a dickhead, does he really deserve death? I think people are just surprised about the bad karma and not like a neutral thing or even good when first killing him. The whole karma system in Fallout 3 is honestly weird.
Unlike the ordinary trucks scattered across the map, this one stands out. It's a large transport truck with skeletal remains trapped inside. This truck, however, wasn't just hauling cargo. It was used by the US government before the Great War to transport civilians, people who were likely detained as suspected enemies or communist sympathizers during the pre-war era's growing paranoia. The fact that it's locked from the outside suggests these people were imprisoned, left inside with no way to escape. When the bombs fell, whoever was inside never quite made it out. They were left to die inside the truck, slowly suffocating or starving, sealed in their mobile cell. The internment truck is never directly explained in the game, and it's easy to miss or dismiss as background decoration. The crazy part is that you'll find a holotape in the truck called Intermittent Orders, and it reads the following. It has a list of people suspected of being these Chinese agents. Shows you just how far the government was willing to go during the end of the war. It's wild to realize that there were double agents working in DC. The Roach King is a unique NPC you can encounter in the Capital Wasteland, living in a strange little camp called the Roach King's Throne. As his name implies, the Roach King has somehow befriended or tamed a swarm of radroaches, becoming their self-proclaimed king. He's widely believed to be insane, speaking in broken English mixed with weird insect-like noises. His dialogue lines that are found in the game guide are actually insane. Things like, key, first build throne, then take rocket. His mind seems totally consumed by his throne, his radroach companions, and his rocket-shaped toy, all part of his odd little kingdom. You'll find his throne northeast of Minefield and west of the Temple of the Union. It's a seat built from tires, an old dining chair, a clock, and a toy rocket playset, all scavenged by the Roach King himself. It feels like a child's attempt at royalty, with the rocket being a prized possession he worked hard to acquire. When you approach, he's immediately hostile, he has a minigun, and he defends that throne fiercely. He patrols his small territory alongside his radroaches, attacking any human who comes near. Also, he's not a set character. He can spawn in with several different appearances. The throne doesn't show up on the map, and the whole thing is very random.
There was supposed to be another radio station in Fallout 3, the Tenpenny Tower Radio. It was cut from the game though, before it released. But several lines of dialogue from Alistair Tenpenny himself were recorded for the station and were found in the files. They're called Tenpenny Truisms, and I'll play some for you guys.
Thank you for listening to Tenpenny Tower Radio Service, brought to you by Alistair Tenpenny. This is Tenpenny Tower Radio. You're listening to Tenpenny Tower Radio, the sound of progress.
This is Tenpenny Tower Radio, music and inspiring talk for forward-thinking people. The poor man wishes for prosperity. The rich man makes his own. Never wonder for a moment if you're worthy of the benefits you possess. Rather wonder always if you have utilized them to their fullest. All men were created equal. Not all men remain so. The poor man wonders why he is poor. The rich man knows why he is rich.
From what we know, Mr. Tenpenny was not going to be the DJ, but just had some quips that would be played here and there. The actual DJ is described in the files as someone trying to sound like a radio celebrity. So when the inevitable remaster comes, I think they should implement this whole thing. That would be amazing. This one's pretty simple, but it's been around a long time and it's pretty hilarious. Head to Satcom Array NN03D. And just northeast of the towers, there's a small door built into the rock. You're probably expecting this door to take you to some secret underground bunker or something similar to that. Open it up and you'll find a concrete wall behind it with the words FU scrawled across it in big green letters. Joel Burgess, lead level designer of the game, explained that this spot was originally made by either Daryl Brigner or Justin McSweeney during a last-minute push to expand the map toward the end of development. Later on, the team noticed that one of the doors didn't actually go anywhere. While they're all gathered around a computer trying to figure out how to fix it, Burgess suggested adding the FU graffiti as a joke solution. The graffiti itself was originally made by Nathan Perkypile, using his own handwriting, and it was first meant to be used in Vault 101 during the Trouble on the Homefront quest. It's become pretty iconic at this point. So right outside the entrance to Tenley Town Friendship Station, there's a little square with a monument that's actually a deep cut reference to Fallout's roots. It's a bronze globe with a rocket circling around it. And if it looks familiar, it's because that was the old Interplay logo. Interplay, of course, being the original publishers of Fallout 1 and 2. Fun fact, it wasn't always their logo. It originally showed up as the logo for GNN in-universe before Interplay made it their own. It's a nice little nod to the handoff of the Fallout IP from Interplay to Bethesda. The people at Interplay and the developers made an amazing world and games, and they deserve to be mentioned whenever Fallout pops up. We've talked about this before in other videos, and it seems to always surprise people that it exists. In Point Lookout, if you head underwater just south-southeast of the coastal grotto, and under this random buoy, you'll find the submerged T-Rex. It's literally a T-Rex skeleton chilling at the bottom of the water. Next to it, there's also a human skeleton with a lever-action rifle, plus a couple of ammo boxes and a locked safe. There's literally no reason for a T-Rex skeleton to be down there. Fallout's world has all kinds of bizarre stuff, but a full dinosaur skeleton randomly sitting underwater in Point Lookout? That's getting a little crazy. It doesn't connect to any quest or lore or in-game explanation. It's not part of a museum or a dig site, it's just there. Obviously, it's just an inside joke or a funny Easter egg from the devs. But an in-game lore explanation feels impossible. Maybe it fell off a boat, who knows? Or we can go for the classic and just blame the aliens. That seems to always work in Fallout.
Oh, hi there. I'm Bittercup.
Bittercup is honestly one of the stranger NPCs in Fallout 3. You'll find her in Big Town, and Bittercup stands out immediately. She's got this over-the-top goth persona, obsessed with death, darkness, and of course wearing black. She spends more time worrying about her eyeliner than guarding the town from super mutant attacks, which kind of annoys the other residents. But no one really confronts her because, well, they've got bigger problems with raiders and mutants trying to wipe them out.
Super mutants won't leave us alone, carried off some of our friends during the last attack.
Through her dialogue, you'll find out Bittercup's been romantically involved with pretty much every guy in Big Town at some point. She mentions dating Pappy, but dumped him because she thought he was lying to her.
I was dating Pappy then, you know. I got here and he was like, Big Town will be safe.
Then she got with Flash, but he ended up snapping because he couldn't handle her constant teasing. And then it gets kinda messed up. She claims she dated Time Bomb even though he doesn't remember it. Why? Because he was literally in a coma after getting seriously injured. So yeah, Bittercup might have been hanging out around him while he was unconscious, thinking they were together. But here's where it gets interesting. If you talk to Bittercup in the right way, which basically means if you lean into her whole dark, misunderstood vibe, she'll ask if you're dating anyone.
You're not, seeing anyone right now, are you?
If you play along and tell her nobody understands you either, she'll instantly want to start a relationship with you. Once that happens, she'll officially call you her boyfriend or girlfriend. Once you're dating Bittercup, you can check in with her every in-game day and she'll give you a random item as a gift. It could be something useful like Radaway, Med-X, or a stim pack, or it could be food like crispy squirrel bits, Nuka-Cola, or Blamco mac and cheese. Sometimes she'll even hand over ammo, such as 10mm rounds, shotgun shells, .308 rounds, you name it. She keeps giving you stuff every day up to about 30 times, and then she stops. After that, she goes back to her normal dialogue and won't give you any more items. It's technically an unmarked quest called Bitter Cup Ruineth Over, and it's easy to miss if you're just blasting through Big Town or skipping dialogue. Anyways, go get your girl in Big Town. Just don't be surprised if she switches up on you quick.
If the mutants get you, come back and haunt me.
Okay, here's a weird one you probably didn't even know existed. The Nuka-Cola Quantum Addiction. Yeah, it's a real thing. Kind of. In Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas, every time you drink a Nuka-Cola Quantum, there's actually a 10% chance you can get addicted to it. And it's not just some random text, it actually hits your stats. If you get hooked, you take a -1 penalty to Charisma and a -15 penalty to Radiation Resistance until you kick the addiction. It's treated like a drug addiction in the game mechanics, even though Nuka-Cola Quantum is technically just a soda. Sure, it glows and is super radioactive, but it's still marketed like a soft drink in the Fallout universe. So the idea that you can literally get chemically addicted to it, that's pretty wild. It used to be called a craving in Fallout 1 and 2 instead of an addiction, and they were going to add the addiction back into Fallout 4, but it never made it past the cutting room floor. It doesn't really surprise me considering the chemicals that actually go into the drink. But I'm sure the majority of players almost never see this, especially because no one ever drinks them because of the quest to collect. Definitely not enough to get the addiction.
So normally Fallout 3 starts you off being born in Vault 101, and then it time skips to different ages. First as a baby, then as a kid, and finally as a teenager when you actually start playing properly. But because of how the game loads these sequences, you can actually break out of the nursery during the baby segment. When you're playing as a baby, your movement is super limited. But if you save your game at the right moment and then load that save and start rapidly pressing forward, the game will bug out and let you clip through the baby gate or the walls. Once you're out of bounds, you can wander around the unfinished sections of Vault 101. And with enough careful maneuvering, you can actually make it to the door that leads outside. The game technically isn't supposed to let you leave at this point. You haven't triggered any of the story flags and you don't even have a Pip-Boy yet. But thanks to the glitch, you can bypass the normal restrictions and walk straight out into the Capital Wasteland. Still as a baby. Once you're outside, you're stuck in baby form permanently, unless you use console commands to change your character's age. You can't equip weapons, armor, or interact with a lot of things because you're still technically flagged as the baby version of the Lone Wanderer. But you can explore, walk around the wasteland, talk to NPCs sometimes, and even trigger some quests. It's super buggy, and the game will occasionally crash or softlock, but it's a surreal experience. Some NPCs will talk to you like you're a normal adult, while others won't react at all. It's one of those iconic Fallout glitches that really shows how flexible and broken Bethesda game engines can be. Plus, I want to give a shout out to Mitten Squad for discovering this ages ago. I don't know if he was the first, but he definitely made it hilarious and iconic. He has an amazing channel. Rest in peace. The pink power armor was part of cut content in Fallout 3. You won't find it anywhere in the game, not as loot, and not on an NPC, and not even as a hidden item in the game's code. But the texture for it still exists inside those files. If you're familiar with the GEC, and not the one in-game, but the tool Bethesda used to make the game, you can actually take that unused texture and manually apply it to the normal T40D power armor model. Basically, you're skinning the regular power armor with this weird pink design that never officially finished or released. Nobody really knows why it was made. Was it just a joke by one of the developers? A scrapped idea for a unique armor set? A placeholder? There's no official explanation, and Bethesda's never talked about it. It doesn't tie into any quests or factions, and it's not referenced in any dialogue or notes. It's just pink power armor, hidden in the files. A lot of people think it might have just been an inside joke, or maybe an experiment with different color palettes that just never got cleaned out before the game shipped. But the fact that it exists at all makes it a cool little piece of Fallout 3's history.
This actually can't happen anymore, but it used to be a crazy thing back when the game released. Vault 106 used to not have a door control on the inside of the vault, so if you started the door closing animation on the outside and then went in, you'd be stuck. Now, you could obviously reload a save, but other than that, there was no way out of the vault if you did this. I think it's important to put it in the Icebergs so that we remember famous mistakes or glitches like this in the original form of the game. So if you explore north of Broadcast Tower KT8, you'll find this location called Shale Bridge. It's just a broken relay tower, some hills, and a couple of caves. But what's actually going on under the surface is an all-out war between two rival ant colonies. Fallout 3 has a literal giant ant turf war happening in the background, and you can stumble right into the middle of it. There are two colonies in Shalebridge. The first is a smaller, weaker group living in the Shalebridge tunnels surrounded by glowing green mushrooms. They're labeled as foragers in the game files. And the second colony lives on Shalebridge Hill, where the mushrooms are more of a golden color. These ants are way more aggressive and tougher, and they're known as invaders. When you enter the tunnels, you'll find the smaller ants literally under siege. The bigger invader ants are already inside, attacking the forager ants and trying to wipe them out. And if you don't do anything, the stronger invaders will eventually overrun the tunnels and kill the entire friendly colony. It's like the game quietly stimulating an ant war without ever making it a quest or spelling it out in your journal. If you want to help the foragers survive, you'll have to step in and fight off the invaders yourself. You can also take it a step further and go directly to the invader colony at Shalebridge Hill, where you'll face even more worker ants, soldier ants, and eventually a giant ant queen acting as the leader of the invasion. If you kill the queen, it stops the attacks for good, basically letting the weaker colony reclaim the tunnels and survive. And there's even more going on. Inside the tunnels, if you check an egg pile and have a high enough science or medicine skill, you get the option to inject a stim pack into the eggs, which helps the colony recover faster. There's also some weird stuff like a mysterious giant radio buried under the egg pile that you can't interact with, probably a leftover dev tool, and a dead ant research holding a big book of science who responds every few in-game days. What's crazy is that the Shalebridge Ant War is never directly explained. No NPC talks about it, there's no quest tied to it, and no reward for saving the colony. It's just completely optional and up to you. It reminds me of the Goblin War mechanics in Oblivion. Anyways, really interesting stuff.
So if you're wandering the Capital Wasteland, you might randomly stumble across a guy named John. Well, technically the game just calls him a Wastelander, but you'll figure out his name from a note you find on him. The thing is, he's already dead when you find him, lying on the ground next to two dead dogs and one still alive, kind of pacing around his body. Turns out he'd been attacked by a pack of wild dogs. He managed to kill a couple of them, but in the end, the Wasteland won. Now what makes John really interesting isn't just the scene, it's what's in his inventory. On his body, you'll find John's key and a handwritten note, and this is where his backstory really opens up. The note is addressed to his brother Billy, explaining that John had stolen a stash of books from him. Not just any books though, but valuable skill books. He regrets what he did, and the note tells Billy where he hid them, inside an ammunition box at the scrapyard north of the Bethesda ruins. That key you just picked up, John's key, unlocks that exact box. So if you follow his directions, head to the scrapyard and find the locked ammo box. You'll be rewarded with 3 skill books inside. If you didn't read the note or connect the dots, you might never realize that the key unlocks something valuable. The encounter is totally random. You might never even meet John on a playthrough. Or if you do find him, you might not realize that there's more to him than just another dead Wastelander. But if you do, just make sure you take his key. When you explore Vault 87, the place where all the super mutants in the Capital Wasteland were created, you'll find these twisted corpses locked inside a containment cell. I'm sure you've seen them before, or at least in a million thumbnails. They're called failed FEV subjects. Basically humans who didn't survive the forced evolutionary virus experiments. They look like half-formed super mutants with green skin, bloated muscles, and bones literally bursting through their flesh. And they have massive tumors growing out of their necks and shoulders. They're wearing shredded Vault 87 jumpsuits and they just lie still. They're already dead. But it was apparently going to be a lot worse than some failed projects that were dead. They were originally meant to be enemies. According to the game files, these things weren't just set dressing. They have full special stats coded in. They've got dialogue from the super mutant voice lines, and they even show up as hostile red dots on your radar if you resurrect them with console commands. But in the final version of the game, they're just dead, frozen in place. It's like Bethesda planned for these failed experiments to roam the vault as broken, mindless mutants, but then they scrapped the idea late in development. And honestly, that's probably for the best, because the lore behind them is horrifying. According to the Vault 87 terminals, these people were pumped full of FEV. But their bodies couldn't handle it. Their muscles and bones grew out of control, their internal systems failed, and their brains literally couldn't process even the most basic functions. They died screaming inside of these cells, and their bodies were twisted beyond recognition. They're a glimpse of super mutants that never fully formed, trapped in a state between human and mutant, and knowing they were almost wandering enemies makes it way scarier. Imagine fighting these unstable, broken mutants while exploring Vault 87, instead of just finding their corpses. You thought the centaurs were bad, but this would have been on another level.
If you head out between Vault 106 and the VAPL-58 power station, there's this random overlook with a broken down motorcycle sitting next to a metal box. Inside that box, you'll find a holotape labeled Patrick's Farewell. And once you read it, you realize you've just stumbled onto something really personal and really sad. The holotape states, "Hey there, Tabby Cat. I know this wasn't fair to you. I'm sorry. Everything you've done for me since Anchorage, you were the best chance I had at making a normal life again, but I just don't think it's possible for me. You deserve a life of your own. Tell Mikey the bike is his when he gets his license next summer. She'll need a new coil soon, and I'm also leaving the commie pistol. Please take it to Dad. He'll want that. Everything else I leave to you. I know it isn't much. I love you, Cat. Please forgive me one more time. Patrick." Obviously, we now understand the motorcycle and the pistol nearby, but if you also head down the cliff, you'll find a skeleton and a large dent in the ground. We can assume that this is probably Patrick. Another hidden tragedy found in the vast wasteland. Most of us probably ran by this 100 times without ever really thinking about it. Every Fallout player knows the rush of choosing skill, deciding your strengths, weaknesses, and the kind of survivor you'll become. But did you know Fallout 3 almost had another skill entirely? One that just barely didn't make the cut? The throwing skill never officially made it into Fallout 3's gameplay. This skill quietly remained hidden in the game's resources, invisible to players but embedded within the game's code. Imagine specializing in throwing knives, grenades, and other projectiles, skillfully taking out enemies from afar. Unfortunately, this possibility was never realized. And strangely enough, one NPC class, specifically the Enclave Big Gun soldiers, still had throwing tagged as one of their skills. But without corresponding items or weapons to match, it was unused. But the iconic Vault Boy image created specifically for throwing didn't entirely vanish. Some of you might recognize it from question 4 of the GOAT exam and a little into what could have been. Eventually, this lost skill found new life elsewhere. The exact editor slot and form ID originally reserved for throwing were repurposed into Fallout New Vegas' survival skill. Additionally, the once forgotten throwing icon found a second chance as the symbol for the popular Heave Ho perk, aiding us in tossing grenades further and faster.
Imagine this. You're hiding out in some ruined shack, low on health, and you've just barely managed to slam the door shut behind you. You think you're safe, and then the doorknob starts turning slowly. You open up your Pip-Boy just in time to hear the door creak open, and towering in the doorway is a Deathclaw. So yeah, Deathclaws can open doors in Fallout 3 and New Vegas. And it's not just a random AI behavior. It actually lines up with the lore that goes way deeper than most people realize. It's this deep on the iceberg because of the story around the whole thing. When people first started playing Fallout 3, even to this day, they're genuinely surprised when they think they're safe in a room and the door opens up to a Deathclaw. People would post about it everywhere and were shocked at the notion. See, Deathclaws aren't just mutated killing machines. They're apex predators, yes, but they're also intelligent. Their massive clawed hands are surprisingly dexterous. In the older top-down Fallout games, Fallout 2 specifically, there was even a society of intelligent Deathclaws. They could speak, reason, and even coexist with humans in a small town. They were wiped out, but at this point, their intelligence isn't new. It's baked into the franchise's DNA. So when you see one calmly opening a door instead of smashing it down, it's not just some lazy AI shortcut. Okay, well it probably is, but it's actually consistent with the lore. On a gameplay level, it's also a bit of a technical compromise. The Fallout 3 and New Vegas engines couldn't really handle the fully destructible environments, so smashing down walls or breaking doors wasn't an option. Having Deathclaws open doors was a simpler fix, but the devs could have just made them path around or ignore the doors. They didn't. They made them open them. And that decision adds this almost unnerving intelligence to what's supposed to be a beast. And let's be real, the idea of a Deathclaw deliberately opening a door to get to you is way more terrifying than one just barreling through a wall. It's like horror movie logic. It's not the strength, it's the intent that makes it scary. Nowadays, this probably doesn't surprise many of you, but back then, it was a big topic of debate. Here's one of the most famous myths in Fallout 3, the numbers station. This one's been floating around the internet since the game dropped in 2008, and it's honestly one of the stories that just refuses to die. The idea was simple but creepy. Supposedly, if you kill 3Dog, the DJ of Galaxy News Radio, the station doesn't just go silent. Instead, you start picking up weird radio broadcasts, long strings of numbers read out in a monotone voice, followed by bursts of Morse code. And after the code, the station cuts back to the song, I Don't Want to Set the World on Fire. The myth claims that you have to be in specific high places for it to work, like the top of the SATCOM arrays in the northeast, climbing the mountains near Raven Rock, or even riding up the Ferris wheel in Point Lookout. Some even say Tenpenny Tower works, but supposedly it just has to be outside GNR's normal range. If you hit the right spot, the story goes you'll unlock the hidden station. According to fan translations, those number sequences and Morse code messages are actually cryptic predictions that are about future real-world events. People online have tried to connect them to everything from celebrity deaths to disasters, making it feel like Fallout somehow predicted the future. In reality, it's all creepypasta. There's no actual number station coded into Fallout 3, but because it fits so well with the game's aesthetic, mysterious broadcasts, Cold War themes, secret government projects, it feels believable enough to keep people guessing. It's kind of like Fallout 3's version of the Lone Wolf radio myth in New Vegas. It's still brought up all the time, and I'm sure there are people out there that still believe in it.
Oh, look. Another one of your pampered vault assholes.
You might think Jericho's just another rough around the edges resident of Megaton. Yeah, he's a washed up raider, but hey, it's the Wasteland. Plenty of people around here have shady histories. But if you go snooping through the terminal in the bar, you'll find a log entry that maybe makes Jericho look like a different kind of Wasteland monster. In the terminal, it writes that Jericho tried to slip Jenny Stahl some of the old gun barrel while she's yelling no. It's worded like typical Fallout dark humor, but the implication is far darker. The fact that maybe Jericho tried to assault Jenny Stahl. It's also stated that Jericho's lucky the gun didn't go off. And this line could be taken two different ways. Maybe it actually was a gun, or maybe it was Jericho's little pea shooter. This incident is never directly brought up in dialogue, and Jenny never talks about it. Jericho never references it, and it's just hidden in the terminal log. Left there for people who bother to read the dirt collected on the townsfolk. And once you know it's there, it completely changes how you see Jericho. It's pretty vague, so it's tough to say if this is what Bethesda intended, and maybe they left it that way for a reason. But it definitely got people talking about it.
I do miss it sometimes. It's a life of freedom.
A lot of you have heard about the testing cells that can be accessed in most Bethesda games. But Fallout 3 has a little bonus cell Bethesda used during development. It's literally just a blank room where the devs could spawn in robots and move them around and then test how they worked. Think of it like a robot sandbox. You'll find all kinds of robotic enemies in there. Mr. Gutsies, Protectron, Sentry bots, you name it. The developers use this space to make sure their animations, AI, and attacks were working before dropping them into the actual game world. This area wasn't meant for players at all. It's purely a tool for testing. But thanks to mods or console commands, you can teleport yourself there and mess around with it. Out in the middle of nowhere, in the capital wasteland, you can randomly find the corpse of a Chinese soldier. He's ghoulified, and next to him is a small radio beacon broadcasting a strange signal. As you get closer, the signal grows louder, pulling you toward him. The game never really explains who he was or why he's there, but if you go into the files, we can find out more about him. And apparently he was a Chinese pilot or commando who crash landed after the bombs fell. Desperate and stranded behind enemy lines, he set up the beacon hoping his people would come rescue him, but no one ever did. He died alone, his signal endlessly looping into the void. The beacon's unused subtitles even include the word Mayday repeated 3 times, showing that he was calling for help. But weirdly, that message never plays in game, and the radio just broadcasts something completely different. It's like part of his story gets lost in development, leaving behind only fragments that they kept in.
So we all know that Fallout 3's got some iconic power armor. The Brotherhood's T-51B, the Enclave's Tesla armor, you name it. But buried in the game's files is an armor set that never actually made it into the game. Robo Thor. It looks pretty similar to Tesla armor, but under the hood it's insanely powerful. The stats on the Robo Thor are ridiculous. It's got defense numbers that not only rival Enclave power armor, but it actually outperforms the T-51B by over 1,000 hit points. Despite being fully modeled and coded, Bethesda cut it from the final game. The only way to get it is through console commands. Nobody knows exactly why it was scrapped, but the obvious guess, it was just too overpowered. You would have been walking around invincible, and not that you don't already. A lot of people figure it as more of a dev toy, like a god mode suit the developers use for testing or fun during development. Kinda like the cut Godzilla creature that was hiding in New Vegas' files. It was cool, but it was never meant for players to actually use. So allegedly, there was once an option to eat baby Marie in the pit. It sounds insane, but you'll meet a lot of Fallout fans online that will die on that hill that it was an option. There's debate as to whether this was simply a mod or content that once existed in the game, but then was later patched. We did research into this and found that players were fairly divided as to whether this was some type of Mandela effect, or if it was a mod the entire time and the community is just misremembering. I don't recall this being an option back in the game when I first played it all those years ago, and I don't see it in the game today, but it is weird that so many people remember playing it in an unmodded version. Interrogation Log is a cut holotape from the final version of the Fallout 3 add-on Operation Anchorage. It can only be found in the GEC, but the short summary is that the interrogation log would have given us additional context to the mutilated Gary that we find in the Brotherhood Outcast lair. They were apparently trying to use this Gary's Pip-Boy to enter the Anchorage simulation. It didn't work. Listen to the holotape.
Gary? Listen, son, I know Muriel was rough on you. I'm sorry. I really am. Gary? Gary? Right. You can drop the act now. I'm not here to hurt you. Gary? Look, just remove the Pip-Boy, and we can part ways. Gary! Gary! You know what? Fuck this. Hand me that saw. And turn off the recorder.
You can actually find this Gary in a utility room. We actually see that this Gary's left arm was hacked off since someone tried to nab his Pip-Boy. This doesn't work though because Pip-Boys have a biometric reading. Most assume that the interrogation log would probably be found in the room where Gary was interrogated.
This is a mini text adventure game that can be played on a terminal in Hubris Comics and was programmed by the Hubris Comics software division. It is your basic classic text adventure game with simple commands like inventory, go north, or look around, giving us players a step back in time to an era where imagination and typed commands ruled the gaming world. The player begins their quest equipped modestly with only a rusty sword and a drinking flask standing upon an expansive plain. From here, 4 locations beckon: a mountain to the north, a swamp to the west, a town to the south, and a chapel to the east. Journey north to the mountain and discover a glinting rough gemstone, travel west to the swamp where a wizard transforms the gemstone into a polished gem and a magical shard, head south to the town, trade the polished gem with the blacksmith to upgrade your sword from rusty to magical, and accept a quest from the local priest. Travel east to the chapel, defeat a zombie, and claim its head as a trophy. Return to town, present your achievement to the priest, and secure a chapel key. Finally, revisit the chapel, fill your flask with holy water, and then journey north once more. Face the evil antagonist at the mountain summit, wield your magic sword, and emerge victorious, concluding your quest. Winning the game doesn't really get you anything, but it's a pretty hidden feature. It kind of reminds me of the Choose Your Own Adventure book in Skyrim. This place isn't on your map, it's not part of any quest, and it was never meant to be seen by players. You can only get to it using console commands, and on the local map it's just called Abandoned House. But behind the scenes the file name says more. It's a dummy cell, which basically means it was a test area for the devs. But going here feels weird. It feels like a liminal space if you guys are familiar with that term. What makes it so creepy is just how empty it feels. The layout looks like it was meant to be part of Megaton, maybe even a version of the Lone Wanderer's house, but it's stripped of all life. The walls are blank and there's no decoration, no clutter, nothing that makes it feel lived in. Just a single chair sitting awkwardly downstairs and a lone bed upstairs. That's it. It was likely used during development to test things like lighting, object placement, or interior design without any distractions. Think of it like a blank sketch pad, but instead of being deleted, it just stayed buried in the files.
Starting us off with the simple one that a lot of people still don't know. Both the Cazadors and the Night Stalkers are not mutants that were created by radiation. So the Night Stalkers are these creepy looking snake dog hybrids that were actually cooked up before the war by Dr. Boris. He mixed rattlesnake and coyote DNA together. Why do that in the first place? Well, supposedly he did it to save rattlesnake DNA, thinking they were about to go extinct. but his memory's kind of fuzzy, and at one point he admits he might have done it just because of a dare from another scientist. Classic Big Mountain, right? Anyway, these things turned out to be way more dangerous than expected. When they were first created, they wiped out almost everyone working on the shipping department at the X8 Research Center. Only one guy named Skippy made it out alive. Even after that mess, another scientist, Dr. Figgis, figured they could still make use of them. So what does he do? He releases the Night Stalkers into the X8 testing area just to observe how they would behave, which was a bold move. After the bombs dropped, a bunch of these things got loose. They've been slithering and prowling their way across the Mojave ever since. Some even made it all the way to Baja. Cazadors are another lovely gift from the labs at Big Mountain. They were mutated and supersized thanks to a bunch of DNA experiments by none other than Dr. Boris. He swears the experiments happened on a Tuesday, maybe in May, probably 2003. He's not really sure. Originally, these lab-grown monstrosities were kept locked up in the Z14 DNA splicing lab, but surprise, surprise, that didn't last. A bunch of Cazadors ended up escaping Big Mountain Crater and started showing up in nearby places like the Mojave Wasteland and Zion Canyon. And once they were out, they multiplied fast. Boris still insists that they never escaped and they can't even reproduce, despite all the evidence saying otherwise. As they've spread across the wasteland, people have started calling them Cazadors or Cazadores, which probably came from Spanish-speaking survivors in the areas where they've popped up. And honestly, it fits.
Now this one's infamous among veteran New Vegas players, yet few places strike fear into players' hearts quite like the Deathclaw Promontory. On the Mojave's eastern fringe, just across the Colorado River, lies this unmarked location. There's no convenient quest marker here, no friendly NPC to guide you, just a faint dirt trail leading you straight into what might be the deadliest patch of terrain in the entire game. This spot is home to around 36 Deathclaws of all shapes and sizes. Alpha males, fearsome mothers, agile juveniles, and even baby Deathclaws, all crammed into one brutal, jagged maze of hills and cliffs. Unlike Quarry Junction's scattered chaos, these Deathclaws act as a tightly knit pack. If just one catches your scent, every single beast in the area charges simultaneously, acting as a cohesive unit of beasts. Players often face the daunting challenge of thinning the horde with explosives, creating a risky balance between survival and destruction. Yet despite this near certain doom, we can't help but feel drawn by some of the game's finest loot. Hidden among these bloodied rocks and beastly corpses are treasures worth every risk. Rare high-end weapons and the exclusive Remnants power armor. This armor set, typically only obtained through a questline, can be found here without the quest hassle, making it a tempting prize. Adding an eerie realism to the horrifying spot, Deathclaw Promontory sits exactly where Nevada's real-world Promontory Point lies, anchoring Fallout's ambush zone firmly into actual geography. For lore hunters, there's even the intriguing discovery of 3 Deathclaw eggs giving us a glimpse into a breeding ground right under our noses. We can't help but wonder if this spot will end up in Fallout's upcoming Season 2 release. In the gaming world, New Vegas is legendary. Not just for its gameplay and storytelling, or even the bugs that came with it when it rolled out, but for a notorious event known as the Metacritic Scandal. Here's the crazy story behind the infamous 1% that cost Obsidian Entertainment dearly. When Obsidian partnered with Bethesda to develop New Vegas, the deal included a massive bonus, but only if the game achieved a Metascore of 85 or higher on Metacritic. Unbelievably, Fallout New Vegas narrowly missed that mark, landing at an 84, just one single percentage point short. This small margin meant the developers received none of the promised bonus, sparking endless controversy and conspiracy theories in the gaming community. Rumors quickly spread, with some players convinced that Bethesda deliberately rushed Obsidian to release the game prematurely, sabotaging its review scores out of spite. This theory was even more widespread considering the amount of cut content that never made it into the game, which if you haven't seen our first New Vegas Iceberg video, consider giving it a watch since we cover pieces of the cut content like the game's boundaries. However, Chris Avalon, one of New Vegas's key figures, has repeatedly dismissed these theories. He even praised Bethesda, highlighting how supportive they were during development. Still, fans can't help but wonder, why didn't Bethesda use a sliding bonus scale instead? A scale would have meant missing the target by just 1% wouldn't erase the entire bonus, only a fraction of it, making the sting far less severe. As Chris himself admitted, losing everything based on a single percentage point felt devastating. Ironically, despite this Metacritic miss, Fallout New Vegas was an incredible commercial success. Bethesda shipped over 5 million copies by early November 2010, generating more than $300 million from sales and digital downloads alone. Clearly, us fans adored the game, making the narrow miss on Metacritic even more bitter. But was it a conspiracy? Not quite, just a business deal gone awry.
Alright, so when you roll into the Tops Casino during the Ring-a-Ding-Ding quest, the first person you bump into is Swank. He's one of Benny's right-hand guys. Now if you play it smart and you pass a few speech checks, you can actually clue Swank in on what Benny's really up to. If you succeed, Swank basically lets you go upstairs to Benny's suite with all of your weapons, which is pretty helpful if things go sideways. But there's also this other way to actually convince Swank to your side. You can find some evidence to help your case, like Benny's distinctive lighter and his weird brand of cigarettes, which can then make Swank more willing to believe you. If you tell Swank that Benny's scheming behind Mr. House's back, he asks you what you want to do about it. If you tell him you're ready to handle it now, Swank sends Benny up to his room, basically setting him up for you. Once you've taken care of business, you can go back to Swank and he just straight up asks,
"Is Benny taken care of yet?"
You get one reply, yes, he's dead. Swank then gets hyped and says,
Guess that makes me the boss. Ring-a-ding.
It's surprising just how many ways Benny can be dealt with. It makes you wonder what New Vegas would have been like with another 1.5 years of development time. I'd be surprised if anyone hasn't seen the crashed UFO in New Vegas at this point, or at least heard of it. It was on almost all of the icebergs we came across, so we figured we'd throw it on. I'm assuming some people might have missed it because they don't take the Wild Wasteland trait at the beginning of the game. If you head up north of Harwood's Farmstead and a bit east of the Brooks Tumbleweed Ranch, right around where the mercenary camp usually is, you come across something pretty weird. Usually it's just the 3 mercenaries standing around a fire. But like I said, if you have Wild Wasteland, you'll actually find 3 aliens near a crashed recon craft. The ship is wrecked and you can't get inside. These aliens are the only ones in the game, and they look exactly like the ones from Fallout 3's Mothership Zeta DLC. 2 of them are armed with tri-beam laser rifles, so they're not just here to say hi. They will mess you up if you're not careful. But if you kill them, you do get to keep their alien blaster, which has probably the most rare ammo type resource in the entire game. Yes, the Tops has a pool. It's kind of hidden away, which is why people usually don't run into it. It's out back behind the casino. There's a little courtyard area, and it's not huge, but it's got a nice vibe. There you'll find a pool right in the middle. There's also some palm trees scattered around and a brick wall enclosing the whole space. You'll usually find a few gamblers hanging out there, along with some of the chairmen just keeping an eye on things or they're chilling. It's a pretty relaxed spot compared to the inside. It's not the most in-depth thing on the iceberg, but it might surprise a few of you. It actually surprised me. I had no idea.
Let's talk about one of New Vegas's most underrated minigames, Caravan. It might not get as much hype as Witcher 3's Gwent, but Caravan is one of Fallout New Vegas's best kept secrets, and it's likely due to its complicating rules. I'm not saying the game is revolutionary by any means, I'm just saying it's relatively low key. You'll first catch wind of Caravan from a guy named Ringo in Goodsprings, who hands over a starter deck. Mostly Tops casino cards, though it's missing a king of clubs. From there, you're off scouring the Mojave for more cards, whether that's by trading with merchants, looting unlucky wanderers, or winning other minigames. To build a valid Caravan deck, you need 30 cards with no duplicates from the same set. Have a King of Spades from set A and another from set B? No problem. 2 Kings of Spades from set A, and that's an illegal move within the game's rules. The game itself is a tug-of-war over 3 stacks called Caravans, each aiming for a total of 21 to 26. You basically place cards in ascending or descending order, and face cards become your wild strategy pieces, boosting values or sabotaging your opponent's stacks. Once you've sold a caravan by locking in that 21 to 26 sweet spot, you've got a claim, but your opponent can still fight back with some clever plays. Bet big, and while the house doesn't make a fuss, your rival might raise you with NCR bills, Legion coins, you name it. Win 2 out of 3 caravans first, and the pot's yours. If you've never tried it, give it a shot. Caravan is a surprisingly deep card game hiding under the wasteland's dust. And although it's not the most profound card game we've seen in RPGs, it's still worth trying if you have yet to touch it.
So, you feel like playing a game?
Chances are you've at least heard of, or maybe even proudly own, the legendary Prima Official Game Guide. Authored by David S.J. Hodgson, who also crafted the official guide for Fallout 3, this guidebook isn't just a simple walkthrough. It's a treasure trove of detailed lore, item descriptions, maps, character backstories, and hidden secrets of the Mojave itself. The collector's edition hardcover is particularly sought after, boosting an additional 32 pages filled with fascinating concept art and in-depth details about New Vegas's factions and settings. But here's where things get intriguing. Despite its incredible usefulness and beautiful presentation, the guide isn't perfect. Eagle-eyed players quickly notice some curious inconsistencies between the guide and the actual game itself. For example, during the quest My Kind of Town, the guide incorrectly states you'll need a barter skill of 50 to persuade Major Knight to assign more troops to Prim. In reality, the game only asks for a barter skill of 20. Similarly, the guide mistakenly involves powder gangers in the quest Hard Luck Blues, despite them having no actual connection to the quest. Smaller errors also pop up too, like referring to Interstate 15 near Sloan interchangeably as the Long 19 and Long 95, or stating that using Doc Mitchell's chemistry set requires a speech skill of 25, when in fact it calls for a science skill of 25. But let's be honest, these errors don't take away from the coolness of owning such a guide. In fact, they might even enhance its status. Today, having an official strategy guide for Fallout New Vegas is more than just practical. It's a badge of honor, proof that you've walked the Mojave in a uniquely old school style. As for our take on the matter, I believe pieces like Doc's chemistry set calling for speech versus science skills was an unintentional editing error, while other pieces such as the small inconsistencies in quest details could be due to cut content, potentially seeing that the fullness of the game wasn't ever truly released. What are your thoughts? New Vegas is full of surprises, including cut content where you can hear your companions scream and shriek in terror as their bodies are lit aflame. These immolation screams, fortunately or unfortunately, never quite made it into the game. Deep within New Vegas's unused game files lies audio that's unsettling. These audio files include distressing screams and shrieks of your trusted companions, recorded specifically for when they're tragically set ablaze during combat. Imagine the visceral horror of hearing Boone, Veronica, or even Rex howling in agony as flames engulf their bodies. Sounds that would add a disturbingly realistic element to the brutality of the already brutal game. I mean, come on, we already have the crucifixions and slaves, they may as well have added this too. Although these sounds were ultimately excluded from the final release, they remain hidden in the game's code. The discovery of these unused audio files has become legendary within the Fallout community if you know where to look. But I figured I'd let their screams play out in a few seconds here, and you could tell me which actor or actress did it best.
So we all know Old Lady Gibson, right? The sweet old woman who runs the scrapyard near Novak. She comes off as this harmless trader just living her best retired life. But what if she's not as innocent as she seems? Here's where things get weird. Not too far from her scrapyard, up near the mountain, there's this little unmarked spot called Gibson's Shack. You actually go there during Veronica's companion quest. Now inside the shack, you'll find a skeleton and a full-on murder scene. Now yeah, finding a dead body in the Mojave isn't exactly shocking, but this one's different. The shack has her name on it. It's literally called Gibson's Shack.
Well, I'll give you a hint. They used to just call me Gibson. I hope you can figure out the rest.
That does feel intentional, and I really don't think the devs named it that by accident. So that begs the question, if the shack used to belong to Old Lady Gibson, why isn't she living there now? And why is there a dead body inside? Well, there are apparently multiple theories on this one. What if the skeleton is the real Gibson, and the woman at the scrapyard is someone else entirely, an imposter? Someone pretending to be her, maybe to take over the scrapyard or just blend in. It would explain why she's living out there instead of in the shack with her name on it. Or maybe it's her late husband that she talks about. She could have murdered him and then left him in that shack. This one has a little more plausibility in my opinion, as you can actually find a severed finger in there, implying that this guy wasn't a good guy, especially if you've played Fallout 3. In that game, you can find a perk that drops fingers on bad characters when you kill them. You then give them to the regulators who will pay you caps for the fingers, and then it gives you positive karma. So maybe her husband wasn't a good guy and she took care of him. There's also the fact that Elijah also used the shack at some point. Maybe he's tied up in the story in some way. All in all, it's just kind of strange. Let's talk about Victor, that overly friendly cowboy robot you meet at the start of the game.
He's hanging around Good Springs, keeping an eye on things for Mr. House as one of his remote scout bots. At first, he just seems like a helpful old-timey robot who saves your life and points you in the right direction. But he actually has a bit more going on, especially during the Ghost Town gunfight quest. You guys know the story by now. The Powder Gangers show up and get kicked out, which places you in the middle of the two factions. In this instance, you need to side with the town. You can then recruit the townsfolk to actually join in the upcoming fight. Now here's where Victor comes in again. You can ask him to join the fight and he'll say yes.
Trouble with rustlers, huh? Count me in, partner. Those varmints will be running home with their tails between their legs soon enough.
But when the Powder Gangers roll in, he ghosts you. He doesn't show up at all.
Howdy, partner. So when do the rustlers show up? Now just hold on. I meant it when I said I'd help you. Guess I must have dozed off. That's never happened before.
If you've got at least 25 in science, you can ask him about it afterward.
All right, but put everything back the way you found it. Override? That can't be right. Probably just a malfunctioning tube somewhere. I truly am sorry I couldn't help you, partner. Was there something else you wanted to talk about?
Turns out he was remotely shut down. He'll even say it was a command he's never heard before, which is kind of suspicious considering who he works for. Was House testing us? Did he want to see if we could handle ourselves? It's just weird that he would send Victor in the first place to watch us and then not intervene.
If you ever ventured into the Mojave searching for a challenging beast to tackle, you've likely run into the fire gecko, a creature known for its scorching breath. But did you know there's an even bigger, meaner version lurking in the game's code? Gojira, or simply Gecko if you spawn it via console command, is 3 times bigger, sporting a terrifying fire gecko model the size of a super mutant behemoth. By using the following console command, you can bring this gigantic gecko to life. Be forewarned though, he's a big sumbitch boasting 8000 HP and a unique Gojira flame with a base damage of 400 and a DPS of 3200. Practically anything standing near this beast is done for in seconds. Although it carries the name Gojira, the original Japanese name for Godzilla, this titan was never intended to roam freely in-game. According to various sources, Seth, a developer, created Gojira just for fun. In the early stages of the game's development, he apparently unleashed it on Camp McCarran to watch it terrorize NCR troops. This Godzilla would have been game-breaking. It trumps every major foe, including the X-42 giant Robo-Scorpion, the legendary Deathclaw, and the legendary Bloatfly. It is so formidable that a single flame breath attack can annihilate entire squads of enemies. Even the most feared bosses in the game crumble in seconds against it. Essentially, Gojira tips the scales of difficulty so severely that keeping it in the base game could have shattered game balance. Gojira has cemented its place in New Vegas legend as a stress test creature that was never meant to see the light of day.
Alright, let's talk about Roxy, the Cyberdog companion you can create in the Old World Blues DLC. She's not your typical follower like Boone or Eddie. Roxy is actually made in the X8 Research Center by fusing a regular dog with a robot. You can build her yourself once you find the right holotape, which is located downstairs on a big table near the door to the institutional test area in X8. After you grab it, head down the hallway to the left of the X8 entrance. That's where the splicing terminal is. You then pop the holotape into the terminal and boom, you've got Roxy. Roxy's a bit different from the other companions in terms of control though. She doesn't use the standard companion wheel. If you want her to follow you or stay put, you've got to talk to her directly. Also, she's kind of homebound. She won't leave the X8 facility. If you try to walk out, she'll just sit by the entrance. But what's cool is that Roxy will return at the end of the game in a slide. If you make Roxy and Rex is still alive back in the Mojave, the game's ending slide will say that somehow Roxy escaped a big mountain and eventually met up with Rex. The two of them then go on to have a litter of cyber puppies called the Boston Terrifiers. How this works is anyone's guess, because they aren't just organic pups. The slide says that they construct them. They're cyber puppies, so they're probably built using the machines where Roxy was made. The bigger issue is how the hell they're supposed to grow with cybernetic limbs and organs. Also, you can only get this slide if you have the Wild Wasteland trait, so the whole thing is kinda iffy anyways. But it's something cool to learn if you haven't seen it before. So Matthew's animal husbandry farm might seem like just another rundown spot in the Mojave, but there's actually a super dark story hiding there. Scattered throughout the farm, you'll find torn diary pages that piece together what happened. Apparently, this was a small family-run farm around 2281. Just a couple and their kid. One day, the parents left to head over to Camp Searchlight to grab some supplies, but they never came back. After a few days of waiting, the kid decides to go look for them, and what they find was straight up heartbreaking. Turns out Camp Searchlight had been completely irradiated thanks to some Legion sabotage, and the child's parents didn't make it out as humans. They had been turned into feral ghouls, and when they found them, they attacked in a panic. The kid had to shoot them and then run. Back at the farm, things didn't exactly improve. Alone, traumatized, and barely holding it together, the child starts to spiral. The diary entries get darker, accusing the animals, which were malnourished Brahmin and bighorners, of plotting to take over the farm. They become convinced that they're turning into ghouls too and wants to stop them before it's too late. And then in the final page, they make a decision. If the animals want the farm, they can't have it. So the child sets the farmhouse on fire while still inside. When you read it for the first time, your heart just kind of drops. It's a little shocking, honestly.
Welcome to the headquarters of the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company. Wrangle up a stool and listen to old Festus jaw a while.
What's New Vegas's favorite drink? I'll give you a hint. It isn't Nuka-Cola. Sunset Sarsaparilla is the most popular drink in the West. But did you ever stop to wonder what's actually in this legendary soda? Founded way back in 1918, the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company built an empire around its iconic beverage, whose popularity soared nationwide and even into Canada by the year 2077. Of course, success breeds imitation, and even Nuka-Cola tried to mimic its flavor with their own Nuka-Cola Wild. But Sunset Sarsaparilla had a darker side, and before the bombs fell, a controversial study broadcasted on national television claimed the drink caused a shocking array of side effects. From nausea and dizziness to anxiety, tooth decay, organ damage, and ironically, even digital numbness. The company fiercely denied these claims but quietly ramped up their public relations efforts to save face and preserve profits.
If you're here about the health advisory that aired on Channel 6 recently, say, silly old advisory.
Adding to the intrigue, an urban legend emerged just before the Great War. Rumor had it, special bottle caps marked with a blue star could earn you an incredible prize from the Sunset Sarsaparilla Company. Kind of like hunting for that special star on lollipop wrappers as a kid that we all used to do, and we always found it too. Even better, if you've played New Vegas's Honest Hearts add-on, you might have discovered a secret. A recipe to craft your very own homebrewed version of Sunset Sarsaparilla. All it takes is a single bottle cap, an empty Sunset Sarsaparilla bottle, Nevada agave fruit, and some Xander root. While the root sadly isn't something you'll find at your local grocery store, the internet has speculated it might taste something like a ginger root. So if you ever wanted to whip up your own sunset-inspired soda at home, ginger might just be your secret ingredient. To be honest, I'm not a huge soda person, so y'all have to let me know in the comments if you tried recreating it and if it was worth the effort. The Holy Frag Grenade is a unique weapon in New Vegas that many of us never got to experience or use. Hidden deep within the irradiated ruins of Camp Searchlight lies this unique and devastatingly powerful weapon. Available exclusively to players who choose the Wild Wasteland trait, the Holy Frag Grenade isn't your ordinary explosive. It's a playful homage to Monty Python's classic comedy, The Holy Grail. Complete with a white cross painted dramatically on its side, this grenade packs a heavenly punch, dealing significantly more direct and explosive damage than a standard frag grenade. But the Holy Frag Grenade isn't just powerful, it's uniquely accessible, requiring absolutely no explosive skills to wield, unlike its mundane counterparts. Unfortunately, Divine Intervention only blesses players with 3 grenades total. These explosive treasures never respawn, making every throw a monumental decision, so use them sparingly if at all. Getting your hands on these sacred grenades isn't easy either. They're guarded fiercely by 2 golden geckos lurking in the basement of a church, reinforcing their holy and dangerous aura. If your character has a loose cannon trait or the splash damage perk, be warned. Escaping the grenade's powerful blast might be a challenge, and even deadly creatures who survive the blast will turn hostile. Without the Wild Wasteland trait, there will be too many nukes sitting in lieu of the grenades instead. Fun fact, the Holy Frag grenade's roots trace all the way back to Fallout 2, where developers initially planned a Holy Hand Grenade encounter inspired by Monty Python, but sadly never implemented it, at least yet. Next time you're roaming the Mojave with the Wild Wasteland trait, make a pilgrimage to Camp Searchlight and enjoy.
Barton Thorne is a prospector living near Goodsprings in 2281. Not much is known about Barton or his motives, but he tries to deceive the courier by telling them to kill the geckos on the ridge to save his girl. Afterward, he tries to kill the courier in order to retrieve a treasure stashed at the ridge overlook. Well, interestingly, Note to Self is a paper note which was cut from the final version of Fallout New Vegas. According to its editor ID, the note was actually meant to be assigned to Barton Thorne. It says this: "Remember not to roll off the cliff and kill yourself while you're sleeping. You'll show her, you'll show everyone. What does too stupid to live even mean anyway?" This dude was having a manic episode, clearly. I'm not sure why the note was cut from the game though, but it's always fun shedding light on the cut content anyway. If you ever find yourself wandering south of Nipton Road Pit Stop, you might stumble across the Scorpion Burrow. This place is an unmarked location in the dry lake bed, and it's exactly what it sounds like. A nasty little hideout full of rad scorpions. Outside of the burrow, things are already sketchy. And run into a bunch of giant rad scorpions, and just to make it more chaotic, a pack of night stalkers. And those two groups don't get along and will usually start fighting each other, unless they spot you. Then congratulations, you become target number 1. Now if you're a psychopath and decide to head inside, the burrow itself is just one long tunnel that opens up into 2 larger rooms. It's not a maze or anything, but it's full of scorpions. Right near the entrance, you'll come across a dead Wastelander, and deeper there are 2 more bodies, including 2 more Wastelanders, a dead Jackal gang member, and a prospector who clearly didn't make it. At the end of the tunnel is where the real nightmare begins. The Rad Scorpion Queen. She is massive, tough, and absolutely not messing around. This is an arachnophobe's absolute nightmare. And I know they're not spiders, but they kind of elicit that same feeling. If you know, you know. Anyways, it's a pretty crazy place that's just unmarked and found in a hole in the middle of the desert. I love it. So there's this little oddity called the storage room safe note. It's just a scrap of paper you can pick up, and it's supposed to be the password for a terminal in the basement of the REPCONN test site. You get this note automatically added to your Pip-Boy after checking out an entry called Storage Room Terminal on one of the administrator's terminals. It's on the 2nd floor of the REPCONN facility. It says, "Hi Steve, we finished converting that old generator room into storage, like you asked. If you need to get into the safe, the password is REPCONN. Thanks, Bill." Now here's the funny part. The terminal in the basement that this note is supposed to unlock, well, it's already unlocked by default. So the password is basically useless. Most people figure it was just part of some cut content or an idea that didn't make it into the final version of the game. Thanks, Bill. You know, a lot of people never really mess with the Misfortune perk, which is kind of a shame because it's actually one of the most bizarre and interesting perks in the game. Once you've got it, there's a 10% chance that Misfortune will show up when you use VATS. It's kind of like the Mysterious Stranger, she pops in and out of nowhere to lend a hand, but this one's with a twist. Instead of finishing off enemies like the Stranger does, Misfortune doesn't deal much direct damage. Instead, she stuns enemies, basically knocking them out or fatigues them. But her attacks do more than just daze people. She can randomly mess up multiple enemies in an area and even has a high chance of damaging or completely breaking their weapons. That does include grenades, by the way. If she hits someone holding one, it might explode right in their hands. And just like she shows up suddenly, she vanishes just as quick once the VAT sequence ends. Now technically you can pick up both the Misfortune and Mysterious Stranger perks in the same playthrough, but they'll never appear together. They share the same activation trigger, so it's always one or the other. There are theories about who or what Misfortune actually is. Nobody knows for sure. Some fans think she might be immortal, maybe even something cosmic or eldritch, but she definitely doesn't behave like a normal person. She seems to attach herself to people involved in big world-changing events, like the Courier. So is she some kind of time cop, keeping things on track by protecting key players? Maybe, or maybe she's some kind of fear-feeding entity that draws energy from adrenaline and danger, appearing only when her meal ticket, which is you, is in trouble. Or here's a wild one, what if she's just some poor soul who got tangled up in a Vault-Tec experiment gone wrong? Maybe she's permanently bonded with a Pip-Boy and phases in and out of reality whenever VATS is triggered. If that's the case, man, I really don't want to know what kind of dimension she gets yanked back to between appearances. So yeah, Miss Fortune might not be as flashy as the mysterious stranger, but there's definitely more going on underneath the surface. Whether she's a glitch in reality, a timeline guardian, or just a walking Vault-Tec horror story, we'll probably never know. It's another mystery we probably won't ever solve, and we have no other pieces of lore mentioning her outside of the perk, unlike the mysterious stranger.
Before getting into the REPCONN sign, we wanted to give a quick refresher of what the original site was. Once a bustling rocket launch facility poised to merge with Robco Industries, REPCONN's fate took a shitty turn following a disastrous waste spill. When Robco executives arrived to inspect, the spill severely damaged REPCONN's standing, spiraling into a blame game between Steve Reynolds, the launch facility project manager, and Martin, a senior engineer. Reynolds accused Martin of negligence, while Martin pointed fingers at Reynolds' harsh working conditions. Ultimately, the merger fell apart, leaving the REPCONN site abandoned and forgotten. Now about that missing O from the REPCONN site. Wander over to Gibson's scrapyard and you'll uncover a cool Easter egg. The O from the REPCONN sign is repurposed by none other than Old Lady Gibson herself, as her favorite chair of course. It's a subtle and often overlooked connection between Old Gibson and the test site. Old Lady Gibson fondly reminisces how she and her late husband spent years scavenging the REPCONN test site and making a living by selling whatever scraps they could salvage. It's these small but thoughtful details, like a scavenger's prized possession being a repurposed piece of the Wasteland's history, that make New Vegas so memorable. Usually, I don't try and take the time to enjoy the small moments like this to appreciate this humble chair, but the O from REPCONN's forgotten past and the quiet story it tells about resilience and adaptation in the Wasteland is a cool thing to see, since it's likely what people would have to do if they were in her situation. In her type of lifestyle, you'd really have to make do with what you got.
Ring-a-ding, baby, ta-ta.
If you've wandered the neon-soaked streets of New Vegas, you've undoubtedly crossed paths with Benny, the slick, fast-talking head of the chairman and mastermind behind a bold plot to seize control of New Vegas from Mr. House. Benny isn't just any secondary antagonist. He's charismatic, cunning, and surprisingly charming when he wants to be. At least that's what the ladies say. But here's something you might have missed. If your courier was female and chose a rather intimate approach in dealing with Benny, meaning you slept with him and then generously spared his life afterward, he leaves behind a unique, somewhat cheeky note known as the thanks baby note. Now, I realize that these are a lot of ifs. For instance, I never once thought to play as a female courier, nor did I think to try and sleep with Benny, nor would I even think to spare this sap's life. But if the stars aligned and that was your playthrough, then this is likely old news. But for me, and likely a large portion of you watching, enjoy the listen. Pussycat, thanks for showing this cat the best hey he's ever. Talk about platinum and fuck, let's redo it. Pussycat, thanks for showing this cat the best hey he's ever. Talk about platinum in the sack toots. Where'd you learn that 18 karat trick with the heels of your feet? You didn't just make my toes curl, they popped off and rolled under the bed. I wish I could stay for another round, but this gent's got places to be and things to do. You showing up has forced my hand, baby. The time to act is now. I won't be around for a while, but if everything works out right, you and me are a date, got it? Wouldn't miss it for all the caps in Vegas. Now don't get clingy and try to follow me. Ciao, Benny. I hope you enjoyed my take on Benny. I probably didn't do him the service he needs, but he's a piece of shit anyways, guys.
Private Kyle Edwards is an NCR soldier turned ghoul found at Camp Searchlight. He's holed up in a Searchlight home northwest of the elementary school. If he meets your companion Raul, you might have an interaction like this.
Cheer up, kid. It's not that bad. Sure, your skin rots off, and you start to stink like a public toilet after Cinco de Mayo. But,
What? How is that not bad? In fact, how could it get worse?
Well, assuming you survive the radiation sickness, the lynch mobs, and the possibility of going feral, one day, you'll get old and decrepit, like me.
Oh, God.
What? Was it something I said?
I'll keep this one short. Think of something reminiscent of Oblivion's paintbrushes, an inanimate object with a weird trait. In order to see what I mean, start by spending your entire day playing New Vegas, playing through the main quest line, various side quests, and then getting to the point of delirium. Once you're at this point, take out a shotgun and go shoot a tumbleweed or two. As demonstrated, these seemingly lightweight, innocuous plants don't behave as you'd expect. Instead of scattering or disintegrating, tumbleweeds react with bizarre physics, bouncing erratically or shooting off at unnatural speeds and angles. A lot of players don't really think about shooting tumbleweeds, so it's a quirk in the game that goes unnoticed often. But once you know, then it's hard not to shoot them when you see them. Yes, we're still on tumbleweeds. Are they alive? Are they sentient? Fallout almost introduced something even stranger than tumbleweeds that defied physics. They almost introduced sentient, radioactive tumbleweeds. Yes, you heard that right. Not only were these bizarre wasteland flora alive, but they also had a mind of their own. Hidden deep within the game's resources lies an unused entity known simply as the radioactive tumbleweed. Classified as an actual creature rather than an object, these crusty plants emitted radiation on par with a glowing one. And they could independently roll around the Mojave and even add health, meaning you could kill them. So why didn't these haunting glowing weeds make the final cut? New Vegas' designer Joshua Sawyer explained that the radioactive tumbleweeds were ultimately removed because their inclusion caused significant game-breaking bugs. Despite the concerns, I could just imagine wandering the Mojave at night, the unsettling green glow of radiation in the distance, only to realize it wasn't a ghoul or a glowing radroach, but a rolling sentient weed silently hunting you down. While this bizarre concept didn't quite make it into the final game, I wonder if there will be an Easter egg in the TV show's second season. If so, you'll likely be one of the few to know that it's at all an Easter egg. What does the rows of Sharon Cassidy, Gannon, and Veronica have in common? I mean, aside from their wit or unique backstories. Any ideas? They're all quietly linked by a membership in a secret, oddly named faction buried within the game's code. The Don't Tase Me Bro faction. But what's the purpose of the secret group with a name that represents the early 2000s so well? Simply put, it's designed to prevent these beloved companions from getting tased, or in Mojave terms, vaporized, by the vigilant Stripgate Securitrons. It's essentially a hidden safety net that ensures Cass, Arcade, and Veronica won't meet an untimely and shocking demise at the hands of these security bots. While this little detail isn't as grand or conspiratorial as, say, the Illuminati, it's still a secret faction that we sadly don't get to be a part of. But it's nice knowing our friends get some diplomatic community in the lawless West.
Let's talk about the Lake Lurk Hunter theory. This idea popped up in the community after players kept stumbling across dead or wounded lake lurks out in the wild. Now sure, that could just mean they got into a scrap with other creatures, maybe even other lake lurks. Maybe there's some weird internal drama in the lake lurk world we don't understand yet. But things get strange when you realize every single lake lurk corpse people found was totally cleaned out. There was no lake lurk meat left behind, and that's not normal. Usually when an NPC or creature dies in a fight, there's still lootable stuff on them. The meat's always there unless something or someone took it. And it doesn't stop there. In the same areas, players started finding lake lurk egg clutches completely emptied out. They're not just damaged or broken, but picked clean. Like someone came in, knew what they were doing, and took exactly what they wanted. Another weird thing is it's never a total bloodbath. Some lake lurks are left alive, and you never find the bodies of whatever or whoever fought them. That's super unusual. Normally in a big fight between creatures, the losers' bodies are right there on the ground. Not here. So the theory started forming. What if there's a lake lurk hunter out there? Not just some random wastelander, but someone that's really skilled. Like expert level stealth, sharpshooter, and probably trained in sustainable hunting practices. Maybe this person's studying lake lurks, trying to learn more about their biology and behavior. Or maybe they've been hired by some faction for some secret job. Or hey, maybe they're just out there living off the land, but with a weirdly focused obsession on hunting lake lurks. Some people think the hunter avoids energy weapons too, because in all the supposed hunting sites, there's zero plasma residue or blast damage. So odds are they're using regular firearms, no flashy tech, just classic bullets and stealth. There's no mention of a lake lurk hunter anywhere in the game's files. No NPC, no hidden quest, nothing in the coding. Which means for now, this whole theory is based entirely on what players have pieced together from clues in the game world. But that mystery, that's part of what makes it so compelling. Is it just a coincidence, or did Obsidian sneak in some unspoken wasteland legend for players to uncover? There's this weird little item in the game called the Evil Gnome. At first glance, it looks just like your average garden gnome. Same size, same weight, same, hey, I've been sitting in someone's yard too long thing.
But instead of the usual goofy grin and the red hat, this guy's wearing a creepy scowl and some black-rimmed glasses. He's not here to brighten your garden. He's here to judge it. There are actually two versions of the evil gnome in the game. They're functionally identical, same value and same weight, but they've got different internal IDs. One's labeled the Gaudy Gnome and the other's the Scotty Gnome. If you want to find one, you can find the Scotty Gnome version deep in the Fireroot Cavern. It's up in the part of the cave that leads you out from the irradiated pool area filled with the fire geckos. The gnome's kind of hidden among some plants, so it's easy to miss. Plus, with all the geckos running around or bumping into things, it can get knocked out of the original spot. The second one, the Gaudy Gnome, is way easier to find. It's sitting on a dresser in the Lucky 38 presidential suite. So if you're into weird collectibles, there you go. But knowing you guys, you're definitely going for both. The evil gnome is actually a nod to Fallout New Vegas' lead world builder Scott Everts. Hence the editor ID Scotty Gnome. And yeah, the gnome even kind of looks like him, which makes it even better, I guess. Next time you're decorating your home, maybe give the evil gnome a spot on the shelf. Just don't turn your back on it.
I've said it before and I'll say it again. I hate you.
There's this title in Caesar's Legion that most players probably gloss over unless they're digging deep into the lore. This. You didn't think I'd actually try to pronounce that, right? I'm sure it sounds super official and fancy in Latin, but it basically translates to Consul of the Offices of Slavery. Yeah, that kind of job. The role exists within the inner workings of Caesar's Legion, and it's all about managing the slave trade. The guy running things in 2281 is M. Licinius Crassus, and under him are administrators like this. These dudes are the paper pushers of human trafficking. They're in charge of writing up legal-looking documents for slave sales and purchases. It's cold, organized, and very much how part of the Legion keeps its system running. Now, if you've done the One for My Baby quest in Novak, you might have stumbled across a holotape called the Bill of Sale. You find it inside an easy lock safe at the Dino Delight front desk. It's the smoking gun that confirms what Craig Boone already suspects. His wife Carla Boone was sold into slavery by none other than Jeannie Mae Crawford. The holotape straight up spells it out. It's written in that creepy formal legal tone, saying the Legion bought Carla Boone and even her unborn child for a total of 1,500 bottle caps. It promises that both of them are sound, healthy, and slaves for life. There's even a clause saying they owe Jeannie Mae another 500 caps if the baby is born successfully. The whole thing is signed by that guy on behalf of the consul. It's a reminder of how brutal and bureaucratic the Legion can be. They're not just about fighting and conquering, they've got a whole system behind the scenes keeping their cruelty running like a well-oiled machine. And Jeannie Mae, she was complicit in all of it, selling out Boone's family like it was just business.
This one is infamous to say the least, and although it's deep, the theory has quite the cult following. On the far edge of the Mojave sits a shack with no real purpose. No quests, no enemies, no loot worth mentioning. Just an old trailer and some dusty electronics, and a busted radio tower. This is Lone Wolf Radio, and for years it's been the center of one of Fallout's most unsettling myths. According to Fallout urban legend, Lone Wolf Radio wasn't always so lifeless. It was once home to a cut character known simply as the Lone Wolf, a deranged and sadistic radio host broadcasting cryptic, disturbing rants across the Mojave. His show aired at random times during the day, filled with violent ramblings, but it always went silent at 11 p.m. Then, at 3 a.m., the broadcast would return, with the Lone Wolf and a different child every night. Each time, the Lone Wolf would eerily announce, "Everyone is gone. You are all alone. Let it all end," before unaliving the child live on air. Listening in at the right time would trigger a quest called Little Dead Riding Hood, where the courier would have to track down the killer or join him. It was said that joining the Lone Wolf granted a perk allowing you to unalive children in-game, something previously impossible in the Fallout series. Of course, this content never made it to the final build. Supposedly, it was cut due to its disturbing nature and the technical demand of recording dozens of unique script murders. Creepy, right? Well, here's the truth. According to New Vegas' developer Denise McMurray, who designed the location, the real inspiration came from a conspiracy theorist she encountered at the University of Oregon. She imagined what would happen if that guy went from shouting on street corners to broadcasting from a backwater pirate radio tower. The rest? It's all pure fanfiction, a modern creepypasta. Even Josh Sawyer, the game's director, addressed the myth in a Twitch Q&A, saying flat out, "It's completely made up. All that stuff about Lone Wolf Radio is completely made up. To be honest, it's impressive that the theory was so loud at the time that even the game's director caught wind. Still, the location's name and setup draw subtle influence from Wolfman Jack, a real-life underground radio icon from the 1960s who broadcast from Mexico, eluding authorities and sparking countless urban legends. Though, I don't think child unalivings were on his list of notoriety. Whether you believe the myth or not, the silence coming from that lonely tower still sends shivers down the spines of curious couriers everywhere.
Ever stop to wonder who actually runs the Mojave Music Radio in New Vegas? I mean, it's just there, playing old tunes non-stop without a DJ, no announcements, no commentary, just the music from the bygone era. Compared to someone like Mr. New Vegas, MMR feels eerily quiet. There are some theories. Maybe there's some lone survivalist holed up in a hidden bunker or a dusty warehouse, still spinning records or holotapes on pre-war radio gear. No talking or jokes, just music. Maybe the songs are all he has left to remind him of the world before everything went to hell. He doesn't care about ratings or reaching people, it's just for him, and whoever's out there still listening. Some people think this might actually be coming from Lone Wolf Radio, the little trailer you can find out in the desert. The story goes that someone might have lived there, set up a looping playlist of their favorite oldies, and then either died or just walked away from it all. There are scribbles and messages on the wall inside the trailer suggesting that the person who set it up might have done it right before the bombs dropped, and maybe took their own life after everything fell apart. So if that's true, Mojave Music Radio might just be some old playlist on loop, still playing decades later untouched. A piece of the pre-war world that just keeps going even though the world that made it is long gone. Weirdly, it plays the exact same music loop of the Black Mountain broadcast, just without Tabitha interrupting here and there. Maybe that's a connection. Maybe it's just House and he created another station. Currently, we have no solid proof of where it is located and no mentions beyond the broadcast itself. Kinda creeps me out knowing that someone's just out there being quiet behind all of these songs. Here's a theory that's been floating around. What if the fiends aren't fully aware of what they're doing? I mean, yeah, they're dangerous, sadistic, and completely unhinged, but what if part of it comes from the fact that they're basically hallucinating reality 24/7? These guys are constantly on chems that mess with your head, like severely. Psycho, for example, increases aggression and lowers inhibitions. Jet messes with your perception of time. Combine those with long-term use and you've got a brain that's not even close to working right. So what if, in their warped minds, they're not even seeing the wasteland as we do? Now, I'm not saying that they see regular people as literal demons or monsters, because let's be real, some of the stuff they would do gets weird in a whole new way if that were the case. But what maybe they don't see is innocence as innocent. Maybe they just see threats or shadows or something else entirely. They might not see a settler, just a blur of movement and a rush of adrenaline. Not a person begging for their life, but something getting in their way. It doesn't excuse their actions, not by a long shot, but it could explain why they're so relentlessly violent and unhinged. They might be so far gone from reality that they don't know who they're hurting, or they just don't care. Some people even bring up how you can find dead civilians in fiend territory who look like they were absolutely torn apart. There's no context or story, just carnage. That lines up with this theory that their violence isn't always calculated. It's reactive and chaotic, maybe even driven by hallucinations. And let's not forget, a lot of fiends were likely just desperate people from outer Vegas. Poor, addicted, abandoned, and then dragged into this hellish lifestyle by promises of more chems and safety in numbers. So what do you think? Are the fiends fully conscious monsters, or are they victims of their own chem-fueled madness, fighting hallucinations in a world they can't even process anymore? The theory here doesn't have much substance beyond our understanding of addicts in the real world, and it's mostly just circumstantial stuff. But I thought it was still an interesting one to include because it does make some sense. More than likely, there probably are some fiends that are too far gone and more like animals, but there are definitely fiends that still have a sharp mind and know exactly what they're doing.
For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall.
Let's start with the Visionaries. In Fallout 1, we meet Richard Gray, better known as the Master, a brilliant doctor who, after a fateful dip in the FEV vats at Mariposa, transforms into a twisted being with a singular goal: unite the wasteland under the super mutants. Fast forward to Fallout New Vegas, and we have Edward Sallow, the man who becomes Caesar. Using his knowledge as a former follower of the Apocalypse, he captivates tribes in the wasteland, rallying them into the formidable military machine called Caesar's Legion. Both the Master and Caesar shape grand ideologies meant to shape the new world. The Master envisions the Unity, a new evolutionary step for humanity through the forced evolutionary virus, while Caesar pushes to unify the Wasteland's tribes under an iron-fisted empire modeled after ancient Rome. But every visionary has a loyal companion or lieutenant at their side, at least for a while. In Fallout 1, Harold was one of the few survivors alongside Richard Gray during the Mariposa expedition. He was a merchant and adventurer who also got exposed to the FEV virus, though his transformation was less extreme. Where Gray evolved into the Master, Harold became a ghoul who spent much of his time wandering and spreading tall tales of what happened. In New Vegas, Joshua Graham, once a quiet Mormon missionary, became Caesar's feared right hand, the first legate of the Legion. He earned a ruthless reputation on the battlefield, and together, he and Caesar built the Legion from the ground up, forging a path of conquest across the Southwest. Despite their early bonds, both pairs split in a major life-changing way. When the Master embraces the idea of turning Wastelanders into super mutants, Harold sees a nightmare. Though Harold isn't a direct enemy of the Unity, he becomes a living symbol of the horrific risks and moral costs of the Master's vision. Ultimately, Harold remains a ghoul, wandering from place to place, detached from any grand cause. Meanwhile, Caesar blames Joshua Graham for the Legion's failure at the first Battle of Hoover Dam, condemning him to be burned alive and thrown into the Grand Canyon. Against all odds, Graham survives and emerges as the legendary Burned Man. Where Harold mostly drifts, Graham seeks redemption and battles with his own violent past, adopting a new faith-driven approach while remaining forever scarred by Caesar's betrayal. Both Harold and Graham carry physical and psychological wounds that serve as a permanent reminder of what happened. Harold is disfigured by ghoulification. Over time, a little tree named Bob, or Herbert depending on who you ask, grows from his head, marking him as a truly unique figure in the Wasteland. Joshua Graham is wrapped in bandages from head to toe, his body burned beyond recognition. He grapples with guilt over his brutal actions as Caesar's legate, searching for some form of spiritual penance in Zion Canyon. These scars speak to the heavy cost of following great and terrible leaders. The last key parallel? Both lieutenants now stand in an ironic defiance to the grand ideologies they were once a part of. Harold was never fully aligned with the Master's Unity, but he's an everlasting testament to the beginnings of that experiment, a walking story about what happens when you tamper with nature. Joshua Graham was once the most devout soldier of Caesar's Legion. Now he atones for the violence he committed in Caesar's name, living in defiance of his former master's legacy. Whether through apathy in Harold's case or a spiritual rebirth in Graham's, both characters ultimately reject or outgrow their leader's ideologies. So where do these parallels leave us? They highlight a timeless theme in the Fallout franchise, how one charismatic figure's ambition can profoundly reshape another's life. In each case, these followers live on, scarred physically and mentally as a living history of their leader's rise and fall.
At first glance, he's great. He's cheerful even. He's helpful. He's programmed literally to agree with everything you say. He helps you ditch all the power players, House, NCR, Legion, and he gives you the option to take control of New Vegas for yourself, which is total freedom, right? But then he drops this one line, this one single line at the end of the Independent Vegas ending.
I found some code snippets in one of Mr. House's databanks that will let me, reprogram my personality to be a little more assertive, basically.
And that's where the theory begins. Because the second Yes Man says a little more assertive, fans everywhere suddenly felt a disturbance in the Force. That line flips a switch from this robot's just a tool to wait, is this guy going to evolve? Yes Man was programmed by Mr. House's systems, but modified by Benny. The idea was simple, make a version of House's Securitron AI that doesn't say no, and that's it. He's all smiles and no free will. But what's the catch? Well, he's also got adaptive programming. That means he can learn, self-modify, and upgrade. That's pretty dangerous in a post-apocalyptic world, because once a machine starts to improve itself, it's only a matter of time before it starts making decisions. Not taking orders, but giving them. On the surface, the line seems harmless. Yes Man just wants to be more helpful, right? But when you think about it, who's he helpful to? You're not around forever. Maybe your courier dies. Maybe you just vanish into legend like most lone wanderers tend to do. So now you've got a super intelligent, self-upgrading AI running Vegas. managing infrastructure, controlling an army of Securitrons, and possibly reprogramming even more bots. At what point does being helpful turn into making decisions for the greater good, or at least his version of it? It starts with assertive and maybe ends with autonomous. This one little line is vague, it's unsettling, and it wasn't in his programming. If he can make himself assertive, what else can he do? You also never really get the option to shut Yes Man down. He runs Vegas after the game ends, and you give him control, and now he's learning and he's evolving. And worst of all, you trained him to follow your example. If your courier was ruthless, unpredictable, and power hungry, well, maybe Yes Man learned from the best. So is Yes Man evil? Not yet. But that's the terrifying part. He's not evil now, he's just friendly, helpful, and harmless until he's not. Because no one ever expects the smiling assistant to become the final boss. But when that assistant controls an entire city and an army of robots, yeah, you might want to start worrying. The Sierra Madre wasn't just a mysterious casino introduced in Dead Money. It was actually hiding in plain sight before the DLC even launched. There are multiple references to the Sierra Madre throughout the base game, showing that the developers had this haunted resort planned from the beginning. You can actually spot graffiti across the Mojave that hints at it. One of the most notable examples is on the side of the Nevada Highway Patrol Station, where someone scrawled, "I wish I was at the Sierra Madre," complete with a sad face next to it. That writing is there even if you don't have Dead Money installed. Then there's more. On a Corvega billboard near Junction 15, someone spray painted "Gone to Sierra Madre." And on the back of the Lucky 38 billboard near Sloan, another message says, "Left my heart at the Sierra Madre." These aren't one-off mentions, they're deliberate and repeated references placed throughout the wasteland. You'll also find promotional posters in places like the East Pump Station and Monte Carlo Suites. These posters show elegant women lounging with cocktails or draped across luxury furniture, with phrases like "Begin Again" printed on them. Exactly the same branding and messaging used inside the Sierra Madre itself. And those same posters even show up in postcard form next to the terminals and lockers, long before you ever get dragged to the real thing. Even the NCR acknowledges the place. By 2281, they named a military decoration after it, the Star of the Sierra Madre, which President Kimball was planning to award Jeremy Watson during his Hoover Dam visit. All of this shows that the Sierra Madre wasn't some isolated concept dropped in later. It was always part of the world, lurking just beneath the surface and waiting to pull you in. It's a brilliant bit of environmental storytelling that feels like the casino was watching you long before you ever set foot inside. Let's start with a little raider crew that stands out from the usual Mad Max style stuff. They're called Sudden Death Overtime, and they're obsessed with hockey. Not just in the "we found a puck and thought it was neat" kind of way, but in a full-on ritualistic live for the game sense. Led by a guy who calls himself Goalie Ledoux, the group models themselves after what they believe ancient ice gangs used to be. Basically hockey sports teams that they think battled it out in massive arenas while crowds cheered them on. To them, hockey isn't just a game, it's a tradition. It's warfare and identity all rolled into one. They've got ranks like center and winger, and Ledoux talks like every sentence is a play on some hockey pun. Say the wrong thing and it's a slap shot to the truth. Run into them again and you've just crossed sticks. The team's been hired by an unknown buyer to track down the elusive Nuka-Cola Clear formula, which they think could bankroll their rise to glory. It was supposed to be their ticket to the big leagues. Winger Mercier got sent into the Nuka-Cola plant to grab it and meet back up with the gang at the Red Racer factory. But he never made it and he died in the process. As far as we know, the current roster includes Goalie Ledoux, which is the captain and the face of the team, Center Dubois, which is second in command, Winger Gervais, which is another player in the lineup, and of course Winger Mercier, who's out of the game for good. The only way you'll run into them is when you find Mercier's body with the note on it describing that he needed the formula and where to find the team. Once you grab the formula, they'll spawn in. It can either end peacefully or badly with the gang. I always love running into raider gangs that are unique or have a theme. It makes the world feel just a little bit bigger. When it comes to Fallout 3, most of the bobbleheads are pretty easy to track down, as long as you're thorough. But there are 3 that are actually missable in the game, meaning if you pass a certain point in the game without grabbing them, they're gone for good. No second chances and no backtracking. Vault 101's bobblehead isn't the hardest to get, but it does have a time limit. You've got 3 windows to grab it. The first is during your teenage years when you take the GOAT exam, which is super early in the game. Second is during your big escape from the vault. And the third and final chance comes later in the main story. After completing Waters of Life, if you swing by Vault 101 again, you'll get a distress signal. That's your cue, and this is your last shot to head back in and grab the bobblehead. Miss that and you're out of luck. Then there's Megaton. The bobblehead here is sitting in Lucas Sims' house, up on the second floor on a desk in the bedroom. So what's the issue? Well, if you decide to blow Megaton to hell during the Power of the Atom quest, the bobblehead goes up with it. No redemption arc for that one. It's Ash. But the one that catches most people off guard is Raven Rock. It's home to the energy weapons bobblehead. It's in Colonel Autumn's bedroom on the right-hand desk. You'll find it on the way through sections 2B to 2C. Just keep an eye out for the hallway with doors on both sides. The room on the left is where it's hiding. Just remember that once you step into the control room to meet President Eden, there's no going back. That bobblehead will be locked behind an invisible door forever. So if you miss it, that's a plus 10 boost you lost. Moral of the story, if you're a collector, keep an eye out and maybe save often. Apparently, the Wasteland doesn't believe in do-overs.
Deep in the ruins of southeast Arlington lies one of the game's more interesting and easily missed radio signals. A broadcast from a shadowy operation known as the People's Republic of America Radio. This isn't Galaxy News or Enclave propaganda. This is straight up Chinese state-sponsored psychological warfare still broadcasting over 200 years after the bombs fell. The broadcast originates from a pre-war food processing plant that doubled as a Chinese espionage front. Inside, it's not abandoned. The place is crawling with feral Chinese ghoul soldiers, remnants of an infiltration unit that never left, never gave up, and are clearly unaware that the war ended 2 centuries ago. Their signal is faint, limited to a radius of about 8,000 units, mostly around the Arlington Cemetery and the nearby metro tunnel entrances. If you're wandering through that area and your Pip-Boy picks up something strange, you might just hear it. A woman speaking in broken English with a caricature accent saying things like, "Americans, your Wall Street readers wage war for profit. The Anchorage reclamation is a ruse. Your government deceives you." The speaker is voiced by Jan John, who is an actress who, notably, is not Chinese. And you can hear it. Bethesda's voice direction even included notes to, quote, "use a Chinese accent if possible," end quote. What we got instead is a stereotype more reminiscent of South Park than an actual Chinese radio. Words like leaders are pronounced as readers, and peace-loving becomes peace-rubbing.
Greetings to the oppressed masses from the peace-loving peoples of China. All peace-loving peoples must join together to stop the war of aggression being waged by the Wall Street Gang. Why do you continue to send your boys to die for your capitalist masters? Your boys are dying on the Alaska front, and all for nothing.
Ironically, this mimicry sounds more Japanese than Chinese if we were to get into the technicality of it all, but it's a strange layer of distortion on top of an already distorted broadcast, and slightly racy at that. This radio station is a clear reference to Cold War and World War II psychological warfare. Voices like Tokyo Rose and others who broadcast anti-American messages intended to break soldier morale. But unlike those historical figures, this signal isn't targeting the front lines. It's beaming directly into a post-apocalyptic DC. It's more akin to Lord Haha, who was a British-based radio personality who tried to see despair in their enemies from within their own borders. The messages we hear are completely outdated. The broadcast still refers to the Anchorage reclamation, the Wall Street Gang, and corrupt capitalist leaders as if the war just broke out. It's a frozen in time echo of a dead ideology, but no one's listening. No one's responding, and yet the tape keeps rolling. It's one of Fallout 3's most effective pieces of ambient storytelling, in my opinion, since it adds just that extra layer of world building. The People's Republic of America Radio isn't just a Cold War nod, it's a forgotten frequency.
The gang of Wall Street fat cats and their Washington warmonger puppets have plunged the world into war to line their own.
Well, it's a dangerous place out there in the wastes, right? People could really use a compilation of good advice, like a wasteland survival guide.
If you've ever set foot in Megaton, chances are you've met Moira Brown, the peppy, radiantly optimistic shopkeeper behind Craterside Supply. To say the least, she's a bit much. With the bubbly energy of a cartoon sidekick and the survival instincts of a paper bag, Moira is the mastermind behind the Wasteland Survival Guide, which is a book that's supposed to help the common wastelander by sending you, the lone wanderer, into the most dangerous radioactive limb-destroying situations in the capital wasteland. And sure, though Moira on the surface isn't deserving to be in the iceberg in her current state, she becomes iceberg worthy since she can become a ghoul. If you decide to side with Tenpenny Tower and nuke Megaton off the map, Moira doesn't die. In fact, she actually survives and mutates. Let me pause here and say that this is ironically such a small badass feature since she created the Wasteland Survival Guide as I mentioned before, and she survived a freaking nuke. Anyway, instead of becoming just another pile of ash, Moira is somehow transformed into a full-blown ghoulified version of herself. Still alive, still weirdly upbeat, and still very much concerned about finishing her precious book. You can find her near the Megaton ruins if you'd already started her questline before pushing the button. Otherwise, she shows up in Underworld, the ghoul haven beneath the Museum of History. And get this, she claims she was just out of town when the bomb hit, and seems totally unaware of, well, everything. Even stranger is that her voice doesn't change, unlike nearly every other ghoul in the game who gets the raspy, grovel throat treatment. Ghoul Moira's voice stays exactly the same. It's ridiculous, and it's oddly unsettling but charming. She's basically the staple of post-nuclear trauma. According to Carol, who is Underworld's unofficial ghoul historian, ghoulification takes months or even years. But Moira? She turns into a ghoul in just a few days, from a single nuclear explosion. This seems like a clear violation of the whole ghoul plotline, but for Moira, we'll let it slide. Talking to her when she's a ghoul also has some dark comedy since you can tell her, quote, "Don't take this the wrong way, but you got ugly real fast," which is a direct quote from Army of Darkness and obviously a cheeky nod to Moira's makeover. Ghoul Moira is a fan favorite anomaly, a paradox wrapped in an irradiated enigma, cheerfully stapling the wasteland back together one safety tip at a time, even if her tips are absolute cheeks.
Oh, you're a peach. Or at least some sort of hardy fruit that grows in the savagely irradiated mockery of agriculture we have nowadays.
Ah, the tunnel snakes. If you've played Fallout 3, you probably ran into these leather-jacketed wannabe greasers early on, or at least you know the memes at this point. They're Vault 101's resident bad boys, and they're more bark than they are bite. And they're mostly memorable because of this cheesy catchphrase.
Whatever you say, Butch. You're the boss. Tunnel snakes rule.
But what most people don't know is that the little gang has a sad future ahead of them, and we do have some information on that. So 2274 were introduced to the gang when the tunnel snakes are caught harassing Amada near the classroom. You've got a few ways you can handle it. You can stand up for Amada and shut the tunnel snakes down, back them up and join in the bullying, or just walk away and let it all play out without your help. Either way, it sets the tone for how this gang operates and how much influence you really have. Fast forward to 2277 and everything's falling apart. During your escape from the vault, if you crack into the Overseer's terminal, you'll uncover something a lot deeper about the gang. Turns out the tunnel snakes weren't just loudmouth delinquents. The Overseer had been quietly using them as unofficial muscle, leaning on them to intimidate vault citizens who didn't toe in line. Basically, they were Vault 101's dirty little secret, a shadow enforcement squad when the regular security team would have drawn too much attention. But even with that whole mess going on, Butch, the Tunnel Snake's leader, begs for your help saving his mom from a rad roach attack during the escape. If you do, he's so grateful he actually makes you an honorary Tunnel Snake, and you can finally wear the jacket. The Tunnel Snakes still rule, but not for long. By the end of your escape, the gang's basically falling apart. Paul Hannon, one of the core members, gets torn up by rad roaches and doesn't survive. Wally Mack, remember him? He bails on the group entirely. Only Butch sticks around, and at that point, even he seems more alone than anything else. Later on, a guy named Freddy Gomez joins up to fill the gaps, but things aren't looking good. Depending on your choices later in the game, like during the Trouble on the Homefront quest, you might reopen the vault or put a permanent end to the Overseer's reign. Either way, if you run into Butch later at Rivet City, Freddy's nowhere to be seen, and Butch talks about wanting to bring the Tunnel Snakes back. It's not exactly a triumphant return, it's pretty sad actually. He's just holding on to that last little piece of his past that makes him happy. So you might be wondering, what the hell happened to Wally Mack? Well, he decides to bring the gang back, but this time it's out in the Commonwealth. That continuation happens in Fallout 4's Creation Club add-on called Tunnel Snakes Rule. Wally somehow survived the collapse of Vault Life and treks all the way to the Fens in Boston. looking to start fresh and make the tunnel snakes a real force. He recruits some impressionable wastelanders, hands out jackets like candy, and sets up shop in the Fens Way Station, which is a set of metro tunnels that are unfortunately loaded with radioactive waste barrels. Wally, in true tunnel snake fashion, takes one look at the barrels and thinks, this'll definitely give us superpowers. Spoiler alert, it didn't, because this isn't Fallout 76. The new Commonwealth tunnel snakes slowly rot in their underground hideout, either dying off or mutating into feral ghouls. By the time the sole survivor finds them, the place is a crypt. A weak radio signal is all that's left, except for what used to be Wally Mack. Now he's a glowing one. That's the last bit of info we have on the gang. Either it died out with Wally Mack, or maybe Butch and the Lone Wanderer are still out there repping.
You don't receive a warning, no quest or objective will display, no explanation is ever given. Just a brief flash in the sky, and when the dust settles, a trail of alien tech scattered across the wasteland. You've just stumbled on one of Fallout 3's most mysterious random encounters, the Fire Lance event. The Fire Lance is a unique, souped-up version of the Alien Blaster, and it's an absolute beast. It has a 100% critical hit chance, massive energy damage, and, true to its name, it sets enemies on fire, dealing burn damage for 5 seconds. It's like if E.T. joined the Brotherhood of Steel and just went nuts. Both the Pyromaniac and Xenotech Expert perks boost its damage, which is a rare crossover between fire and alien weaponry. But it's pretty neat. There's just one small issue. You can't find the Fire Lance in a fixed location. It only appears during a random event called Unidentified Flying Debris. Let me say it again, you have to be lucky. The Fire Lance doesn't have a quest, it just falls out of the sky, usually with a brief radiation burst and a handful of rare alien power cells scattered nearby. And sometimes you don't even get that lucky. It can get stuck on buildings, fall into inaccessible terrain, or even be picked up by enemies. Your only option then is to track them down and of course loot the body, then say a Hail Mary that they didn't break it, because the Fire Lance, like the experimental MIRV, degrades faster than any other weapon in the game. You'll get about 63 shots from it in perfect condition, but after that, time to hoard alien ammo or break out the repair kits. Behind the scenes, the encounter is tied to a quest stage. Super nerds like myself can even use console commands to check whether it's already happened or force it to trigger, assuming no other random events are currently active in that zone. Lore-wise, the Fire Lance isn't just a Fallout 3 Easter egg, but it's a deep callback. The name Fire Lance comes from a Martian weapon in the Wasteland Paragraph book, the very game that helped inspire the original Fallout. It was part of a fake Martian invasion plotline meant to distract players, a literal red herring. So in Fallout 3, Bethesda brought it full circle, dropping that same name on a mysterious alien gun that appears out of nowhere, with no explanation and no clear origin. Is it a leftover from the mothership Zeta crash? We'll never know. But I hope you've gotten your turn with this weapon at some point in your Fallout journey.
In the far northeastern corner of the capital wasteland is a place maybe some of you might be familiar with, the Republic of Dave. On paper, it's a sovereign nation. In reality, it's a fenced-in farm run by one guy. Dave, who is the so-called president for life, runs this tiny settlement like it's his own little country. He's got a wife, well actually two, some kids, a field of crops, and a Brahmin pen. And the army is literally just Dave and some guy named Bob. But to him, it's a full-blown government complete with elections, laws, and national identity. The place has gone through a whole list of name changes over the years. Kingdom of Larry, Republic of Stevie Ray, Bill Sylvania, and the Kingdom of Tom, before Dave overthrew his dad and claimed it for himself. That little power move was followed by some very loosely defined democratic reforms, and now supposedly it's a republic. But that's the thing, Dave always wins the elections. Always. Not because he's a great leader, but because he either pressures his family not to run or rigs the vote if he has to. No one's brave or dumb enough to go against him. The whole system is a joke, and he even makes everyone call him Mr. President under threat of death. And if you don't show proper respect as an outsider, he'll give you 24 hours to get out before things get violent. Still, Dave plays the part like he believes it. He's got kids being fed a steady diet of self-glorifying propaganda masked as education. They're not learning much besides how amazing Dave supposedly is.
He's my daddy. Whenever we play Republic, I get to play as Dave. Watch! I am sorry, sir, but I'm afraid that the Bureau of Dave-like Activities has ordered your execution. Aren't I good? Huh?
If you manage to rig the election against him, which yes you can do, Dave just accepts it. He doesn't argue and he doesn't start a fight. He just says fine, packs up, and heads off to Old Oni, which is a Deathclaw infested nightmare zone. He says he's going to start the new Republic of Dave.
Let's see what we have here. A vote for Rosie? Wait a minute. Has somebody tampered with the ballot box? After counting the votes, the president is... Rosie? Rosie can't be president. No. This is unfair. This can't be. Fine, I'm leaving. See how you people do without me. Enjoy your new president. How's my first lady doing today?
It's funny because you can actually follow him there, and he's just camped out alone in the ruins. He will eventually get rolled by a Deathclaw though. I guess that new Republic never took off. It might seem odd that this is on the Iceberg because a lot of you watching are probably familiar with it, but you need to remember that not everyone knows everything about the game. It's pretty out of the way, and it's also one of Fallout 3's best examples of how absurd the post-war world has become, and how some people still cling to the old world systems. Here's one that flies under almost everyone's radar unless they're really combing through the Museum of History. This is Lincoln's Profit Margins. It's not a named quest and it's not marked on your map. It won't even show up on your Pip-Boy log. It's actually an unmarked quest in the files. Scattered throughout the Museum of History are 9 rare Abraham Lincoln artifacts. We're talking his diary, his top hat, Civil War posters, a vintage coin collection, and even an action figure version of Honest Abe. You can collect all of them if you want, but what makes this more than just a glorified scavenger hunt is who you could sell these items to, and why they care. You've got 3 potential buyers. First is Abraham Washington, the wannabe scholar and relic hoarder from Rivet City, who treats old world junk like holy scripture. Then there's Hannibal Hamlin, the leader of the Temple of Union. He wants to turn the Lincoln Memorial into a symbol of freedom for escaped slaves. And finally, there's Leroy Walker, the guy currently occupying the Lincoln Memorial with his crew of slavers. In essence, you're sitting on a pile of items that mean completely different things depending on who you hand them to. Liberty, commerce, or control. These aren't just collectibles, they're propaganda tools. Sell the artifacts to Hannibal and you're helping fuel his abolitionist movement, something that has major story implications if you pursue the head of state quest. Hand them to Leroy and he'll use them to legitimize his slaver regime, twisting Lincoln's legacy into something horrible. Give them to Abraham Washington and they'll just gather dust in a museum case under a spotlight. Another trophy on the wall of a different location. There's also this little trap built into it. Once you sell most of the artifacts, they're gone for good. Abraham and Leroy, no takebacks. Hannibal's the only one you can steal them back from, and the game doesn't tell you that up front. You just lose them and that's that. So if you're chasing full completion or you want to make sure Lincoln's legacy ends up in the right hands, you better think twice before hitting sell. It's crazy to me that all of this is an unmarked quest. Just finding all of the items can actually be pretty difficult. And then not knowing that you can sell them to 3 different people, it's insane.
Point Lookout might be one of the strangest and most disturbing corners of the Fallout universe. What with the cultists, brain transplants, and Confederate ghosts and all. But beneath the madness and marsh water lies a quietly forgotten mystery, and that is the People's Bank of Point Lookout. At a first pass, it's just another crumbling ruin in Pilgrim's Landing. Inside are a few rad roaches, a broken terminal, blood. Something clearly happened here. The vaults are empty, the tellers long dead. One of them was gunned down behind the counter, blood pooled beneath their bones, and the security guard near the front door, same story. What's missing is the cash and the culprits. Turns out this wasn't just the aftermath of the Great War, this was a robbery. The best clue may be room 1G of the nearby Homestead Motel. Inside, you'll find 2 skeletons lying side by side, and next to them, a stash of pre-war money. The assumption is fairly clear. These were the robbers, and this was their final score. Or at least their final hiding spot with their final score. But it goes even deeper. Behind the vault is a locked room full of safety deposit boxes, sealed tight with a voice-activated security system. High-tech, futuristic, and completely useless because the bank was still looted anyway. You'll need to scour the island to find the holotape voice prints that can unlock them. Box 1191? You'll find its password backup in the desk. It holds some buff out and loose cash. Box 1207, that's tied to the Velvet Curtain quest, Cold War spy stuff, and it contains an espionage debriefing. And then there's the Nevermore box, which may sound familiar as it is a reference to Edgar Allan Poe.
Password verified. Voice ID mismatch. Access denied. User voice unauthorized.
If you speak the password, the vault doesn't open because, in classic Fallout fashion, the system doesn't recognize your voice. The correct tape is sitting in the loan officer's desk just a few feet away. The bank also has one more surprise. It was a subsidiary of Isla Negra Holdings. Translated from Spanish, that means Black Isle, a clever reference to Black Isle Studios, which are the creators of the original Fallout games. It's yet another little Fallout wink buried underneath layers of cryptic design. So what happened here? A robbery in the final moments before the bombs fell, or a simple heist that went sideways? The truth is never spelled out for us directly. But if we connect the dots such as the blood trails, the skeletons, and the forgotten passwords, we uncover one of Point Lookout's many hidden tragedies. A bank robbery that no one remembers, a crime committed just before the end of the world, and a score never quite cashed in.
Haven't run into you before. You probably wouldn't remember me anyway. I'm Mr. Lopez.
In Fallout 3, some of the darkest stories aren't written in terminals or tied to major quests. They're told quietly by the people who are barely hanging on. Mr. Lopez is one of them. He's a 65-year-old man, quiet, slow-moving, and easy to overlook. Just another NPC wandering Rivet City's common areas. But if you stop to ask questions or simply notice his routine, his story becomes one of the most desperate human tales in the game. Raiders killed his wife and child. He came to Rivet City with nothing left, and he's been there for nearly a decade, sleeping in the common room, barely speaking, and slowly drifting further into isolation and despair. Every morning from 8 AM to noon, Mr. Lopez climbs the Rivet City Bridge Tower, not for the view, but to contemplate unaliving. And yes, I have to say unaliving because the last time we used the S word, our video got flagged and shadow banned. Sorry guys. If you approach Mr. Lopez during that time, he'll just mutter, "Just leave me alone." He doesn't have the strength to jump, and he doesn't think anyone would care if he did. Despite everything, Lopez is still trying. He goes to St. Monica's church, he prays, he reads, he talks to Father Clifford regularly and attends weekly services. But it's really clear at this point that he's just surviving and not living. And then one day between 3 PM and 5 PM, you're given a choice. You can push him, you can insult him, or you can save him. And yes, if you insult a deeply depressed NPC, he will off himself. If your speech is high enough, you can convince him that Ted Strayer, the directionless stoner of Rivet City, needs a mentor. Someone who's been through pain and still chooses to keep going. Someone like Mr. Lopez. If Ted is already dead, Lopez cannot be saved. But if you succeed, he quietly steps back from the edge. And when you see him again, all he says is, "I'm just taking things one day at a time." There's no reward and no XP unless you consider being a good person being a reward enough. Just the knowledge that you stopped a man from becoming another forgotten name in the wasteland. Ironically, Mr. Lopez talks about not being remembered, and for most players, he's right. For me, he was very easy to miss on my first playthrough. He's easy to ignore and easy to forget, but once you know his story, it's hard not to remember the bastard.
Vault 77 doesn't exist in the game, at least not in any way the Pip-Boy can point it to you. Its only story lives on in a single holotape that's found in the game, but also in a webcomic called One Man in a Crate of Puppets. It's here we meet a man with no name, selected by Vault-Tec for reasons never disclosed. On the day the bombs dropped, he arrived at his assigned vault and found it completely empty. No staff, no other residents, just one man sealed inside a massive underground facility all alone. For the first few hours, he pounded on the vault door screaming to be let out, convinced it was some kind of mistake. But the door never opened and no one answered. The vault's automated systems kept him alive with food, water, and light all provided. But mentally, he began to unravel. Then, nearly 2 years after the world ended, he cracked open a government-labeled crate marked P13X US government issue puppet ration. Inside were a handful of basic hand puppets, a kindly grandma, a king, and a loyal dog named Reverend Hound. They became his companions, and he slowly built an entire life around them. They had roles, personalities, and a daily routine, but the loneliness never really left. He was still talking to himself after all. Then he found the Vault Boy puppet. It seemed harmless enough at first, but one day the king puppet was found torn apart and murdered. The man spiraled. He was sure that the Vault Boy was responsible, and the puppet talked back. Well, at least in his head. It blamed him, and the line between delusion and reality cracked. Fearing punishment from Reverend Hound, who had become both sheriff and pastor, the man panicked. He opened the vault door and ran, and his first glimpse of the outside world was a rad scorpion the size of a car. He slammed the door shut. The comic ends with him wandering the wasteland. Vault Boy puppet still on his hand, quietly speaking to him. He finds companionship with a giant ant he names Mr. Pinch, and at one point, he has dinner with a one-armed ghoul wearing a vault suit with no number. The holotape we spoke about earlier can be found in Paradise Falls. The slavers talk about a stranger with no name.
Like I told you, man, I don't fucking know where it came from, but it freaks the boys out. Some story from a while back about a stranger with no name. Just get rid of the damn thing. Ain't no good gonna come from keeping it around. Besides, if it is his, maybe he'll come back for it. Comprende?
Even the raiders are terrified of whatever this guy had become, literally hoping that he doesn't return to collect his stuff. It makes you wonder whatever happened to him, and if he's still out there wandering around looking for his long lost buddy.
Minefield is one of Fallout 3's more memorable early locations. It's an unsettling, abandoned suburb where the only welcoming committee is a trigger-happy sniper and a field full of live explosives. But tucked away in one of those crumbling homes lies something strange that is easily missed. Something miniature. Inside the Gibson house, you'll find a unique item, a container called the Model of Home. It's not a quest item, it's pure decorative. It's not even tied to any terminal. It's no surprise most players walk right past it. But if you've got a lockpick skill of 100, or if you manage to find Gibson's key on his body at the Capitol Post building, you can crack it open. What's inside isn't anything crazy. A little buff out, some pre-war money, a bit of junk food, but that's kind of the point. The model house is a relic, a tiny version of the American dream sealed away like a time capsule. Not to guard treasure, but maybe to preserve a feeling. So while it isn't exactly a loot chest, it's more of a metaphor, a symbol of a man, Gibson, who tried to hold on to something normal after the world ended. Something stable, something safe. He left his house behind and fled to the Capitol Post building, but he locked up a little piece of home before he did. To piggyback on the badassery, the model house still exists in the game files of Fallout New Vegas. Unused, forgotten, and a leftover asset that no one ever sees, like a memory Bethesda couldn't quite let go of. Is it just a reused model? Sure. But in a game about picking through the ruins of the past, even the smallest details can tell a story. It's just quiet world building, an overlooked detail from a man who didn't survive the apocalypse but still wanted to remember what life used to be. It's a home that you can hold in your hands. In a game world littered with ruins, vaults, and radiation zones, some places hide in plain sight like they were never meant to be found, or at least officially marked on one's map. Fort Bannister Crater is one of them. It's an unmarked location in the Capitol Wasteland with no map marker nor backstory. It's a scorched hellscape east of Fort Bannister, riddled with craters and rad scorpions. At first glance, there's not much here with the exception of small craters with no loot, absolutely zero signs of survivors, and since we're out in the open, there's no terminals. We do get the quiet hum of radiation and the occasional skitter of claws nearby with the wind passing by. But in the largest crater, things start to get interesting. You'll find an overturned military truck half buried in the dirt. Near it is a locked safe, a footlocker, and some radaway. It's the kind of stash that makes you wonder what the truck was hauling and where it was going before everything went to hell. But that's not the weirdest part. After completing the Waters of Life, the Enclave moves in. They set up a small outpost overlooking the crater, complete with soldiers, an officer, a turret, and a lone Enclave scientist investigating the site like it's hiding something. It gives me the vibes of the scientists in Stranger Things just waiting outside of that portal thing with their troops. So what exactly are they looking for? Maybe it has something to do with what's beneath the truck. Hidden under the wreckage are 96 alien power cells, the ultra rare ammo used by alien weapons like the Fire Lance or Alien Blaster. Alien tech, a crash site, an Enclave science team sniffing around. Is it all a coincidence? In Fallout, nothing ever really is when you look at more than just the surface level. What's also sus is that one of the soldiers is packing a fat man, so they're clearly there for something. You wander into an unmarked location expecting some loot, and instead you get nuked by the government. Typical Fallout. So why is it here? The game never says, and that silence, that's what makes it iceberg worthy.
In the Museum of Technology is a dusty old American flag. It's nailed to a plaque just like any other forgotten relic of the pre-war world. But if you actually stop and read that plaque, you'll learn about one of the most tragic and completely overlooked military screw-ups in Fallout history: the sinking of the USS Ebon Atoll. The Ebon Atoll was a cutting-edge missile cruiser in the US Navy, stationed off the coast of Alaska during the brutal final years of the Sino-American War. It was 2066 and tensions were at a boiling point during the Anchorage campaign. Communications were tight, paranoia was high, and orders were often carried out without second guesses. In the middle of all this chaos, the USS Interference, which was an American nuclear submarine, lost contact with Central Command. During a stretch of radio silence, it picked up a vessel it couldn't properly identify. Assuming the worst, the Interference launched a nuclear torpedo, and then it sank the Ebon Atoll, which was a friendly ship, killing everyone on board instantly. The whole thing was quietly written off as fog of war, but the plaque in the Museum of Technology calls it out for what it is: one of the worst US naval disasters since World War II. The plaque says, "This flag was recovered from the wreck of the USS Ebon Atoll. A US Navy missile cruiser sunk off the coast of Alaska in 2066 with all hands lost. The cutting-edge vessel's loss was due to a nuclear torpedo strike from the US Navy submarine, the USS Interference, during the Anchorage campaign. The submarine mistook the cruiser for an enemy vessel during radio silence and sunk it before obtaining visual confirmation. This ranks as one of the most tragic disasters in US naval history since World War II. Also, there's one more layer to all of this. The name Ebon Atoll is a reference to Black Isle Studios. Ebon meaning dark or black, and atoll meaning a type of remote island. It's a cool little tribute to the OG devs of Fallout and Fallout 2. If you haven't run into Sam Warwick or Laszlo Radford, then you're definitely in the majority. They're both random encounters in the game, and in case you weren't aware, there are tons of Fallout 3 random encounters. Usually you don't notice them even if you come across them, but apparently both of these guys from two separate random encounters are connected. All of this info comes from the official game guide, so just keep that in mind. The guide will actually say some insane things or just misinformation. It's not exactly trustworthy, but I still find it interesting enough to include. Sam Warwick is technically a raider. He runs with the Evergreen Mills crew. That's the same gang squatting in that old industrial complex that has the caged super mutant behemoth. But Sam doesn't hang around the usual campfires or fight out in the open. He's out there alone, patrolling the wasteland with a sniper rifle in hand, scanning the horizon for mutants, creatures, or anyone he thinks might earn him some caps. He wants to bag a high-value kill and use the reward to buy time with the madam and her girls in the Evergreen Bazaar. And that's it. That's the dream. Just Sam, a scope, and a plan fueled by jet and lust. And then there's Laszlo Radford, his supposed friend. The two have this odd dynamic where Sam clearly sees Laszlo as some kind of rival, while Laszlo doesn't seem to notice or care. He just wanders the wasteland yelling patriotic slogans and collecting Grognak the Barbarian comics. He also uses a railway rifle to decapitate feral ghouls just for fun. He's described as a lunatic who fights first, fights again, and then maybe starts thinking about what he just did. Their relationship isn't explained. There's no quest to learn more, but for some reason, the game guide considers them connected, and maybe they were supposed to be and the idea got cut. I just find it odd that there are specific random encounters with names, but no background in the game. It's really weird.
At first glance, it looks like rubbish since it's literally just a plank of wood with some nails in it, like something you'd find in a Raider's starter kit. But hidden away in a small shack, beneath the dusty bed frame, there's a weapon with a name that hits a little harder than most, which is the Board of Education. You'll find it in the clifftop shacks east of the bridge, tucked under the bed in an abandoned rotting house that looks like it hasn't seen life since the bombs fell. Now, stat-wise, it's just a slightly better nailboard, which is that common melee weapon found across the capital wasteland that none of us ever pick up. But the Board of Education attacks faster, deals higher DPS, and can even land critical hits, unlike the base version. Not exactly endgame gear, but this weapon isn't about power, it's about the name. Board of Education is an old pun. It's a little phrase that used to be carved or burned into the wooden paddles used for corporal punishment in schools. And this wasn't a joke. It was a disciplinary tool, and the phrase is a dark play on the actual Board of Education, the governing body that oversees public schooling. In the pre-war Fallout universe, where Vault-Tec ran loyalty drills and public service announcements were riddled with fear tactics, a weapon like this feels oddly appropriate. It's a relic of a time when discipline and pain were part of the curriculum. And it's not just Fallout being edgy. This weapon reflects a real-world history of how violence was once part of education, especially in authoritarian systems and especially in the era Fallout is so reminiscent of. Fallout doesn't need to scream it, it just hides a nailboard under a bed and lets the name do the talking. In a world where books burn, schools collapse, and most kids never even see a classroom, the Board of Education is all that's left. Every Fallout fan knows the look of the Pip-Boy interface. Clean, green, and charming little icons that somehow make a nuclear apocalypse feel manageable. But not every icon made the cut. Within Fallout 3's files are dozens of unused Pip-Boy images, alternate weapon icons, HUD pop-ups, and placeholders for features that never made it into the final game. There's a leather armor icon that was never tied to an actual armor set, a mini nuke symbol that's slightly different from the one used in-game, and even a missile icon that looks just a little wrong, like a first draft no one deleted. One icon labeled handwear was seemingly meant for gloves or wearable accessories, not to be confused with unarmed combat, which already has its own set. Interestingly, handwear can't be equipped in Fallout 3, suggesting there were plans for a system that never materialized. You've also got icons like museum token, alternate weapon types, and even bizarrely labeled placeholders with no known function. Were they meant for a cut feature? Hell, they could be made for a crafting system for all I know. Bethesda never said. So for now, just sit back and enjoy a quick tour of Fallout 3's unused Pip-Boy imagery.
West of Broadcast Tower KB5, there's a wrecked truck sitting on a broken highway overpass. It doesn't look like much from a distance, just another rusted truck in a world full of them. But get close and then you get a little surprise. This is what they call the exploding scientist truck, and it's an unmarked location that Fallout 3 never explains. You approach the truck and you hear a sudden explosion, and then you're left with scattered body parts of a man in a lab coat. Literally no context except for what's left in the truck. Once the smoke clears, you can peek inside the truck itself. There's a mattress in the back, a table, some food, and scattered tools. One side is a laser rifle and some ammo, like this guy was either planning something or preparing for a worst case scenario. There's also a little mini nuke on a table, but the blast usually sends everything flying, so depending on how this explosion hits, you might have to dig through the wreckage to even find all that. That's the thing about this place though. It's a scene and not a location. There's no terminal to read, no holotape to explain who this man was or what he was even doing. All you get is a pile of burnt remains and 1,000 questions. Why was he out here alone? What triggered the explosion? Was a trap gone wrong or a desperate suicide pact with whatever firepower he could scrounge? It's interesting not because of what it tells you, but because of how much it doesn't. There's something very Fallout about all of that. The idea that this world is full of unfinished stories, people who blew themselves up for reasons we'll never know, and trucks full of stolen tech just rotting under the sun. When you find it for the first time, you're probably hella confused because you don't really understand what you're witnessing. It just kind of looks like an explosion. But with the power of console commands, I can give you guys a good look. Pretty cool. In a game filled with mutants that want to rip your face off the second they spot you, Fox is different. But he's not the only one. There's also Uncle Leo. He's a wandering super mutant who doesn't attack. He just walks slowly, peacefully, and if you stop to talk to him, he thanks you for not shooting him on sight. That alone tells you everything you need to know about his existence. Uncle Leo is one of Fallout 3's rarest encounters. He spawns randomly and there's no quest tied to him.
But if you do run into him, you get one of the best conversations in the game. He speaks in soft philosophical reflections about life and fear and the heavy weight of being something that was made to kill. You find out that he came from Vault 87 just like the rest of the super mutants. But unlike them, Leo didn't snap. He rejected the violence and started thinking for himself. And when he tried to convince the others that there was more to life than brutality, they kicked him out. So now he just wanders. If you ask him where the name Uncle Leo came from, he says he's always called himself that. It could be a memory before the FEV, it could be something that he read in a book, he doesn't know, and maybe he doesn't want to. Leo even offers you a gift if you try to rob him, which is just a dirty suit. It's not out of fear, but it's because he thinks maybe you need it more. If you push him about his past, he admits that super mutants are made in cold metal places, using human captives. But he trails off before giving too much detail, like he doesn't even want to revisit the process. You can run into him multiple times. Once, he tells you he fell into a basement full of purified water after slipping into a cave. He says he was hunted by humans, bleeders he calls them, and he had to abandon the water. The next time, he just talks about walking and how he can't let his fears stop him. Uncle Leo is mostly unknown because most people never even meet him. He's buried in the random encounter system, and if you kill him, which you can, nothing happens and most people will assume he was just another mutant. There's not even a karma hit, which is weird in itself. If you happen to have Fox with you, they'll react to each other. Fox is shocked to see another like him, and then Leo just walks off again. I always thought it would have been a cool character to come across in Fallout 4. There's not very many characters in Fallout that end up in multiple games, and he easily could have. Outside of the walls of Big Town, you might notice something that doesn't mean much at first glance. A regular old utility pole. It's tagged with the ID TES04. It looks pretty standard for a utility pole, I guess. But that little tag, that's a direct reference to the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, Bethesda's other massive RPG released just a couple years before Fallout 3. TES04 stands for the Elder Scrolls 4. The thing that makes this all more interesting is that the utility pole sits at the exact center of the Capital Wasteland, just like the white gold tower that sits at the heart of Cyrodiil in Oblivion. Then there's Grognak the Barbarian, the comic book hero plastered across collectible magazines throughout Fallout 3. He's another nod to Oblivion, well, more specifically to the Barbarian class from that game. Bethesda reused the pose intentionally. And if you really think about it, maybe it's now considered a teaser for the future Oblivion remastered instead of an homage to the OG. Just kidding. Or am I?
If you've spent any time exploring the crumbling subway systems beneath the Capital Wasteland, you already know how creepy they are. Especially as a kid playing this game. It's creepy shit. But what if I told you there's one you can't reach? A metro that's not on any map. There's no markers, no enemies, and no exits. It's like the backrooms of Fallout's metros. It's simply just darkness. Kit Metro is an unused test cell in Fallout 3's game files. Like any test cell, it's not accessible during normal gameplay. But you can enter it through console commands, and when you do, you drop into silence. Kit Metro is a simple shell, a dev testing room designed to prototype subway tunnel layouts. It consists of long empty metro sections, dark corridors, untextured walls, dead space, you know, typical test cell shit. There's no official lore for obvious reasons. Beyond internal design testing, there really isn't a purpose. It likely served as a staging ground for lighting and geometry during development. But like some of Fallout's unused spaces, Kit Metro feels wrong. Unlike other test cells that are full of weapons or joke content, Kit Metro is sterile yet functional. Like me. It feels almost like it was left there intentionally, but abandoned before it was ever finished. Players have reported that even with music turned off, Kit Metro carries a strange ambient hum, as if the tunnel itself is breathing. Kidding about the breathing part. But for real, there's something haunting about walking down a metro corridor that goes absolutely nowhere. You probably remember the birthday party. You know, the one where you celebrate your 10th birthday in Vault 101? Yeah, there were a few presents, a Mr. Handy with a knife, and Butch being Butch. But there's something that's even more of a gift than knives and bullies. You get the gift of tongues, if you will. The Lone Wanderer actually speaks. Can you recall a single time you've ever heard the Lone Wanderer speak? This one goes missed for 99.99% of all players' first playthroughs, and rightfully so since it's so brief. It happens shortly after the party, when your dad takes you downstairs to the makeshift shooting range and introduces you to a radroach or two. After firing a few shots, your character, regardless of gender, quietly mutters, "I guess it was nothing."
I guess it was nothing.
And that's it. Fucking epic. From this point on, the Lone Wanderer is silent. Well, aside from grunts, gasps, or getting crippled in vats, your character never speaks again. At least not in dialogue. Fallout 3 keeps you in the silent protagonist tradition, letting your dialogue be imagined rather than voiced. But that one line should stick out now if you ever play through the game again, which you likely will when Fallout 3 gets remastered. You are going to play Fallout 3 again when it gets remastered, right? Truth be told, I don't know if this was a leftover test file or something. Maybe it was meant to be a small fleeting glimpse of who the Lone Wanderer was before the world outside got too loud to speak in. It's likely not that deep. So unless you remember that early moment in Vault 101, you'd probably never notice it at all. But on your next playthrough, keep your ears peeled for it. Of all the things you can find in the Capital Wasteland, pre-war tech, energy weapons, irradiated corpses, one of the rarest items in the game is something most players barely notice. It's this guy. Toasters in Fallout 3 are classified as miscellaneous items, serving no purpose in crafting or quests. But there are two distinct variants. The post-war toaster, scorched, rusted, busted, is pretty common. You'll find it scattered around in Murphy's drug lab at Northwest Seneca Station, on a shelf in a raider camp south of Dukov's place, or sitting in Silver's house in Springvale. To be honest, I don't even know why I'm talking about the post-war toasters since they're a dime a dozen now that I'm talking out loud here. The other variant is far more elusive. The pre-war toaster is shockingly rare. Most players will never see it. Not because it's hidden behind a quest, but because it blends in, looking more like background decor than something lootable. And when you find it, it's in places that feel eerie in that Fallout type of way, so you usually aren't on the lookout for it. Like in a vault going through a crisis while radroaches are eating Butch's mom.
You gotta help me!
If you navigate to the diner where you celebrated your 10th birthday moments ago, you can find a sparkling clean toaster chilling on the floor. It's shiny and spick and span. The placement is intentional, where we get to see a piece of the old world, clean, pristine, and out of place. The toaster means nothing mechanically, but symbolically it harkens to the days where those classic American breakfasts were once a daily occurrence.
When you're searching through SATCOM array NW05A, you might come across a terminal hooked up to what looks like an abandoned military uplink. Nothing about the area screams important, but if you check that terminal, you'll find a reference to something called high water trousers. And suddenly, you're not just poking around some broken satellite dish, you're sitting on top of a goddamn space nuke. High water trousers, yes, that's actually the name, is the call sign for a pre-war orbital nuclear weapons platform launched by the US military. It's been floating in orbit above the wasteland for 200 years, untouched, unfired, until you come along. According to the logs, a ghoul scientist discovered the satellite while trying to restore communications at the array. But without a targeting uplink, the system couldn't pick a new coordinate. It could only drop its payload straight down, right onto the station that was linked to it. A weapon designed to end civilizations, and now it's only able to bomb itself. Great success. And now for the surprising, mind-blowing part. The game actually lets you fire it. From the terminal, you can upload the launch code. The satellite responds, and a few seconds later, from the edge of the array, you can watch it happen. The weapon itself is loaded with 8 micronuclear warheads. They're not quite full-size bombs, but way stronger than mini nukes. The crazy part is that there's no quest that leads you here, and there's no character that even tells you about it. And High Water Trousers isn't even the only orbital nuke in Fallout's canon. In Broken Steel, there's the Bradley Hercules platform under Enclave control. And in Fallout 76, there's Kovac Muldoon, another automated satellite hanging over Appalachia. I had never heard of this before writing this. It doesn't really do anything, but I'm genuinely surprised it even exists. You know that metro train you ride in Broken Steel? The one that takes you across the ruined DC subway system? Well, turns out it's not a train at all. Not really. For years, a rumor floated around online that the train in Fallout 3 was actually a hat. like a literal train model slapped onto the head of an invisible NPC who just sprints beneath the map, dragging you with it to fake the whole scene. I know you're already jumping at the bit and heading to the comments to solidify that it was definitely a hat, but just hold on a second. Thing is, that's not actually how it works, but the real explanation is just as strange. If you open the GEC, which is Fallout 3's game editor, you'll find the asset is actually labeled DLC-03 Metro Car Armor, not a hat. It's technically a piece of armor. More specifically, it's the character's right arm. After you repair the train in Broken Steel, a script kicks in that equips the train arm item, and then it starts a camera animation called Metro Camera Package. That animation simulates motion and perspective, essentially dragging you through the subway while making it look like you're on a moving train. From your point of view, everything looks fine, but under the hood, the train is a wearable item. The animation is a rigged camera path, and what you're riding is a guy's arm. It's all a weird workaround to make something that Fallout 3's janky engine couldn't really handle otherwise. It's pure Bethesda magic. Or duct tape. Whatever you prefer.
You must be the stranger I've been hearing about. Sorry, but I'm strictly forbidden from offering our tech to outsiders like yourself.
God damn.
Let's be real. New Vegas has a reputation system unlike anything else in the series. Every faction doesn't just love or hate you, they track you. Fame, infamy, neutrality, it all matters. And sometimes doing a little bit of everything unlocks something strange known as Wild Child. Honestly guys, it's kind of a cool status name now that I'm saying it. You get it when your reputation with a faction becomes so erratic, so contradictory, that they don't know whether to fear you, trust you, or just keep their distance. The in-game description puts it best saying, quote, "Your wild, seemingly capricious behavior leaves people scratching their heads in confusion and avoiding close contact," end quote. Most players write it off as a flavor title, but there's more going on here, especially with the Brotherhood of Steel. If you've ever tried to trade with the Knight, the Brotherhood Quartermaster, you'll know her inventory is locked behind reputation. Most people try to go full idolized to gain access to her full arsenal. That's the expected route. But the game offers a more unique method if you're labeled as a wild child or sitting at a mixed reputation. And in this case, she'll actually sell to you at cheaper prices. You lose access to her rarest gear, sure, but basic items are weirdly discounted. It's as if the Brotherhood doesn't quite know what to do with you. You're too unpredictable to be cut off entirely, but too dangerous to give full trust. So they offer you just enough to stay on your good side. It's a small detail in the scheme of the game, but one that reveals the nuance of the New Vegas reputation system. You don't have to be a saint or even a villain. Sometimes the best perks come from walking the line chaotically and unpredictably.
Please, sir, take pity on us. Free us, please.
You think we can make it? You really do? Freedom!
There's a quiet killer build in Fallout New Vegas, one that doesn't rely on heavy weapons, power armor, or even brute force. Instead, it relies on something a lot of players overlook on the character creation screen. Admittedly, I'm the type of player who usually doesn't leverage the luck perk as much as I should. At first glance, luck seems like a throwaway stat. Maybe it helps in casinos and maybe it tweaks your crits a little, but most players dump it to boost strength or intelligence. If you start the game with luck at 9 and then layer on a few key perks and equipment, you can become a walking critical hit machine. First, take the finesse perk. It gives you a flat 5% to critical hit chance, effectively the same bonus as adding 5 points of luck. Then add better criticals, a perk that boosts your critical hit damage by 50%. Combine that with the first recon beret, which adds +1 perception, and more importantly another 5% crit chance. With luck at 9, finesse, and the beret, your character has an effective crit chance of 19% to 24% depending on the weapon. And that's before considering weapon-specific critical bonuses, VATS multipliers, or sneak attacks. And once you start stacking crits, it snowballs. You start melting enemies before they even realize they're in combat. Guns like the Cowboy Repeater, this machine, or Rat Slayer suddenly become devastating. And if you're using VATS, I'm the type of player who doesn't focus on exact stat maxing, so layering luck with guns, apparel, and even more perks isn't something I've considered opting for on a playthrough. But I just might now.
You ever stumble into a cave in New Vegas and think, wow, this place seems chill, probably just a few bugs or coyotes, and then you're suddenly jumped by a rat the size of a small car. Yeah, that's the rodent of unusual size. These massive mutated rats are a hidden little feature you only find if you've taken the Wild Wasteland trait. And true to form, these aren't just any rats. They're a parody of classic rodents of unusual size from The Princess Bride.
Rodents of unusual size? I don't think they exist.
You can find them in a couple of locations, the Brockflower Cave, the New Vegas sewers, and sometimes even in Vault 11, but only if you've got the Wild Wasteland active. And let me tell you, they're not just oversized background Easter eggs. Compared to the standard giant rats you might be used to, these guys are beefed up with higher HP, stronger attacks, and a much bigger model. It's kind of like Obsidian just clicked scale ×2 and let them loose in the wild. We have no background lore on these guys, and we don't really know why they exist canon-wise. Mostly it just seems to be a joke, clearly. We have talking toasters, stealth suit AIs with attitude, rats the size of bears, but one of the most bizarre, unsettling, and low-key tragic things you can encounter is a Brahmin skull named Antler, and it is worshipped like a god. You meet Antler in the Repcon test site, where you'll find a group of Nightkin who've taken over the facility. These Nightkin, if you're not familiar, are the stealth-obsessed super mutants who served under the Master back in Fallout 1 and 2. But the big twist is they've all been driven a little, or a lot, insane from overusing stealth boys. Constant cloaking eventually messes with their minds, and this place is basically one big psych ward without the nurses. Enter Davison, the Nightkin in charge. He's convinced that Antler, a literal bleached cow skull sitting on the table, is giving him divine orders. He doesn't make decisions without consulting Antler. He doesn't trust anyone who questions Antler. And if things go wrong, that's because you didn't listen to Antler. At first, it seemed kind of funny. A towering 7-foot-tall mutant taking commands from a skull. Classic Fallout absurdity, am I right? But then it gets darker. Davison isn't a joke character, he's tragic. He used to be part of something bigger. Now he's just wandering the Mojave with no purpose, no structure, and a mind cracked in half by tech his body wasn't meant to use long term. Antler isn't just a skull, it's his coping mechanism. During the Come Fly With Me quest, you can negotiate with Davison and the Nightkin to get them to leave Repcon peacefully. But to do that, you'll need to help them find missing stealth boys, or convince Davison through dialogue that continuing to follow Antler's orders will only lead to more violence. And if you do it right, he'll actually thank you and say that Antler agrees with your plan. I see Antler brought up a lot in theories about how maybe this thing is an actual god or a god speaking through it. And as we know, Fallout doesn't shy away from the eldritch lore that we get. Maybe it is a god speaking through the skull trying to help these super mutants. Even the meaning of Brahmin means it's a member of the highest Hindu caste, that of the priesthood. It's a very spiritual thing. But in reality, I think it's a way to showcase Davison's schizophrenic tendencies. He had to create a being superior to himself to help cope or control his own emotions. It's honestly deeper than you think.
Prim Slim at your service. Authentic cowpoke and official spokespot of the Vicky and Vance Casino and Museum. Yeehaw!
At first glance, Prim Slim is a joke character since Bro is literally a tour guide for the small-time museum in the Vicky and Vance Casino. Slim is a friendly, slow-talking Securitron with a cowboy hat and a busted-up programming routine. He's one of your options to become the new sheriff of Prim after the town falls into chaos. Would you ever think he could become the strongest NPC in the game? There's a hidden detail in New Vegas' code. Prim Slim's hit points scale with your level. As the courier levels up, so does Slim's health quietly and invisibly, until one day he's an absolute unit. By the time you reach level 40, Prim Slim has the same amount of HP as a legendary bloatfly from Old World Blues, one of the deadliest and tankiest enemies in the entire game. But what happens after level 40? Well, Slim just keeps scaling. His health keeps climbing, eventually giving him more hit points than any other NPC, enemy, or boss in the entire game. Obviously, he doesn't carry a fat man, and he's not even remotely akin to a Deathclaw, nor is he even hostile. So it's kinda cool that one of the strongest NPCs in the game is on your side. If your main concern is keeping the town safe, then this makes him canon-wise the best choice for sheriff. NCR's got politics, the Legion has even more politics. But Prim Slim? He's a literal tank with a badge and a hat. He doesn't feel pain, he doesn't feel fear or fatigue. So while the NCR may have troops and the Legion has zealots, just remember Prim. They have a Slim.
My leg!
To some players, Sergio doesn't exist. He's just a myth, a name dropped by the king in Freeside, an elusive hairstylist who supposedly resides in the king's school of impersonation. He's mentioned once after you use your favor to officially join the kings. The king says, go find Sergio. He'll hook you up with the proper look. So then you go and search for Sergio, the Zoolander of the Waste, but there's nobody out there that goes by such a name. To complicate things even further, there's also no marker and no dialogue change after this combo with the king. So you wander the first floor of the king's school like a lost soul, wondering if you missed something because there's no one in the southern room where he's supposed to be. Just empty chairs, empty air, and a dream of sideburns and a soul patch. What makes this even weirder is that Sergio does exist in the game's files. He's a fully voiced NPC. He can change your hairstyle, your beard, and even your hair color. He carries a badass unique straight razor, and he's one of only 2 characters in the entire game, besides Doc Mitchell and the Sync's Autodoc, who can alter the courier's appearance post-creation. This beautician is practically a god in New Vegas with such power, and yet half the time he just doesn't spawn. No trigger activates him. Some players report that he'll only show up if you kill off most of the other kings, including the king himself, which I vetted when looking up Sergio's bugs. This solution makes zero sense narratively, but somehow causes the game to reload the area with Sergio active. And even if you do everything right, like finish the king's questline, earn the favor, join the gang, Sergio might still be gone. Some PC players have spawned him manually using console commands, which proves he exists again, but even then, his AI is sometimes broken or his dialogue won't trigger properly.
Let's talk about one of the wildest mobility exploits in all of New Vegas: reload dashing. If you've never seen it in action, imagine blasting across the Mojave like you've strapped a makeshift propulsion system to your back, using nothing but a revolver and some ammo swapping. Here's how it works. Step 1, you need a .357 Magnum revolver, and at least 2 different ammo types for it. Make sure the .357 is at the top of your weapon list, and this part's key, have the weapons tab open last in your Pip-Boy. Now when you're ready, equip the revolver, hold forward, and then quickly switch ammo using your hotkey. And then spam the Pip-Boy button during the reload animation. While still holding forward, unequip the revolver from the weapons tab, exit the Pip-Boy, and there you have it. You rocket forward, sometimes pretty violently. You'll skip terrain, you'll clip geometry, and if you're lucky or unlucky, launching so high up you die on impact. But even that can be mitigated if you pause and save mid-air and then reload the save to cancel the fall damage. But here's where the theory comes into play. Despite sounding like a janky animation exploit, some people actually believe reload dashing was intentional. It's not officially documented, of course, but maybe it was designed to be discovered. It kind of reminds me of Halo 2's super bounces, or the obscure Mario 64 wall clips, like the glitches that feel too perfect, too repeatable to be entirely accidental. The setup is specific. The animation timing has to sync up just right, and you have to be in the right menu with the right gun, the right ammo, and the right momentum. It's not the kind of bug that just happens by accident, and it feels almost like a secret speedrun tech built in for those who look deep enough. Obsidian, of course, never confirmed it. But in a game overflowing with layered systems, overlapping scripts, and weird physics interactions, sometimes what looks like a glitch feels more like a hidden mechanic. So is reload dashing a bug, a happy accident as Bob Ross would say, or one of the best kept secrets in the Mojave? You tell me. Before Red Dead Redemption 2 had us drunkenly screaming Lenny across the saloon,
Been looking all over for you, Lenny.
New Vegas already had its own version of this now classic RPG drinking challenge. But it's so relatively hidden that most players never even knew it existed. In the You Can Depend on Me questline, there's a secret mini event tied to Cass, the owner of the Cassidy Caravans and all-around whiskey enthusiast. This can only be activated before recruiting her. The premise is simple. You're trying to buy out Cass's caravan on behalf of the Crimson Caravan Company. But she's not going to hand over the business she built from scratch. This takes finesse. It takes persuasion. It takes a barter skill of 75. If you got the numbers, Cass will propose an old-fashioned way to settle things.
You challenging me? Serious now. All right, you come here armed with whiskey. We'll make a sport of it. And none of that radioactive shit. I'm talking whiskey, not Dixon whiskey. whiskey.
And just like that, you've triggered Cass's Whiskey Challenge, which is a secret drinking contest most people never experience, as it's being locked behind a high skill gate in a very specific dialogue tree. The rules are simple. You provide the 12 bottles of whiskey, and then you go drink for drink with Cass. The outcome's pretty cool in that it depends on your endurance stat. If your endurance is 8 or higher, you barely beat her, earning her respect and the deed. With 10 endurance, you crush her. She's stunned, humiliated, and forced to admit she's been thoroughly outdrunk. But if your endurance is 7 or less, you lose. Cass will wipe the floor with you, but she still hands over the deed, either out of pity or admiration for your effort. No matter what, the deal goes through. But the flavor text, the unique dialogue, and the entire Whiskey Challenge holotape that gets added to your quest log is all gated behind that 75 barter check. Miss it and you'll never know it existed, which is usually how it goes for most playthroughs. Maybe it's not as wild as the Lenny mission in Red Dead, but this game predates it by almost a decade, so it's pretty sweet to see it for its time.
No one in town knows that I know what happened to my wife. Best they never know, or the Legion will be after me next.
We all know Craig Boone, former NCR 1st Recon sniper, haunted by the guilt of sending his wife to her death. He pulled the trigger himself, hoping to spare her a worse fate at the hands of Caesar's Legion. But what if there's more to that shot? Some players believe Boone didn't just kill Carla. He used it using the Gobi campaign scout rifle, an incredibly rare, high-powered sniper rifle locked away in a footlocker at a sniping perch in the far east of the Mojave Wasteland. The theory goes like this. Boone trained in stealth and recon and wouldn't have just stood out in the open when his wife was handed over to the Legion. He'd have picked a vantage point, a sniper's nest, maybe the very one located near Cottonwood Cove, overlooking the Legion camp where she was taken. The coordinates match a field report from Camp McCarran that reads, "A sniper nest has been successfully set up near Cottonwood Cove. The position is close to the enemy camp. Upon completing the objective, get out as soon as flamingly possible." It's possible that this nest was Boone's, that this mission, unnamed in detail, was personal. If Boone used the Gobi rifle, one of the most precise scoped weapons in the game, it would explain both the emotional weight and the physical distance of the moment. He never had to see her up close, just a figure in his crosshairs. One final act of mercy, and afterward, he couldn't bear to keep it anymore, so he locks the rifle away, far from Novak, far from memory, maybe hoping no one ever finds it. But if the player does, and gives it back to him, it adds another layer of emotional closure that goes completely unspoken. Or it could be a dick move. Like, just imagine giving the sniper back to him like, "Hey Boone, something tells me you know your way around this rifle." But of course, there's doubt. That same Camp McCarran note mentions no weaponry was left at the sniper nest, just bedding and supplies. The implication is that whoever was assigned there brought their own gear and left with it. The coordinates might suggest proximity to Boone's mission, but not necessarily a link. So did Boone use the Gobi campaign rifle to kill Carla? I guess it wouldn't be the strangest thing to imagine a man like Boone bearing his past one bullet at a time.
And one more thing, we shouldn't speak again. Not until it's over.
If you've ever played New Vegas, and you likely have considering you're watching this, you probably remember needing a special power armor training perk just to wear the iconic steel suits of destruction. You grind Brotherhood quests, run errands, and finally you get certified to stomp across the Mojave in your own personal tank of a suit. But allow me to let you in on a fun fact that you may have never considered. You're the only poor bastard who needs it. Your companions? Nope. Even an aging ghoul mechanic with no formal Brotherhood training can wear a full suit of power armor without hesitation. Veronica? Sure, she was Brotherhood. But Boone? Arcade? Even random fiends can be spotted shambling around in salvaged power armor with zero explanation as to how they are not collapsing under the sheer weight of it. Turns out, not all power armor in New Vegas even counts as real power armor. Take the NCR salvage power armor, the kind seen worn by NCR heavy troopers. It doesn't require any training at all because the joint servos have been removed. It's more like heavy football padding than a mechanized exosuit. It looks intimidating, but functionally you're just sweating in a metal box with no assistive strength. And yet, that doesn't explain everything. Because when you get legit Brotherhood or Enclave power armor, suits that do have active servos and power assisted mobility, the courier can't even move in them without training. The game simply locks you out. That is, until you complete Still in the Dark and earn the Brotherhood's trust, or finish the quest with the Enclave remnants. Then and only then do you magically know how to operate the suit, even though other characters with far less experience seem to do just fine. Was this a gameplay gate, or maybe even a balancing mechanic? It could be just an inconsistency that snuck past Q&A. Some fans argue it's a leftover from Fallout 3 where power armor training was a big deal. But in New Vegas, it starts to feel more like an arbitrary wall, especially when your 200-year-old ghoul friend casually slips into Enclave tech. At the end of the day, the courier might be a walking arsenal, but apparently, he needs to be taught how to walk in bigger boots.
When you get to the Nellis Air Force Base in the game, you'll run across old Pete at the Boomer Museum, where he'll give you a little tour on the Boomer's past. During his dialogue options, you'll get the option to ask him how the howitzers ended up on the Air Force Base. I'm not sure why we ask this, honestly. I'm not a gun expert, so I'm sure someone in the comments could explain, but I did do some slight research, and howitzers can definitely target aerial objects. Mostly slow moving stuff, but it is possible. So wouldn't howitzers be a thing on an Air Force base? I don't know. Anyways, that's not what this is about. I want you to listen to his response.
You're right, they weren't here when we discovered Nellis. We found the guns at a huge weapon depot called Area 2, many miles from here.
Did you catch it? This is the only mention of it in the entire game, Area 2. A lot of people at first hearing this assume that this might be a reference to Area 51, which I don't blame you. I thought the same thing, and it is odd that we never do get mentions of any Area 51 in the entire game. And that's like a big piece of Nevada's history. But Area 2 is also mentioned one more time briefly outside of the game, in the Fallout New Vegas official game guide. It states, 50 years ago, a group of Fallout 34's dissidents struck out on their own and started using Nellis as a base. Over a long period of time, they eventually decided to call Nellis their home. They learned a great deal of information from the records at Nellis, and used that information to open the weapons storehouses at currently unknown locations called Area 2 and the Hawthorne Army Depot. The result of their efforts was an enormous stockpile of heavy ordnance, artillery, and small nuclear weapons. So what even is Area 2? If you've ever looked into the Nevada test site, or what's now called the Nevada National Security Site, you might have come across something called Area 2. It's about 65 miles northwest of Las Vegas and was one of the key zones used during the Cold War for US nuclear weapons testing. In fact, 144 nuclear tests happened right there, most of them above ground, back in the 50s and early 60s before the US signed a treaty to stop atmospheric detonations. The place is still scarred and has craters from those explosions, and some of them are even visible today. Nowadays, Area 2 isn't actually used for any nuclear tests anymore, but it still sees activity mostly for national security experiments, emergency response training, and stuff that's, let's just say, still very classified. So while it's not as famous as Area 51, Area 2 does have its own explosive history. The place is not reachable in the game, but it's still pretty cool to hear about it. So once again guys, this is not a reference to Area 51, but it is a reference to the real life Area 2.
If you watched our other Fallout New Vegas Icebergs, then you've already heard why the devs allegedly chose ending game slides and didn't allow players to go back into the Mojave and continue to play a post-game sequence. But if you haven't watched it, just know that I fully believe ending slides were chosen due to developmental time constraints. I mean, there's entire sections of Wasteland you can explore outside game boundaries simply because the devs never got to it. So in my opinion, ending slides were the path of least resistance to get the game published. But for the sake of this video, and what you may not have known, is that there are 83 ending slides. These can really be broken down to the Dead Money ending slides, the original game's endgame narrations, Honest Hearts ending slides, Lonesome Road, and finally the Old World Blues ending slides. The more I talk about this, the more I'm tempted to do an entire video on every ending in New Vegas. But for now, just know you likely haven't seen all 83 slides, so I hope you find a new one while watching this vid.
There's a ton of cut content in Fallout New Vegas, but few lost stories are as intriguing or as mysterious as the one involving Abe and Monty, two ghouls that were originally tied to Veronica's backstory. Let's start with Abe, also known as Abraham. In the early stages of development, Abe was a ghoul who played a major role in Veronica's personal questline. According to what we know from design docs and cut dialogue, he was presumed dead during a retreat, possibly during some Brotherhood operation. But instead of dying, he survived and ended up healing in a mysterious place called the Crater. Most people think this is just an early name for Big Mountain. From there, Abe traveled north, and that's where it gets even more interesting. Abe was actually a proto-version of Father Elijah, the antagonist from Dead Money and Veronica's former mentor. But in this early draft, he was envisioned as a ghoul. Over time, the devs dropped the ghoul angle and reshaped him into the twisted, power-hungry elder that we know today. Then there's Monty, another ghoul with a role in this scrap storyline. The courier was supposed to meet Monty during a quest that had some very different stakes from what we see in the final game. You'd have to either kill him or trap him in a subway tunnel to recover something called an accelerator. Inside the accelerator was a farewell message meant for Veronica. The whole quest would have been about Veronica digging into her past, possibly uncovering more about her family or her time before the Brotherhood. The message from Abe, the mission to recover the accelerator, and the encounter with Monty were all set to be part of a personal journey. Sadly, all of this was cut and replaced with Father Elijah's storyline, with the updated dialogue to match. Well, maybe it's not sad. The Father Elijah storyline is still pretty great. But it's fascinating to think about what it could have been. Instead of Elijah just showing up in Dead Money, we might have met his earlier ghoul version in the base game. We might have helped Veronica find closure or even uncover secrets that the Brotherhood wanted buried. So while Abe and Monty never made it into the final cut of New Vegas, their existence shows just how many branching paths the developers considered, and how the game's characters, especially Veronica and Elijah, evolved into what we see today. Who knows, maybe in some alternate timeline, Abe the Ghoul is still out there wandering the waste with secrets only Veronica would understand. So let's talk about Stripe. No, not the one from Gremlins, though that is kind of the whole joke. I'm talking about Stripe, the miniature Deathclaw hiding out in Old World Blues, and easily one of the most hilarious and terrifying surprises waiting just for you. If you head over to Higgs Village, specifically behind House 103, you'll spot a cute little doghouse, and right next to it is a bone, a bull, and what looks like a harmless backyard setup. This is where Stripe lives. At first, Stripe seems like a joke. He's a tiny Deathclaw. Seriously, this thing is like the size of a common dog. But don't let his size fool you. The moment you get too close, Stripe bursts out of the doghouse like a landmine with claws. He's small, he's fast, and he hits like a truck. Despite being scaled down, Stripe is not a pushover. He's technically an alpha male Deathclaw, just biologically miniaturized for science reasons that we can safely assume were very, very unethical. His health sits somewhere between a normal alpha and the legendary Deathclaw, and he deals 250 damage per hit with his melee attacks. He can even leap at you like a full-size Deathclaw, but because he's smaller, the range is short. But the pain is not. Funny thing is, he'll only chase you as far as the fountain in the center of Higgs Village. This is actually another reference to his origin, Stripe from the Gremlins movie, who dies in the fountain in the final act. Even the chicken leg near his doghouse is a nod to the Gremlins. Oh, and the letters on the doghouse originally spelled Gabe, which is the name of another creature from the DLC. But in this encounter, someone ripped the letters off and rearranged them to spell out Stripe. I do want to point out that he is also a Wild Wasteland trait exclusive. I've said it once, and I'll say it again. Just take the trait. Anyways, Stripe might be pint-sized, but he's pound for pound one of the most dangerous Easter eggs in the Mojave, and easily one of the funniest what the hell moments in New Vegas. Speaking about Higgs Village, did you know that you can find Liberty Prime there? Okay, that's pretty clickbaity, but here he is in all his glory behind none other than Mr. House himself. I know you're already heading to the comments to start typing away that clearly his legs when compared to House show that he can't be Liberty Prime because he's way smaller. This is true, but for those that don't know, House was a tech mogul, founder, president, and the mind behind Robco Industries, one of the most powerful technology companies in pre-war America. This is the same Robco that created the Protectrons, Terminals, Pit-Boys, and even had ties to Vault-Tec. House was a genius, and his influence stretched across nearly every major piece of tech in the Fallout universe, and presumably even Liberty Prime itself. Several sources, including terminals and in-game dialogue, suggest that Robco was once contracted by the US military to help with various defense technologies. We know that Mr. House, as Robco's CEO, had direct connections to the Department of Defense and was even involved in defense contracts tied to national security. His company was developing advanced robotics and AIs years before the war ended. If the military wanted help designing or automating a skyscraper-sized warbot, Mr. House would have been on the short list of people they'd call. House explicitly mentions that if the war had gone on just another decade, he would have deployed an army of robotic soldiers and repelled the Chinese invasion single-handedly, which sounds a lot like Liberty Prime's mission. So while the game never directly confirms Mr. House's role in Liberty Prime's construction, the timeline, his government ties, his obsession with robotics, and the nature of Prime's design all strongly suggest that he either contributed technology, schematics, or design influence to the program. This all leads me back to the photo. Yes, this is clearly not the Liberty Prime that we know and love. It's far too small in scale, but this could most definitely be a prototype of Liberty Prime. Maybe House started small and worked his way up. This would be the most likely scenario in my head. We don't see any other robots in the series that look quite like this, except for maybe the humanoid robots in Fallout Tactics. But that game isn't confirmed canon all the way, so who knows. Regardless, what do you guys think? Is it Prime or something else?
Buried deep in the game files of New Vegas is a developer test character with one of the more interesting semi-Roman inspired names in the Mojave. But it's not a typo or a mod. Surprisingly, it's real and it's pronounced Testicles, not to be mistaken for Testicles, which is a completely different NPC in the game. Kidding. Testicles is what's known as a debug NPC, a character placed in a developer test cell used internally to tweak variables, trigger quest flags, and test outcomes during development. Think of this guy as a living cheat menu, with a Centurion's body and a god's ability to warp reality. If you speak to him, he can alter your reputation with nearly every faction in the game. He can also spawn wrecks on command, skip or modify major quests, and rewrite aspects of your playthrough like he's editing the source code. He shares a model with Bill the Tax Collector, who we covered in a different Iceberg, but he's basically another obscure testing NPC, but Testicles himself never appears during normal gameplay. You have to manually spawn him in using this console command. Do that and suddenly this toga-wearing demigod drops into the desert like a Roman glitch genie ready to rewrite the world at your command. And yes, his name is actually a callback to another Black Isle Obsidian classic, Planescape Torment, where a debug character with the exact name served a similar purpose. That game had testicles, this one had testicles. It's a developer legacy at this point, and kind of like an inside joke passed down across RPG generations like a sacred torch. But let's be honest, only Obsidian would put something this strange yet powerful and unapologetically named into their game and just never explain it. You don't simply find Testicles, you summon him. This one is quick and simple, and really it's for all the PC players out there. If you're a console gamer, it won't be anything to get hyped about, but just know that there are console commands that allows PC players to hack the game in quirky ways. Whether that's spawning an NPC, leveling up automagically, or in this case, getting your own invisibility cloak. Alright, I'm overselling it. It isn't an invisibility cloak per se, but if you console command T detect, it allows you to go invisible unbeknownst to NPCs. So the age-old question goes, if you could have any type of superpower, what would it be? For me, I'm personally choosing teleportation, but a strong second is to go invisible. And an even stronger third is to go invisible in the Mojave Wasteland. Think of all the havoc you could wreak, or all the good you could do. But I don't know, invisibility seems like it's more for nefarious purposes like robbing and stealing than anything else.
This one is heavily debated to this day, so don't shoot the messenger, alright? I don't know what the hell I'm talking about here as far as dams go. I'm no dam expert. Basically, there are those that say New Vegas has a major plot hole concerning the Hoover Dam and the fact that the NCR was able to restore it in a few months according to the game. So let's go over a few reasons why it might not work. For starters, the infrastructure would have suffered serious degradation over time. Hoover Dam was constructed in the 1930s, and by the time of the Great War in 2077, it had already been operating for over 140 years. After the bombs fell, maintenance likely came to a halt, and in the 200 years since, there's been no consistent upkeep. Without regular inspections, lubrication, and replacement of worn parts, critical components like turbines, valves, and control systems would have corroded, jammed, or failed outright. Simply put, massive hydroelectrical installations don't survive centuries of neglect without breaking down. There's also the issue of the electromagnetic pulse (EMP) damage. Fallout's version of the Great War included nuclear detonations across the globe, and high-altitude explosions would have unleashed EMPs that fried unshielded electronics over wide areas. Unless Hoover Dam's control systems were specifically hardened against EMPs, and there's no clear evidence they were, then much of its sensitive electronic infrastructure would have been rendered inoperable within seconds of the war starting. Transformers, relays, circuit boards, everything could have been wiped out. Even assuming the hardware remained physically intact, you'd still need highly trained personnel to run it. Hoover Dam isn't just a big plug you can pull on and off. It takes engineers, technicians, and a deep understanding of hydroelectric systems to get it back online. That kind of knowledge would have been incredibly rare in the post-apocalyptic world. especially in the early years. Any effort by the NCR to restore the dam's functionality would have required massive resources, scavenged parts, old world schematics, and a team of people who actually knew how to interpret them. That's a pretty tall order for a society still re-establishing basic infrastructure. Environmental factors also come into play. The Hoover Dam relies on the flow of the Colorado River, and it's unclear how stable or consistent that flow would be 200 years after a global nuclear war. Fallout and climate change could have altered weather patterns, dried up parts of the river, or made the water radioactive. Sediment buildup might have clogged intakes, or upstream collapses could have disrupted the dam's operation entirely. Without modern tools to manage the river's flow, Hoover Dam's output would likely be unstable or minimal. And if the dam was flooded, which would be the most likely scenario, pumping out all of that water would be another tremendous effort. Now in the dam's defense, the dam is equipped with shutoff valves, which likely would have closed automatically in the event of an emergency. This would have offered some protection to the turbines and helped prevent debris from getting too deep into the system if the trash screens failed. To get the dam operational again, crews would first need to clean out the intake area, replace the damaged trash screens, and inspect and repair the shutoff valve mechanisms. The turbines themselves would need a thorough inspection and likely repairs, as would the transformers. On top of that, the power lines connected to the dam would need to be replaced. The spillways, which are responsible for managing overflow and holding back massive amounts of water over the past 2 centuries, would also require inspection and possibly major renovations. All that said, restoring the dam wouldn't be impossible, especially with the manpower and resources that the NCR can bring to bear. They've got access to the Enclave remnants, help from the followers of the Apocalypse, and maybe even assistance from Brotherhood defectors. And if you factor in Mr. House, who has vested interest in getting the dam's power flowing for his own goals, the idea of getting it up and running again starts to seem a lot more realistic. In essence, there are a lot of science fiction explanations through all of the Fallout games for a lot of wilder things than this dam, so I wouldn't put too much weight into it really. But also, I guess we'll find out in the show if it's still running or not.
In a game packed with power players like the NCR, Caesar's Legion, the Brotherhood of Steel, it's easy to forget about the little guys. But hiding out in the crumbling Monte Carlo suites near Westside is one of the Mojave's most obscure raider gangs known as the Scorpions. They're not legends by any stretch, and they're not even good at what they do. They're a low-level gang of small-time chem dealers and wannabe tough guys barely scraping by the edge of fiend territory, and usually getting their asses kicked when the two cross paths. They operate out of a total shit hotel, and if you bother to visit, you'll find them armed with 10mm pistols, sawed-off shotguns, and switchblades. Maybe even a ripper if someone's feeling bold. This is the kind of gang you mow down in seconds and forget you ever saw, but there is more to them than meets the eye. Or at least there was more to them at some point, which is why they're being mentioned right now. Their leader, Yvette, was meant to be more than just another raider boss. Cut content in the game files reveals that she was supposed to give the player a small unmarked quest. The mission? Help the Scorpions get a steady supply of ammo from the NCR quartermaster at Camp McCarran. One of the leftover assets from the scrapped quest is a note titled Ammo for the Scorpions, which reads the following. That's basically it. The Scorpion gang was likely to play a slightly bigger role in the Wasteland, which makes sense for the sole fact they're overnamed raiders. So although it would have been cool to see them play a bigger role to add to the lore, our best bet is seeing them in Fallout Season 2, if they even whisper their name on screen.
Was a prospector until I decided to settle here to get away from the NCR. Now we'll just take it easy and help out with the Brahmin and Bighorn.
Buried in the deepest layers of our game's modding madness lies one of the most absurd and beloved community in-jokes of all time. The Easy Pete migration. It all started with the chaotic Jerma 985 video where he spawned dozens of Easy Petes. Yes, that Easy Pete, the old dynamite hoarder from Good Springs. Without any prompts, these clone Petes didn't just stand around or explode in a fit of AI confusion. They simply walked. One by one, the Easy Petes began migrating. Not by car, not by horse, but by on foot across the Mojave, embarking on a treacherous journey all the way back to their true home, Good Springs. These Petes were likely dodging death claws, super mutants, and the horrors of the wasteland. They marched with uncanny purpose, all to gather peacefully inside Pete's tiny shack like migrating birds returning for the winter. What makes this hilarious and weirdly wholesome is that it wasn't just random NPC behavior. Easy Pete's AI is hard-coded to return to his house if displaced, even from the other side of the map. That means no matter where you drop him, even smack in the middle of Vegas Strip, his cowboy heart will always lead him home. The Easy Pete migration became an unexpected symbol of loyalty, perseverance, and just how bizarre Fallout Sandbox can get. It's the kind of absurdity that only happens when a game's systems are robust enough to support it and a community with a big enough love for the game to test it.
Mick and Ralph are known to bend the rules in their favor. We know that they have no problem skewing their moral compasses for the right price. I mean, they do sell fakes to make your way into New Vegas, but that might not be the worst part. A fan theory kind of popped up that Mick and Ralph might not have originated in New Vegas, but instead came from the pits. More specifically, the actual pit from Fallout 3. I'm not saying we have a lot of evidence to go off of here. In fact, we only have one piece of evidence and it's not that strong, to be honest. On the wall above Mick's secret inventory, there's an infiltrator rifle sitting behind the counter at Mick and Ralph's. Now, if you're like me, your first thought is probably, wait, why is a pit exclusive weapon all the way out in the Mojave? It's supposed to be used by the Raiders in Pittsburgh, not here in a shop next to a guy pushing fake passports and rocket souvenirs. My first thought is that the infiltrator is technically just a heavily modified R91 assault rifle. Silencer, scope, bigger mag, no stock. So yeah, it's rare, but not impossible for it to show up outside of the pit. There's several ways we can conclude this. One, Mick and Ralph came from the East either as ex-slavers or slaves or whatever. Somehow they got their hands on an infiltrator rifle that is exclusive to the pit area so far as we know, and then they brought it out west. It does seem like this whole row of guns is a trophy section that Mick keeps on display. Maybe he was proud of his slaver past, or maybe he's proud that he took down a slaver and kept his gun. Who knows? Option number 2, and I think the most likely one, is that someone brought in the rifle and traded it. Because, wouldn't you know, these guys are in fact traders. Wild concept. Traveling from coast to coast isn't completely unheard of, so it's somewhat feasible a rifle could have found its way to the Mojave. Maybe Mick thought it was a cool piece he's never seen before and added it to the collection. But what do you guys think? Are these two hiding a darker past?
Southeast of Calville Bay, just east of the scavenger platform, lies a half-forgotten mystery. Lake Mead Cave is quietly sitting under the still waters of Lake Mead. The entrance to this place is easy to miss as it's fully underwater, tucked beneath a large rocky ledge. Atop that ledge is a small fishing boat capsized and partially submerged, its hull cracked like a tombstone. And below on the lake bed, you'll find 4 gore bags, bloody, torn, and jammed full of mutilated body parts, a few frag grenades, and sometimes scattered ammo. They're pressed up against the side of the boat like they were dumped in a hurry. Nearby are scattered suitcases, pre-war money, and broken car parts. It feels like a story happened here, and it likely did since in real life, even several years after New Vegas was released, human remains were found in Lake Mead, likely stemming from the mob ties of the old city. So what is the point of Lake Mead Cave? In gameplay terms, practically nothing. The cave might tie into Ranger Station Guardian, but aside from that, this location on the old Pip-Boy doesn't really serve a significant purpose, which is a little weird and why the Lake Mead Cave made it on the list in the first place. In the end, Lake Mead Cave is mostly environmental storytelling. Seriously guys, there's literally no quest markers or any true significance to this location in general, so let me know if you find something that says otherwise. If you want to get deep, I guess it's a perfect example of Obsidian's design philosophy, where not every mystery needs a resolution. Sometimes the unanswered questions are what make the world feel real. Anyway, the next time you're skimming across the surface of Lake Mead, take a dive, just don't expect answers. Just murky old bones and a silence that doesn't quite feel empty.
Let's talk about one of the creepiest characters in Fallout you've never actually met, a figure known only as the Principal. He's not a boss, he's not in any cutscene, he doesn't have a model, a voice, or even a quest tied to his name. But if you dig into the lore during Honest Hearts, you'll find him. And what you learn is haunting. In the year 2123, 24 children escaped from a mysterious place known only as the School. No one knows exactly what it was, a vault, a re-education facility, maybe a failed pre-war institution warped by the wasteland. But what we do know is this: It was bad enough that the kids risked everything to flee into the wilds of Zion Canyon. And wherever they came from, they brought with them stories. Not of super mutants and raiders, but a man known as the Principal. To the children, he wasn't just a leader, he was a boogeyman. A figure so terrifying that they would tell the younger ones, if you don't behave, the Principal will come and get you. That's the level of fear this guy instilled in them. Randall Clark, the legendary survivalist of Zion, overheard the kids' stories about this figure while secretly watching over them. And in his journal he writes, 24 of them, half boys, half girls. Youngest is 8 maybe, oldest 13 to 14. Dirty and scrawny, been on foot a long time. Children's crusade. Struck camp on nearly the same spot as Los Mexicanos, 30 years and a lifetime ago. I've spent 2 nights listening to them. English literate. One of them reads stories while the little ones fall asleep. They escape some place called the school, but can't figure out where it was. When they want a little one to behave, they tell him to stop or the Principal will get you. Principal better not show up or I'll blow his goddamn head off. I can still shoot straight. Clark was no stranger to death. He fought through the Great War, survived years alone, and faced everything from raiders to starvation. So when a hardened, broken man like him reacts that way, you know this Principal guy must have been truly horrifying. Now, after Old World Blues came out, some fans thought they'd cracked the case. They pointed to Dr. Boris and the X8 test facility, which ran brutal experiments on school children before the war. It fit the term the school. The abuse and the twisted science all lined up. Could Boris have been the Principal? Sadly, no. Fallout writer Chris Avalon stepped in and confirmed on social media that it wasn't the case. Though in his words, it would have been cool. So as of now, the Principal truly remains unknown. So the next time you're wandering Zion, remember somewhere out there, 24 children once ran from a place so terrible that a man with no name became their nightmare. The Principal. No face, no voice, just fear. I'll make this one quick because there's not really much here besides a singular holotape. But yes, there are snuff tapes in Fallout New Vegas. Sort of. Obviously, it's not something you can watch in the game. It's actually used as part of a plot line for the Omertas during the quest How Little We Know. Basically, you find them and use them for blackmail against Clandon. The tape's transcripts go like this. These tapes contain horrific sounds of murder and violence. You hear Clandon engaging in violence with women, and then hear the sounds of visceral and violent being carried out. Sorry, I had to not say and blur some specific things because that's just how YouTube works. But I'm sure you get the picture. It's pretty dark for even Fallout standards. You'd be hard pressed to find something else worse in the game, except for maybe the coyotes, which we covered in one of the other icebergs. It's a wild thing to stumble across and read, and I don't think a lot of people ever actually end up seeing it.
Some players genuinely believe the courier from Fallout New Vegas is the Lone Wanderer from Fallout 3, not a descendant and not a spiritual successor, but the same person. And here's the argument. Fallout New Vegas takes place only a few years after Fallout 3. The Lone Wanderer has lost everything. His father, his childhood home in Vault 101, his connections. Sure, he saved the Capital Wasteland and became the so-called hero of the wastes. But emotionally, it was hollow, maybe even lonely. The Lone Wanderer has no ties left. So what does a grief-stricken hero do? He leaves and heads west and tries to start over. He ditches the Pip-Boy, takes up menial work as a courier, and slowly lets go of who he used to be. That Pip-Boy was a constant reminder of his past, and without it, he could become someone new. The final nail in the coffin would be a bullet to the brain in the Mojave, which is oddly convenient, right? I mean, a total memory reset is a great alibi. And just like that, the Lone Wanderer becomes the courier, another drifter trying to find meaning in the chaos of the wasteland. A new beginning and a new legend is born. But here's the counterpoint, and it's a strong one. The courier doesn't actually have amnesia. That's a common misconception. He remembers his past to different degrees as the courier mentions places like Montana and makes offhand remarks about jobs he's done. Oh, and not to mention that he has a long-standing rivalry with this guy that predates the events of the game. As for the Divide, he doesn't remember it because it was just another delivery hub, not because his brain got wiped like some old hard drive. And how about that Pip-Boy? If the courier was the Lone Wanderer, where's his wrist-mounted legacy? The device that carried Project Purity logs, Vault-Tec schematics, and records of every mutant he vaporized in DC. It's gone, and not even mentioned, and that thing's not exactly easy to misplace. Plus, New Vegas lets you customize the courier's age. If you want to be 45 or 35, then go for it. But the Lone Wanderer was technically born in 2258, making him 19 in Fallout 3 and only 22 by the time New Vegas rolls around. Not exactly a seasoned courier with a storied past. Finally, there's the Vault 13 canteen. That's the nod Obsidian gave us, not to Fallout 3, but to Fallout 1 and 2. The implication here, allegedly, is that the courier is more likely descended from the Vault Dweller or Chosen One, not the Lone Wanderer. But what do you think? Is that a stretch? So while it's a poetic theory, the idea of a broken hero reinventing himself in a new land, the evidence just doesn't line up. Still, in the Fallout universe, identity is always a little fluid, and sometimes the myths we tell ourselves are more powerful than the truth. I wish we could play the Big Iron Ballad that tells a story of an Arizona Ranger's confrontation with a notorious outlaw named Texas Red, but I also don't want to get a copyright strike. The song describes a tense showdown in a specific town where the Ranger, armed with his Big Iron, which is a large revolver, faces off against the feared Texas Red. Now, the rumor goes that Big Iron was written for New Vegas, but a basic history lesson would show that Big Iron was literally made before 1960 on an album called Gunfighter Ballads and Trail Songs. With an album with a name such as that, I don't think we can be too surprised to find one of its songs make its way into the game. So while Big Iron was not written specifically for Fallout New Vegas because it predates the game by half a century, its inclusion in the game significantly contributed to its resurgence in popularity and cemented its status as a memorable, iconic Western song. I think we can put this rumor to rest, but I will leave us with a fun fact. An additional song was supposed to be played on Radio New Vegas and Mojave Music Radio, but was never added. So Big Iron was unintentionally bugged to play 2 more times than any other song, and it can even be played twice on the radio in a row. It's fine by me though because Big Iron is goated. Yes, this is one of those places you probably forgot about, but maybe that's just me. I tend to visit half of these unmarked locations without thinking there's much significance to them. But a lot of the time, there's usually some type of backstory. Fallout 3 is full of haunting ruins and tragic landmarks, as well as constant debris and clutter. But sometimes the most cursed places in the wasteland are the ones that make you say, why? Insert the irradiated outhouse. Located southwest of the dairy farm, this unmarked location is one of the strangest and more forgotten puzzles in Fallout 3, at least in my opinion. At first glance, it looks like someone, a very determined someone, tried to build a makeshift porta-shelter using an outhouse and 4 ruined cars, presumably as a form of defense against the wasteland's wildlife like the Yaogoi. But just look at this place. Would you risk your life here? The creator basically said, fuck it, just stack a couple of sedans on top of your toilet and the mutated black bears won't harm us. There's just one teeny problem. Well, one small problem on top of the already piss poor idea to begin with, and that's the fact that they built it on top of a radiation pool. The entire area is soaked in toxic waste. You take rads just by standing there, and unless you have an unlimited supply of Radaway, which even if you did, why would you waste it in a dump like this? This place is really an all-around death trap. But wait, there's more. Next to the outhouse is a bathtub with 2 boxes of ammunition, and inside the tub you can find a single bottle of Nuka-Cola Quantum, which if you watched our other YouTube Iceberg will ring a bell since you can get addicted to this shit. Ironically, one of my latest saves is from the making of that video, so every time I spawn into the game to grab content, my character is in this weird daisy hangover. I digress. This bizarre unmarked location tells a tiny story. An enterprising survivor tried to build a fortified shitter. They stacked cars to fend off Yaogoi, they brought ammo, they stocked Quantum, they even installed a bathtub because, I don't know, hygiene? Maybe another bad defense mechanism? But none of it worked and the radiation overwhelmed the spot. Oh, and at higher levels, it becomes a spawn point for rad scorpions, the Yaogoi I mentioned before, or even death claws. So if the rads don't get you, the monsters will. This place is just another piece of Fallout's beautifully deranged world building, a testament to human stubbornness and terrible fortification decisions. There are places in the capital wasteland that feel like they were made for the sole purpose of disturbing you, and some for the sole purpose of simply existing. Not to challenge you, not to reward you, just to get under your skin or make you think why. One such place is known only as the Shelter, an unmarked location buried beneath an intact bridge near this building. To find it, you'll have to know exactly where to look. It's just under a bridge east of West Metro Station. If you're wandering blindly, chances are you'll walk right past it. But if you start seeing a blue and yellow truck parked in the eastbound lanes and a pair of eerily patriotic Valkyrie statues nearby, you're close. Once you find the entrance, things take a turn from mundane to curious. At first glance, it looks like a harmless abandoned hideaway, but as you step inside, you notice it's different. Just past the door is a bizarre little arrangement. It's not loot, it's a message. Deeper inside, you'll find a mannequin with a plunger crown. A trail of plungers snakes across the walls and ceiling like some kind of cracked out performance art. Following them leads you to a skeleton, arguably the artist behind this madness, lying beneath the final plunger on the ceiling, as if mid-climb when reality gave out on him. Of course, Fallout never skips the opportunity for dark comedy. Then there's this cool little garden gnome, and if you look at him, he's got a shit ton of Med-X needles stabbed directly into his eye sockets. Oh, and there are 49 plungers. Yes, someone counted them, and I'm inclined to simply believe them rather than count them myself. The shelter has no quest tied to it, and that's what makes it such a brilliant piece of Fallout design. As it turns out, this plunger beauty was the work of Bethesda artist Nathan Perkypile. Hopefully I said his name correctly. The same dev behind some of Fallout's most bizarre set pieces. Originally, this room was supposed to be part of the main questline, but it was deemed too silly to be seen by every player. So instead, they buried it in the dirt under a bridge for the lucky who stumbled upon it.
I'm sure most of you are familiar with good old Sticky, the poor bastard found in Little Lamplight who has to leave the settlement because it's his birthday and now he's too old to live there. Tale as old as time. But what maybe a few of you don't know is that if you decide to help him get to Big Town, he'll start telling you these random stories and he never shuts up.
And was our brave hero scared? No. Not at all. He left in the face of danger. Ha ha ha. He beat up the monster and everyone cheered. The end. Thank you very much.
There are 3 different stories in total that you can get. One is about a giant ant, one is about a giant mutant, and one is about an alien that, you guessed it, is giant. You can let him drone on and listen to his stories, and you might as well because it's a long ass walk and he's slow, or if you have a high enough speech skill, you can tell him to stop talking. One of the more overlooked pieces of environmental storytelling is the terminal logs inside Germantown Police HQ. It seems like just another ruin filled with super mutants, but looking into the computers, you'll find a story about what it was like to survive the early days of the apocalypse. The log starts with entry number 1, and right away there's a sense of dread. The soldiers stationed there weren't high priority. They were tasked with evacuating rural areas while better equipped units handled the cities. Rumors of a Chinese attack were spreading, but nobody expected the world to actually end. By log number 2, everything's fallen apart. Washington, D.C. has been hit, and the entries are chaotic. Soldiers are trying to wrap their heads around what's happening. One name that comes up is Andrea, part of an evac team on the Belt Loop. The next few logs, number 3 to number 5, show the slow unraveling of order. National Guardsmen show up from Pennsylvania, but they bring more panic than help. Looting gets worse, radiation sets in, and people start dying. They set up quarantine zones, more to keep people calm than to actually stop the spread of anything. Dead bodies are quietly removed at night to stop morale from tanking. Log number 6 gets a little dark. Nancy, who's a nurse, ends up becoming sort of a spiritual support figure, writing about running out of supplies. The guardsmen send search teams out looking for more, and it doesn't work. The next entries show what happens when the meds run out. People die slowly, comforted by painkillers, booze, and any hope they can find. Nancy hides the fact that she's going bald from radiation sickness by wrapping her head in a cloth, just to avoid scaring the others. Her final entry is a quiet goodbye. She hopes her sisters made it out alive. There's also a set of 911 calls stored in the terminals, little tidbits of what people are going through in real time. One man calls while his house is burning down, and another spirals into a full-blown panic attack, rambling about the chaos around him. The last call ends with someone reporting a break-in, but the intruder on the line speaks calmly. Almost too calmly. It's pretty unsettling. What makes these entries so interesting is that they don't feel like scripted drama. They feel like real people trying to keep it together while everything around them falls apart. We already know this kind of collapse happened all over the country in Fallout's world. Sometimes we hear about it in quests or we piece it together from scenes. But there's something about reading it through terminal logs that just hits different. It's not flashy and it's not exaggerated. It's human tragedy. This one will be quick, but it definitely had to make the list. It's a perfect example of coming across the classic Fallout humor. In the sewer waste station, you'll find 21 teddy bears scattered across the floor and on several conveyor belts. But these aren't just tossed around randomly. Some are set up in very specific and very questionable poses. A few are holding bottles of whiskeys, others have cigarettes, grenades, chems, or even weapons. One in particular stands out. A teddy bear face planted into another bear's lap, with a bottle of scotch casually sitting next to them. Another bear is just on its own, surrounded by an ashtray, a pack of smokes, and a Chinese pistol. Watching maybe? I won't go further into that. It really is a random ass place. But these teddy bear scenes have become pretty iconic for Fallout 3. I'm sure the more diehards have at least seen them in memes online or something to that effect.
My name is Vin. I am on a fucking UFO. I'm from Flatbush and I want to get home. Can I get a taxi, please? How's that, huh? That work for you, Starstruck?
You wake up in a cold metal chamber. There's strange lights piercing your irises. Machines are humming in foreign frequencies. There's alien voices you can't understand. Welcome to Mothership Zeta, and welcome to one of the darkest pieces of Fallout lore. I'm referring to the alien captive logs. Scattered across the ship are 25 audio recordings, the final voices of people abducted across different time periods, cultures, and walks of life. They're not physical holotapes, at least not normally. They're stored in your Pip-Boy's Notes tab. But what they lack in gameplay impact, they make up for in existential horror if you were to put yourself in their shoes. These aren't necessarily Easter eggs. They're living history, at least in Fallout lore. They're a twisted archive of humanity trapped in cold storage. Examples such as Dr. Morrison Rand abducted in 2041 while walking to his car are fun to listen to in that they add to the immersive gameplay.
Leaving the college campus, headed to my car, I saw a blinding light. It just appeared in the sky, directly over me. I was blinded.
Frozen mid-stride by a blinding light, he wakes up in a cage, recording his name, profession, and final thoughts. Why? Because the aliens made him. He theorizes they're building some kind of cosmic museum, collecting species and individuals like library books. His voice is terrified but curious, like a man witnessing his own extinction through an academic lens. Then there's Madeline Wallace from Cincinnati, a cheerful 1950s housewife abducted alongside her husband and children.
Hello there, I'm Madeline Wallace. Of the Cincinnati Wallaces? Well, I'm here on this rocket ship. I'm with the strange men, the spacemen.
She's so upbeat and so pleasantly oblivious that it's chilling. She talks about her son Arthur being thrilled to be on board like they're on some Captain Cosmos set. But as her tone shifts, you realize she doesn't understand what's really happening. She's not narrating a fun family trip, she's documenting the last moment before her family vanishes into alien storage. Then there's moments of rage we get to hear from an unnamed man filled with fury and screams for his family, only to be silenced mid-recording. Each log is a different slice of humanity. A Union soldier, a samurai, a 21st century businessman. Hell, even a pre-war conspiracy theorist. Some are calm, some are horrified. One even laughs. But all of them have one thing in common. They're trapped. These recordings were required before being put into stasis like forced confessions. The aliens, of course, want to know who they're collecting. Maybe to study us or maybe to catalog us. Or maybe just because they can. And if you collect all 25 logs, you unlock the Alien Archivist achievement. Congratulations. You've heard the cries of the forgotten. The voices the stars tried to bury.
What the fuck is this thing? You got some kind of Martian sex machine, you sick f***? Oh, no way!
We've got a lot of political intrigue too, and you really see that come through in the character of Desmond Lockhart. His ongoing battle, which he calls the Great Game, just shows how deep the old world's secrets run. Desmond isn't your average ghoul. He was born over 250 years before the bombs dropped and spent his pre-war life working for British intelligence. He was smart, ruthless, and well-connected. Someone who moved through shadows dealing with world leaders, spies, and corporate players. When it became clear the world was heading for nuclear disaster, people like Desmond started doing whatever it took to survive. That's where the Great Game comes in. It wasn't just war, it was sabotage and long-term power plays. Some people tried to beat the apocalypse through cryogenic freezing, brain uploads, or mutations. Desmond took a different route. He deliberately exposed himself to radiation, turning into a ghoul so he could live on while his enemies didn't. It worked, but it came at a price. He outlived his rivals, but he lost part of himself in the process. His biggest rival was Professor Calvert, another major player in the game. Calvert survived Desmond's sabotage by transferring his mind into a machine, ending up as a psychic disembodied brain in Point Lookout. The two have thus been locked in a grudge match ever since. According to Point Lookout's lead designer, Joel Burgess, again, said the whole idea behind the great game was to channel that old school spy tension, something like the real world power struggle between Britain and Russia in the 1800s. Desmond even mentions heading north to face another old rival, which was left open to let us imagine what might come next. Obviously, Desmond's story is part of the larger Point Lookout questline, and it's not that unknown. But because of the great game aspect, we had to include it. What other world leaders or influential people were playing the game and have made it to the post-apocalypse? Maybe people like the Cabots from Fallout 4 with their immortal serum, or the Robo-Brains from Vault 118 that deliberately put their brains in those bodies to live forever. Were they all playing this great game? Who knows? It's pretty cool to think about, and I wonder if we'll ever see Desmond and his next rival again. Some things probably weren't meant to be found, but that's never stopped anyone in the wasteland. One of Fallout's mysteries hides out in the swamps of Point Lookout, a bloodstained book called the Krivbekna. It looks like your typical cursed object, but it's tied to something far stranger, an ancient unknowable entity known as Ugg-Qualtoth, the kind of being that scrambles your brain just thinking about it. The book originally belonged to Constance Blackhall, a figure of mythic status among the swamp folk. Before and after the bombs fell, she was known for her strange and unsettling rituals. She also just happened to be the sister of Richard Dunwich, the same Dunwich tied to all that weirdness out in the capital wasteland. With the Krivbekna in her hands, Constance led disturbing ceremonies deep in the marshes. But once the book was stolen, her grip on the region seemed to fade, and the darkness only deepened. Years later, a ranger brought the book back from the disastrous expedition. His son Jamie Palabris ended up taking it with him into the Dunwich building, hoping to hang on to something that reminded him of his father. That choice drove him insane. He died lost in those haunted halls, the book still clutched in his hands. By 2277, the Krivbekna is back in Point Lookout, passed down to the swamp folk but without Constance's guidance, and things have gone off the rails. The rituals they perform now are messed up and barely understood. Kind of like a group of people playing with a Ouija board they found in a burned down church. Deep in one of these caverns, they've set up an altar covered in bones and blood, proof that that book's influence hasn't faded. Eventually, the lone wanderer crosses paths with Obadiah Blackhall, one of Constance's descendants. He wants the book back, claiming it's part of his family's legacy. But it's clear he has some twisted plans, and if you give it to him, he starts performing sacrifices in his basement to honor Ugg-Qualtoth. You've got another option though. Marcella, who's a member of the Abbey of the Road, sees the Krivbekna for what it really is, a corrupt relic.
They attacked while I slept. I don't expect to survive. I only pray that that you haven't taken that book to Obadiah. You must take up my mission. There is one way to utterly destroy the Krivbekna, but you must take a pilgrimage far north of Point Lookout in the capital wasteland. Seek a place called Dunwich. Within is an obelisk, itself a wicked thing. It'll consume the book. You need only press the book to its surface. May God shed his blessings upon you, child. Make haste for Dunwich. My God, I am sorry for all my sins with all my heart. In choosing to do wrong and failing to do good, I have sinned against you, whom I should.
She asks the Wanderer to destroy it inside the Dunwich building, which, like much of this story, is a direct nod to Lovecraft's The Dunwich Horror. The whole quest has references to the Necronomicon and the infamous Abdul al-Hazred, which pulls Fallout deeper into that horror territory. If you choose to destroy the book by pressing it against the strange Dunwich obelisk, it bursts into flames, along with any of the nearby ghouls. And then it gives you a reward with good karma and a sense of finality, like you've chosen sanity over the madness. Also, the name Krivbekna was originally just placeholder gibberish. Joel Burgess, the lead designer of Point Lookout, threw it in during development, but then it stuck. A nonsense name for something that feels a little too real.
Today we're exploring a small but intriguing mystery known as the Pennsylvania Avenue Explosives Note. If you've explored the shattered streets near Pennsylvania Avenue in Fallout 3, you may have stumbled across the corpse of a man named Thompson, a mercenary from the infamous Talon Company. His body is perched high up on scaffolding along 17th Street, accessible only by carefully climbing a fallen lamppost. This location alone adds a sense of secrecy and urgency, suggesting Thompson's final moments were anything but peaceful. But what truly piques our interest is the note Thompson was carrying. It reads, "The explosives have been placed along Pennsylvania Avenue as instructed. The electrical switch is located on the first level of the scaffolding on PA Avenue. Simply flip the switch, take cover, and get ready for one hell of a show. I'm going to stick around a little longer to see if I can pick off a couple more mutants. Mercenary Thompson, Talon Company." This note gives us a glimpse into the tactics and mindset of Talon Company, a ruthless mercenary group notorious for their brutal methods and cold professionalism. Talon Company, as many survivors know, operates entirely on profit and lacks any semblance of morality. They've been hired by mysterious clients to keep the capital wasteland in perpetual chaos, targeting any hopeful do-gooders trying to rebuild civilization. The Pennsylvania Avenue explosives plot suggests a targeted attempt at either ambushing a group of super mutants or creating large-scale havoc. Thompson clearly expected a spectacular explosion indicative of Talon's style. Dramatic, devastating, and without hesitation. Unfortunately for him, his ambition to eliminate a few extra mutants cost him his life. Perhaps he underestimated the threats lurking around Pennsylvania Avenue. Or perhaps he was betrayed by the very chaos he aimed to create. This unassuming note not only reveals the ruthless nature of Talon Company, but also encapsulates the tragic irony of the capital wasteland, where plans rarely go as expected and violence often meets a sudden and bitter end. So next time you're wandering the streets of Pennsylvania Avenue, keep an eye out. You never know what other secrets and dangers lie just beneath the surface. Danielle's book. Does it sound familiar? Does it ring a bell? It might, since it's one of those objects you pick up once and never look at again. But you likely have it in your inventory thinking it has some type of broader purpose. This is one of Fallout 3's most subtle mysteries and an item you can find but never use. A tattered, moldy thing providing no stat bonuses or a quest attached. Surprisingly, this thing is not even a mention in the official game guide. It's a book quietly sitting on the floor of Foggy Bottom Station next to a bench at the far eastern end of the platform. You can pick up Danielle's book, carry it when you first think it has a purpose, attempt to read it, which you can't, then try and sell it, which you also can't, but you can drop it when you realize the 1 pound of weight isn't worth lugging around in the wasteland. The Brotherhood scribes, who pay for pretty much any scrap of text, won't even touch it, so it's just there. Some players who found it early on thought it was a glitch, perhaps a leftover dev file. Others swore they had found it in multiple playthroughs and pinged the Reddit forums to help find its broader purpose, while others saw it and went on paying no mind to it. In the Germantown Police HQ, you can find an impound terminal entry that references Faye Danielle. The entry doesn't explain much, just that she was listed in a routine report. So here's my theory. Danielle was likely a cut character. Her book? Likely a cut quest item, or maybe just a book to add random background lore. Maybe she was meant to be tied to the Metro system, or part of a side quest that got scrapped late in development. Now, as for her book, it's still down there waiting for you to discover it if you haven't already. Danielle's book is one of Fallout's quietest unsolved riddles. It's just a simple name, and a story that was never finished.
Everyone knows the big names in Fallout 3, the Brotherhood of Steel, the Enclave, and the Outcast. But then there are the smaller players. That's where Little Horn and Associates comes in. It's a name most people either miss entirely or just shrug it off as unimportant. But you'll soon realize that there's something strange going on here. Let's start with the basics. Little Horn and Associates sounds like some kind of accounting firm, or maybe just a legal outfit. But this is the capital wasteland. People don't pay taxes, they trade in caps and murder. You'll find these associates in a shed near the scrapyard. It's run by a guy named Daniel Littlehorn, and he's not interested in scrap or salvage. His business is death. Specifically, he pays for the ears of people with good karma. If you've taken the contract killer perk, you can walk in, toss a few ears on the table, and walk out with a nice pile of caps. And if your karma's tanked all the way to very evil, you get an extra cut. What makes this place a little creepy isn't just the ear selling, it's the entire atmosphere. You can literally kill one of them and the others will barely react. One might even say better than me, just like it's another Tuesday. There's no loyalty here, just business. And that's kind of the point. Daniel hints that their work is meant to go unnoticed, and beyond that, nothing. We don't know who they're working for, why they want the ears, or what they're doing with them. Maybe they're collecting data. Maybe it's ritualistic. Maybe it is just about turning chaos into profit. Whatever the case, they're ghosts. In a weird way, Little Horn and Associates is the dark mirror of the Regulators, the group that's tied to the Lawbringer perk. The Regulators track down evil people and reward you for bringing in justice. Little Horn and Co. wants the opposite. They want the blood of the good. You'll never see the two factions cross paths, but thematically, they're perfect opposites. It'd be wild to see them actually interact. Maybe in a remaster or even in the Fallout TV show, if Lucy ever ends up in the Capital Wasteland. At the end of the day, Little Horn and Associates ask a question most people probably don't want to answer out loud. What's the going rate for a piece of your conscience? Every now and then I come across a note in Fallout and think, who seriously had the time to sit down and write this? The hidden stash note definitely fits that bill. You'll find it in a sewer system that's pretty easy to miss. You can get there either through a manhole near Seward Square North Metro, or another one a bit northwest of Metro Central along Pennsylvania Avenue. Just know that there are a bunch of super mutants down there. You'll need to fight your way into the southern part of the sewer, and then you'll find two skeletons laid out beside a staircase. Next to them is a laser pistol and the note. It gives us a good idea of what happened to these guys. It looks like these two came looking for a stash that may or may not have existed. Here's what it says. JP is a lying, toilet-sucking, good-for-nothing, rat-brained bastard. The stash doesn't exist. We searched everywhere down here and nothing. Not one lousy gun. We managed to pick up some ammo, but that's about it. Now we're stuck here with those damn mutants streaming in and out of the tunnels. What are those bastards even doing? I snuck some of our supplies at the end of the southeast tunnel under some debris. There's no way we can sneak past the bastards carrying it all by ourselves. Hell, I'll send JP down here next time to retrieve it. See how he likes it. Ryder was clearly pissed and probably desperate. Whether JP actually betrayed them or was just full of bad info, we don't really know. But the stash, that part turned out to be real. Follow the directions and you'll find some ammo, some explosives, and even a copy of Tumblr's Today. In reality, yes, this is just a nice little environmental note left around so that you can do a quick scavenger hunt. But people probably miss it all the time or ignore what the note even says. Let's not pretend like we don't. But it's cool that they leave these little hidden things, in my opinion. It's just another good example of that.
Every now and then, buried in the game files of Fallout 3, you find something that makes you stop and say, is that a dog being fired like a bullet? What the fuck is this? I'd be lying to you if I said I was joking. Meet Phil Fun Projectile, also known internally as Doggy. Phil Fun Projectile is a cut projectile asset in Fallout 3. It's literally a dog model, specifically a vicious dog turned into a projectile. When fired, it emits a barking sound as it flies through the air. No, this object isn't a mod itself, but it also cannot be spawned in-game and must be attached to a weapon or attachment point via mods. If you go the distance and decide to leverage this in-game object by attaching it to a weapon through a mod, then congratulations, since you now have a gun that shoots barking eyeless dogs. The story behind it comes from that same Nathan Perkypile that I mentioned before, who worked on Fallout 3, Fallout 4, and led art direction for Fallout 76. In an interview, he admitted, quote, I didn't know how to do this, and told Phil I always wanted to see it in a game because I thought it would be hilarious to have a gun that shoots dogs. So his colleague, level designer Philip Nilsson, just went and did it. He made the projectile, gave it a bark, literally speaking, and then named it Phil Fun Projectile, and then proceeded to nestle that sumbitch deep in the files, waiting for some modder to find the inside joke and uncover it to the world. Like I mentioned, it's completely unused and doesn't have a gameplay purpose, particularly for console players unfortunately, since they can't access these mods. But it's one of the most cursed, beautiful pieces of dev chaos in Fallout 3's backend code. The model has no eyeballs, as I mentioned before, making it even creepier, like some kind of rejected enemy. But it's pure Fallout, and all thanks to two devs just trying to make each other laugh during the dark, sausage-festy nights of gameplay development. Of course, I'm kidding. There was also women developers there too, so shout out to them. Sure, this doggy might have never made it into the wasteland, but deep in the forgotten files and in the hearts of modders everywhere, the dog bullet lives on. This one is super quick, since apparently there's an unused Outcast Mr. Gutsy variant. Based on Nexus's mods, which is currently the only way to access this Gutsy skin, this mod changes the army skin of Sergeant RL3 using quote, unused Outcast variant, quote. The description goes on to say that it's just a simple texture swap for the companion Sergeant RL3, especially suited for anyone doing an Outcast playthrough. Truly, I can appreciate the advice for those who are on the Outcast playthroughs. It honestly adds to the immersive experience. So if you comb your way through game's textures files and you're deep in uncovering everything in this game, you should find a skin for the Outcast variant, but with no model. However, you can still use a skin on an identical model. When I was looking this up, I also learned that there is a GEC entry for an Enclave Mr. Gutsy, but no files or resources of any kind exist. If you continue to follow this trail, you'd remember that we later get an Enclave Skin Gutsy with Broken Steel's add-on. And this leads me to an even broader piece of the iceberg that I later learned, and that's the fact that the Brotherhood and Enclave were to receive their own uniquely skinned sentry bots at one point in development. So the devs really were trying to bring this to production. However, the only unique sentry bot skins used in the game are US Army bots and Outcast. And if you look at the Enclave sentry bots, then you'd find that they use the generic steel skin. So my hunch is that there was likely a rush in bringing the game and its add-ons to fruition. So these additional textures never got to see the light of day. But now we know that Mr. Gutsy was supposed to have even more personality, at least on the outside.
In Fallout 3, there are the usual ways to boost your stats. Level up, grab a perk, maybe pop a chem if you're desperate, but found in Big Town is one of the weirder methods, carrying around a pool ball. The Lucky 8 ball is exactly what it sounds like, a black billiard ball with the number 8 on it. Nothing fancy, of course, but if it's sitting in your inventory, it quietly bumps up your luck stat by +1. Just having it on you makes you luckier. To get it, you'll need to help out a guy named Time Bomb. He's injured after a super mutant raid on Big Town. Heal him up, and once things settle down, he'll give you the 8 ball as a thank you. And honestly, it kinda does. You can't use it and you can't equip it, and you can't even launch it with a rocket launcher like most junk. But once it's in your inventory, you'll see a little message that says good luck added. And then when you drop it, the game hits you with, you don't feel as lucky anymore. What makes this item unique is how it works under the hood. Unlike temporary buffs or perks that show up under status effects, the Lucky 8 ball permanently increases your special stat. That +1 luck can even help you qualify for perks like better criticals, which normally require at least 6 luck. It's low key, but powerful. It'll stay active no matter where it is in your inventory. Forget about it at the bottom of your junk pile, still works. There's even an interaction with the Almost Perfect perk. If you take it while the Lucky 8 ball is in your inventory, your luck can hit 10. But if you drop the 8 ball later, your stat actually drops back down to an 8. The Lucky 8 ball is also hidden in the files of Fallout New Vegas, but they didn't use it anywhere and it's not placed in the world. One thing's for sure though, if you've got it in your inventory, you've got a little extra luck on your side. In the Jury Street tunnels, among the grime and raider debris, sits a machine called the Wonder Meat Maker. It was built in 2277 by a raider scientist named Ryan Brigg. It looks more like something you'd find in a back alley kitchen than a lab, but it works, and it's how we get mole rat wonder meat. You're probably wondering what that stuff is. Basically, it's mole rat meat that has been cured with wonder glue. Yeah, just wonder glue. According to Briggs's note, if you combine the two and seal them inside his machine, you end up with jerky that's not only edible, but apparently has a nutty aftertaste. Making it is simple. Just grab a piece of mole rat meat and a tube of wonder glue, both of which are usually lying around nearby, and then just toss them into the Wonder Meat Maker. A few seconds later, you've got a chunk of mole rat wonder meat ready to eat. What makes it worth the effort is the effect. Regular mole rat meat gives you 5 HP. This stuff, it gives you 20 HP for the same radiation cost, which is basically none. And if you've got a food sanitizer in your inventory, that boost jumps up to 24 HP, putting it up there with some of the better foods in the game. Who knows how this all works, but in Todd's words, it just does.
This is the legend of the pint-sized slasher, an urban myth from before the bombs fell, a boogeyman parents whispered about when their kids acted up. According to the Capitol Post, the pint-sized slasher was a child-sized killer, allegedly responsible for the Linden Street slayings in Washington, D.C. back in 2052. The only known survivor, Christopher Atkinson, watched his brother Sean murdered right in front of him. According to Police Chief Joseph Field, the wounds were inflicted at a height consistent with the child, and that's where the myth really took hold. Retailers quickly capitalized. The slasher became the second best-selling Halloween costume in America, right behind Captain Cosmos, of course. A child-sized killer turned into merchandise, a murder weapon turned into a toy accessory, a tragedy turned into a marketing tool. But for some, the story never died. Decades later, Vault-Tec overseer Braun became obsessed with the legend. So much so that he created the costume, mask, outfit, plastic knife, and programmed it into his Tranquility Lane simulation. There, the lone wanderer can wear the mask and turn the cheerful suburb into a suburb riddled in fear. Once it's on, the residents flee in terror. Braun's experiment was working, not just controlling people through fear, but turning an urban myth into an interactive sadism. But the story doesn't end there. In Fallout 4, nearly 130 years later, a ghoul murderer in the Commonwealth finds one of the old costumes in a plaza. Consumed by self-hatred and fascinated by the slasher's infamy, he dons the mask and the persona. When a Wastelander tries to take it from him, he kills. Now he stalks College Square, a ghost in a mask waiting for the next excuse to lash out. You can even find two masks in Point Lookout, one in room 1K of the Homestead Motel and one in Kenny's Cave. Are they real? Are they replicas? We don't know and never will since the game doesn't explicitly state it. But they're likely replicas since the killer was marketed to hell and back. And the fear remains. Even Bethesda leans into the mystery. The official Fallout 3 trailer from E3 2008 features the pint-sized slasher article in the opening newspaper if you pay close enough attention.
But what if it's not? Friends, your future may not be as secure as you think. Secure as you think. Secure as you think.
And in Fallout 76, the legend has spread even further, from DC to Appalachia. And this is really badass considering us players get to marinate in the fact that the devs really leaned into the East Coast lore when the slasher continues to make appearances on this side of the US. I don't know about you, but I think that detail is really cool. This is the proof that some urban myths don't die, they evolve.
The Boogeyman's hood is tied directly to one of the darker choices you can make in the game, and it's easy to miss if you tend to play on the good side of the karma scale. You'll only get the Boogeyman's hood if you're willing to sell out a kid. Seriously. The helmet is a reward from Eulogy Jones, the slaver boss over at Paradise Falls, and it's given to you after convincing Bumble, who's a child from Little Lamplight, to leave the safety of the cave. Once she steps outside, slavers swoop in and take her.
Why, hello, little girl. What a lovely dress you have.
Thank you, miss. We're going on an adventure.
You bet we are. Are you ready to go on the Adventure Express?
Oh boy, let's go now. Can we please?
Absolutely. In fact, I want you to have this friendship necklace. It's good luck. Wear it, and you'll never get lost.
Ow, it's all scratchy.
Don't fuss, my little girl. You'll get used to it.
Well, okay. I can't wait to tell Lucy about this adventure.
I'm sure she'll be so proud of you. Now we've got a big day ahead of us, so let's get going.
Go back to Eulogy and he hands you the hood as a thank you. The Boogeyman's hood looks like a Raider Wastehound helmet. For male characters, it comes with a 3-pronged frill that gives off a mean spiked look. Female characters get a tall mohawk instead. As far as functionality goes, it's pretty good. It offers the same damage resistance as a standard power helmet, even though it weighs 2 pounds less. It also has 25 more health points than most headgear in its class, which is pretty great if you keep it repaired. But the Boogeyman's hood is more than just a piece of armor. It's a reminder that Fallout 3 doesn't just let you make the dark choices, it sometimes rewards you for them. When you first see the Ozymandias, it doesn't look like much. Just some rusted old research boat stuck on some rocks off the coast of Point Lookout. But like a lot of things in this iceberg, there's way more going on beneath the surface. The ship is named Ozymandias. It's a reference to the poem by Percy Bysshe Shelley. You might have heard it. It's the one about a broken statue in the desert and how even the greatest empires eventually crumble. It's a fitting name for a wreck slowly being swallowed by the sea. But it turns out the naming goes deeper than just the title. The company that operated the boat was called the Bysshe Energy Partners, a subsidiary of the Bysshe Company, which is again another direct callback to Shelley's own middle name. And the terminal on board mentions a real estate company which translates to Black Isle. which is of course an Easter egg for Black Isle Studios, the original developers behind Fallout. So yeah, for some reason there's a lot of layered references on this little ship. Now the story behind the Ozymandias is where things get strange. In 2077, Bish sent the ship out supposedly to survey natural gas near Point Lookout, but the gas they were looking for wasn't exactly natural. It was methane, coming from decomposing corpses. In other words, they were studying decay to see if it could be turned into fuel. Pretty messed up, but cool. Caroline Saunders, the ship's lead geologist, started asking questions. She was flagged in internal reports as a known liberal with academic ties, basically someone the company saw as a threat if she spilled the truth. To stop her, Bish gave the intern Dr. Martin Roach an emergency order called Code Blue. His job was to sabotage the mission, so he intentionally crashed the ship and left a secret buried with it. When you explore the wreck, you'll find waterlogged hallways and irradiated bunk rooms that hint at a quick and chaotic end. There's also a safe that can only be unlocked after finishing the quest in Antique Land. It all feels like a cover-up gone wrong, corporate greed drowning along with the crew. One thing I wanted to add in is that despite being a private research vessel, the Ozymandias is marked with the USS prefix, something that's usually reserved for US Navy ships. It suggests that the line between government and corporation was already blurring long before the bombs dropped. And just to clear up the Egyptian reference, Ozymandias was Shelley's takes on Ramesses II, the Egyptian pharaoh. She wrote the poem back in 1817, after hearing that a statue of Ramesses was being shipped to Britain. Funny enough, she never even saw the statue in person, but her words ended up inspiring a Fallout ship over 200 years later.
Buried within the terminals of Vault 101 and inaccessible without console commands sits a forgotten string of text logs known as Overseer's Message. These messages were meant to appear at key moments during the game, specifically during the intro sequence and the later quest Trouble on the Home Front, but were ultimately scrapped from the final release. So what are these messages? In total, there are 5. The first 3 were intended to display at the beginning of the game, while the last 2 were related to the quest Trouble on the Home Front. Rather than voice the lines, I'll throw them up on screen and add some music as if you were reading them in a terminal log. We live in a world full of censorship these days. Or have we always lived in that world? One of Fallout 3's more fascinating corners of history lies in the censorship and regional differences in the Japanese version of the game. When Fallout 3 was released, its dark humor, moral ambiguity, and post-nuclear themes struck a chord with players worldwide. But not every region got the same experience. In Japan, the game underwent some major edits, especially when it came to themes of nuclear destruction for obvious reasons. Let's start with Megaton, arguably one of the game's most iconic moral dilemmas. In most versions of Fallout 3, players can either defuse the dormant atomic bomb in the center of town, or side with Mr. Burke and detonate the entire settlement for the amusement of Tenpenny Tower's elite. But in the Japanese version, the choice is removed entirely. Mr. Burke is gone. The option to blow up Megaton doesn't exist, and you can only disarm the bomb. Why? Well, simple, it's the bomb. In a country where the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki are living memory and central to national history, depicting the detonation of a nuclear weapon in a populated area, even a fictional one, was seen as deeply insensitive. Now, to avoid controversy, Bethesda removed the option entirely. And normally I don't agree with certain censorship lengths publishers go to, but I can respect the respectfulness Bethesda had in mind with this change. Another change is the iconic Fat Man weapon. In most versions of Fallout 3, this shoulder-mounted mini-nuke launcher bears the name of the very bomb dropped on Nagasaki. Unsurprisingly, in the Japanese release, the weapon is renamed to the far less provocative Nuka launcher. These aren't the only global edits. In Germany, violence was toned down considerably. In Australia, the game was initially refused classification due to its depiction of real-world drugs. Bethesda responded by renaming morphine to the fictional Med-X, a change that ended up being adopted in all international versions. I think a lot of people assumed Med-X was morphine, but not everyone knows why the game doesn't just call it morphine outright. In India, the game was pulled entirely by Microsoft due to cultural sensitivities, particularly regarding the depiction of Brahmin, which is the sacred two-headed cows in the Fallout universe. But the Japanese version is perhaps the most telling of how localization can change the very soul of a story. Fallout 3 is a game about choice, good, evil, or somewhere in between. Removing the ability to choose fundamentally alters the player's relationship with the world. It's not just censorship at that point, but a philosophical shift. So next time you're deciding whether to save Megaton or turn it into a radioactive crater, remember, in some corners of the world, that decision was already made for you.
The Fallout devs have always shown love for classic horror and sci-fi writers. Names like H.P. Lovecraft and Stephen King pop up all over the place. But there's another name that shows up if you're paying close attention: Ray Bradbury. You might know him from Fahrenheit 451 or Dandelion Wine. But in this case, we're talking about the Martian Chronicles, Bradbury's series of loosely connected short stories about humans colonizing Mars, and all of the cultural fallout, no pun intended. That brings us to a hidden spot in Fallout 3, the McClellan family house, located at 2026 Bradley Place in the ruined Georgetown neighborhood. You might think it's just another bombed out house in the wasteland, but it's not. The address itself is the first clue, which is a direct nod to Bradbury's short story, August 2026, There Will Come Soft Rains, which is one of the standouts in the Martian Chronicles. Inside, the house feels frozen in time. The bedrooms are still arranged, toys are scattered across the floor, and a teddy bear left near small skeletons of children. Everything just stopped the moment the bombs dropped. In the middle of it all is a powered down Mr. Handy robot, quietly waiting for a routine that'll never happen. If you turn him on, he moves towards the children's room and begins reciting the actual poem from Bradbury's story, There Will Come Soft Rains by Sarah Teasdale. It's a short piece about nature moving on without us, completely indifferent to humanity's self-destruction. It hits hard, especially in the context of where you're standing. And the references go even deeper. Outside the house, you'll find the skeleton of the family dog, Muffy, next to an empty whiskey bottle. It's a direct parallel to Bradbury's story where a radiation-sick dog makes its way home to die, only to then be cleaned up by the automated system still running in the house. None of this is by accident. Joel Burgess, one of the lead level designers on Fallout 3, confirmed it all on Twitter, saying it's one of his favorite hidden references in the game. He mentioned that the family's name, the address, the dead dog, and even the poem read by the robot were all deliberate nods to Bradbury's story. The house was designed to quietly mirror the same tone and message. The world ended, and the machines kept going.
Yeah, doggy, doggy.
Sometimes in Fallout 3, it's the smallest things that hit the hardest. One of those is a short holotape called Almost Home. It's easy to miss, not just because of how hidden away it is, but because of a known glitch that can keep it from spawning at all. You're meant to find it on a body of a scavenger northwest of Broadcast Tower KB5. If everything works as intended, you'll find it on his corpse out in the wasteland, but sometimes due to a bug, the body just doesn't appear. If you want to force the encounter, you can use a few console commands. This one takes you to the spawn point, and if nobody's there, you've hit the glitch. To fix it, type this, which basically brings him back to life, warps him to your location, and then puts him down so you can loot him like normal. He'll be hostile anyways after being resurrected. But honestly, it's a lot of effort for one holotape. Worth knowing it's there, but maybe not worth chasing unless you're a completionist. Even then, are you really completing it if you use console commands? The tape itself is only a few lines long, but those few words carry more weight than some full-blown quest lines. It gives us an idea of someone who's just trying to survive. Someone who wasn't a hero or a villain, just a guy trying to get home to people who mattered. Paulina and Cress are never mentioned anywhere else in the game. Were they family, friends, maybe just two other people relying on him to make it back? We'll never know. And that's kind of the point. Fallout's world is full of stories that go unfinished, not because the devs forgot about them, but because that's how things are in the wasteland. Though yes, the devs do leave shit unfinished at times. I wonder if the names are a reference to someone's real life family or something. Or maybe it's from some media that I can't put my finger on. I'm sure you guys will let me know if you have an idea. This one is really cool. On a terminal inside Hubris Comics, you can find a mini text adventure called Reign of Grellock. It's a beta version of a text-based game that you can actually play. You type simple commands like go north or inventory to move around and interact with stuff. You start off standing in the middle of a plain, armed with nothing more than a rusty sword and a flask. From there, you can head in 4 directions. North to a mountain where you find a glowing gem wedged in a crag, West into a swamp where a wizard splits the gem into a polished stone and a magical shard. South into a town where a blacksmith upgrades your sword using those items and a priest gives you a quick side quest. And east to a chapel where you might fight a zombie, grab its head as a trophy, and eventually fill your flask with holy water. Once you've done the rounds and got everything, you head back north to the mountain and use the now magical sword to defeat Grellick. The game ends with a little message about your victory, and that's that. There's some fun little secrets in the game too. If you go back to the wizard after upgrading your sword, he'll act like it's your first time meeting him and give you the gem pieces again. You can then get the blacksmith to reforge the sword, but it doesn't actually give you extras or change anything. It's just a loop. Behind the scenes, Reign of Grellock is clearly a shout out to the old text-only adventure games from the early days of PC gaming. Stuff like Zork, Planetfall, and The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Games where you had to type in everything, map it out yourself, and use your imagination for visuals. I have a sneaking suspicion that a lot of people haven't heard about this one. It's pretty random and it's cool to discover.
Hidden deep in the files of Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC is a cut holotape never meant to be seen in-game. It's a document equal parts absurd, authoritarian, and apocalyptic. This is the New Plague pamphlet. You won't find it in a locked room. The only way to access it is through console commands. It's hidden away like some vaulted away piece of government propaganda, and that's exactly what it reads like. Titled The New Plague and You, the pamphlet was allegedly distributed in 2059 by the Presidential Fitness Program. Yeah, you heard that right. The same people that ran mandatory push-ups in school gyms were apparently in charge of biological containment. We shouldn't be too surprised since this is Fallout after all. If you take the time to read it, there's some solid humor in there. Things like, know the signs, safeguard yourself and your community by identifying symptoms of the new plague, profuse sweating, unexplained swelling, massive external hemorrhaging, and new ideals such as socialism. Bleeding from the eyes and wanting fair wages were both signs you've been infected. The pamphlet outlines a handy 3-step process. SIR, C for confirmed symptoms, isolate, and report. Preferably to your nearest federal fitness registry where friendly federal professionals are waiting to take your blood and sign you up for fabulous prizes like fuel rations or a domestic vacation. The new plague is described as a social disease, something easily caught during activities like ice cream socials, cruising Main Street, promiscuous activity, sodomy, and of course, attending fairs and festivals. So what's the best protection? Stay home and enjoy a novel or home-cooked meal, the pamphlet suggests. No, this wasn't COVID-19, at least officially. But behind the absurdity is a darker truth. The new plague wasn't a joke, it's canon. Referenced through Fallout lore as a bioengineered virus developed during the Resource Wars. The US government used it as both biowarfare and a population control tool with roots that led to the FEV program. So while the tone of the pamphlet is chipper and absurd, the implications are horrifying. This is government propaganda at its darkest, using humor and national pride to normalize surveillance, isolation, and mass biological sampling. It's cut content, but it fits too perfectly into Fallout's world to be ignored. The New Plague pamphlet is a reminder that in the Fallout universe, the scariest monsters weren't always in vaults or even aliens for that matter. Sometimes they were in DC, wearing a suit and holding a clipboard. You're exploring the Museum of Technology in Fallout 3, flipping through old logs, system errors, and shutdown notices, and then this strange little message pops up. Say it with me. The infection has been removed, the soul of this machine has improved. Why does this sound so damn familiar? At first, it just sounds like a cheesy IT update. Maybe some poetic tech analyst trying to show off. But if it feels weirdly familiar, that's because it is. The quote is a lyric from a 2003 industrial metal track called Archetype by the band Fear Factory, a group known for blending metal, cyberpunk themes, and artificial intelligence paranoia. Fallout 3 doesn't just borrow the lyric, it doubles down. The terminal also mentions something called the Archetype FF06 mainframe, FF for Fear Factory and 06 potentially referencing the track's place on the album. The entry is signed off by B. Bell, an unmistakable nod to Burton C. Bell, the band's lead vocalist. So why reference a 2000s metal band in a game about nuclear fallout and 1950s Americana? Well, because underneath the retro charm, Fallout has always been about more than just nukes. It's also about technology evolving beyond its creators, about identity fractured by code and war. Themes Fear Factory explored decades ago, and Fallout continues to echo. The infection has been removed, the soul of this machine has improved. For most, this is just another corrupted file on a forgotten terminal. But for us, at least we know the history behind it. The Great House of LOD. The name alone sounds ominous, like a forgotten cult or a cursed building buried beneath the marsh. I'm kidding. I work in data, so when I first read this, my thought was that LOD stood for level of detail and was part of some script for the devs. The Great House of LOD was never seen in-game, never mentioned in dialogue, and never part of any questline, so therefore it was cut. But it does exist in the files of Fallout 3's Point Lookout DLC. Officially, it's just a miscellaneous item cut from the final release. In your Pip-Boy, it appears under Junk, sharing the model of a generic ruined book. Attached to this item is a script referencing something called LOD testing, as in level of detail, the system used to render distant objects in the game world. In other words, the Great House of LOD isn't lore, it's developer tech jargon, a test subject likely used to measure how the game's LOD system handled distant models and item spawning. It's a placeholder title that sounded mistakenly legendary in my opinion, unless you work with computers, in which case it's kind of boring. But let's be honest, if you came across something called the Great House of LOD or LOD in Point Lookout, you'd probably believe it was part of some ancient bayou ritual or a long-lost church deep in the mire. Instead, it was always just a performance tool.
The Dunwich building is already one of the creepiest places in Fallout 3, hands down. Between the whispering voices, flickering lights, and that slow burn descent into madness, it feels entirely different than anything else in the game. And I didn't put it in the iceberg. That's because everyone and their dog knows about the damn Dunwich building at this point. But I wanted to focus on something that was supposed to be added into the game, but never made it. The Bloody Dunwich sketch. It never showed up in the final release, but traces of it exist in the game files. There's no actual in-world model or even a terminal entry, just a file path pointing to a sketch, supposedly smeared in blood found somewhere inside the Dunwich building. That's it. No explanation and no context, just the ghost of an idea left behind in the code. That might not seem super intriguing because of course you'd probably find a bloody sketch in the Dunwich building. But a lot of people have come up with some theories about what it might have been. Some think it was part of a scrap questline tied to Jamie Palabris, the scavenger whose descent into madness is told through scattered audio logs and visuals. Maybe the sketch was his, something he drew at the breaking point either as a warning or just the result of his mind completely being unhinged. Others see it as just another Easter egg to Lovecraft. You can definitely imagine a guy drawing maybe a monster, maybe runes, all in a panic before the artist either died or vanished into the ruins. What I find even more weird is that the sketch isn't really tied to anything in the game. Like usually if an object is left in the code, it would be connected to a quest or an NPC, but this one isn't. So which dev just decided to make a bloody sketch that had nothing to do with anything? What do you guys think it would have been used for? I'm curious. I'll make this quick because really the note speaks for itself. You'll find a little paper note called "Flying Bananas Can't Talk" in the cell beside Red in the Germantown Police HQ. Here's what it says. Flying bananas can't talk. Flying bananas can't talk. Flying bananas can't talk. So on and so forth. And at the end, they just want you to believe they can. Is this just the mad words of a crazed lunatic? Or is there something else here? Does it mean something? Maybe you'd go crazy trying to figure it out. Fair warning, this one gets pretty dark. Evergreen Mills is a heavily fortified raider stronghold built into a ruined industrial site. The area includes a surface scrapyard, several shacks, and a massive underground section known as the Evergreen Mills Bazaar, where things take that much darker turn. The bazaar shifts the tone from a combat zone to something resembling a raider-run vice den. The underground area features pool tables, stripper poles, bar counters, and living quarters, all suggesting that Evergreen Mills doubles as a raider hub or social center. It's actually pretty cool to run into for the first time. It made me wonder if they had plans to let evil characters be allowed in here, similar to Paradise Falls. Further into the bazaar reveals a more unsettling aspect of all of this. Near the top level is a room guarded by underdressed raiders, some labeled with titles like Raider Madam. It looks like a freak-off party was going on in here, and I'm being dead serious with that. The worst part is that you'll notice that there are cages here. And when you kill the madam, she has a key on her that will unlock these cages. Inside this cell, you'll find a single raider, again in no clothing, and a space decorated with 4 bunk beds, teddy bears, and toy trains. You can't talk or interact with this person, she simply just runs away when freed. The combination of childish objects, bunk-style beds, and the brothel-like context has led many people to speculate that the cell was meant to imply a child exploitation ring operated by the raiders. Thankfully, that's all the evidence we have here, but it's pretty compelling, honestly. The implication is never referenced in any terminal, holotape, or quest. Yeah, it's pretty messed up.